Chapter 8: Revisioning Addiction Through Conscious Moving. Rachel Jansen is a dance movement therapist who lives in a small town in the most southern province of the Netherlands, Limburg. After completing her bachelor's degree in dance movement therapy, she started her own practice, working with great passion and pleasure with people who find it difficult to be at home in their bodies. Rachel has been active in addiction care since 2013. While she was employed by both large and small institutes, such as Vincent van Gogh and Connection, she worked with groups and provided one-on-one sessions as well as outpatient treatment. Over the last 10 years, her experience within this field of work has moved her toward a different view on addiction. Rachel has since integrated the moving cycle in her sessions and inspires people to move in a way in which they feel like they're truly living. Introduction. In this chapter, I explore addiction from a viewpoint developed in Christine's first book, Getting Our Bodies Back, in which she writes that addiction goes beyond the stuff of drunks and druggies. It is simply a very human movement, a consistent habit of withdrawing from ourselves. At the same time, it is an automatic reaching for something that is not ourselves. Through conscious movement and inhabiting from within, we can get a sense of learning to choose what we want to be devoted to in our lives, breaking free from snoozing through life by getting in touch with our bodies. Throughout the chapter, I suggest videos of various practices that may assist you in exploring this topic. These videos can be found on the book's website, www.consciousmoving.com. About feeling amazed and getting in touch. In 2016, I read Christine's book, Getting Our Bodies Back. It moved me. At that point, I had worked for several years in addiction care for different organizations in the Netherlands. I worked with groups and provided one-on-one sessions in clinical treatment as well as outpatient treatment. This book just hit home in so many ways. Starting my own moving cycle experiences in 2017 felt like coming home again and again, and I began integrating it into my daily sessions at work. I'd begun in the addictions field in 2013 and was surprised to find it just clicked with me. It was as if many of my own character traits were being recognized, even though I was the therapist. 10 years on in this field, I can say that I don't differ that much from the people I treat for addictions. When I began working with clients experiencing addictions, I saw that I could connect with them in the sessions in a more personal way than I was used to. I heard so many stories from my clients, intense, emotionally moving stories in which I recognized parts of myself, such as the tendency to flee, being very sensitive, feeling like I'm different, and the need to keep feeling that way, feeling lonely a lot, not feeling heard and seen, holding on to anger inside. We all seem to have a desire and ability to be creative and share as well as connect deeply, but we are held back by this core pattern of not feeling good enough. The most important thing I came to realize was that we were all having trouble being at home in our bodies. We try to flee from our bodies and direct experiences by keeping our minds occupied and our words constant. I noticed that we all have similar ways to leave our bodies and lessen what we are feeling, and at the same time, we have really specific individual means of leaving our direct experiences. For example, the way we try to leave our bodies when we feel sad or experience grief can become a movement of our right foot rubbing the floor, a small touch under the nose, increasing pressure in holding our hands, a biting of the lips, or a specific way of avoiding eye contact or placing our gaze onto an object in front of us. Over the years, I have seen so many movements that showed me where and when people were leaving their bodies. Yet what amazed me is how my clients let me in when I saw myself in them. I would just sit next to them and share the space where they could feel their feelings step by step. I came to see that they would allow me to call them out on their own avoidances, and at the same time, by being a mirror and letting them get in touch with the emotions they tried to run from, I could connect with them as someone who also shared their struggles to feel and be present in their bodies. They gave me permission to be direct, to confront and challenge them, and I now know it is because I felt a connection with their stories and their movement in my own experience. Although I wasn't the one suffering from drug or alcohol abuse, we connected on an emotional level. They felt I understood because I used to move in the same way as they did, away from my body. I suggest looking at the video called Inhabit the Practice from the website that speaks to this issue. Snoozing through life. Nowadays, it feels like we can snooze through life in so many ways, and it also feels like we can leave our bodies in so many more ways. As I noted before, addiction is so much more than the stuff of drunks and druggies. We hold on to things that dampen our feelings, whether it is nail biting, obsessively browsing dating apps, overthinking, social media scrolling, overworking, snoozing in the morning, binge watching, and so on. We aim for quick fixes on the inside by focusing on or controlling something on the outside. Because we do not deal with the actual problem and stay focused on this quick fix, we move in the same patterns over and over, not oscillating between comfort and being outside of our comfort zone. Staying in this comfort zone seems to have a habitual snoozing kind of movement in itself. We snooze. Let's get a closer look at snoozing and what it means to snooze. On a literal level, when we talk about snoozing in the morning, right after waking up, we might say it feels pleasurable to fall back asleep. However, snoozing tends to interrupt the waking of the brain and can leave you foggy and groggy for hours. Snoozing can feel great in many ways. You can snooze your emails, snooze notifications on your phone, or just have an actual snooze. When we snooze, we are not really here experiencing life. Snoozing appears to be happening when we don't want to deal with life as it is in the present moment. When we don't want to deal with emotions because they bother us, like grief or fear, for example, we try to keep it outside, and by doing so, we hold back the energy flow of those emotions. On the other hand, we are trying to keep the other emotions close because we like, for example, love and happiness. Here we are also pushing back this energy flow by holding on to these emotions. In both cases, we hold movement back. I resonate with Brené Brown when she says, "We live in a culture of people who don't do discomfort. We choose fun, fast, and easy, and choose comfort over the courage of feeling our emotions." For examples of these ideas, you can search for her on YouTube, where she has several videos that help us understand how to be with our feelings. After working in addiction care, I recognized something similar that moved me beyond this field of work and led me toward questions I think many people can relate to. Why do we leave and abandon our bodies? Why do we snooze so much instead of truly living? And more important, how can we come back home and enjoy life to the fullest? Bodilessness as the root issue. The abandonment of our body forms the root of all addiction. We withdraw our awareness from our bodies and perform habitual behaviors when under stress. Christine talks about this in her book, Getting Our Bodies Back, and explains that addiction involves leaving our bodies in a way that takes away self-awareness so that we can flee from intolerable experiences. This abandonment can show up in many ways. These habits of leaving the body are often socially acceptable. Perhaps it happens in front of the TV, with food, or a couple of glasses of wine, or while scrolling online. We lose our awareness of ourself, our spirit. My most recent experience in being confronted with this abandonment was at the airport while I was waiting for a flight. I noticed so many people were looking at and scrolling on their phones, not being aware of their bodies. At the same time, I was walking around the waiting area and I noticed so many feelings I felt while looking at the world I was actually in. I saw a dad walking around with his 1-year-old. I saw friends at the table sharing drinks, laughing, talking expressively with their hands and bodies. I saw a guy pushing his mother around in a wheelchair, taking care of her. I witnessed all these people, all their stories of the present moment, and let it move my emotions. It moved me toward this question: when am I really here, in the present moment, in this world that I'm looking at? Let's dive deeper into this by looking at two of the fundamental principles of conscious moving. First, let's discuss Principle 4, movement is phenomenological. What we do when we distract ourselves with mindless activities is that we abandon our direct experiences. We are not relating to our body and our immediate experiences. We are relating to a screen, for instance. When we stay within our direct experiences and move with and through and from them, learning, healing, and creativity awaken. Staying in the present moment and connecting with our direct experiences can be harder than we think. Let me give you an example from the moving cycle experience of a client I worked with in addiction care. We started this moving cycle from a memory he recalled of his mother. It was a memory in which he spoke the words, "I don't know who she is." At that moment, the moving cycle began. I asked him to close his eyes and stay with the words and the feeling that came up in his body. A lot of micro-movements were visible around his mouth. He was rubbing his hands together. His head moved backward in a small, sudden way. As we continued, I saw how the movement around his mouth changed into small movements at the jaw. He suddenly mentioned the memory was gone. He noticed he was searching for something to get angry about, yet feelings of sadness were emerging from underneath that anger. As he allowed himself to feel and move with the sadness, staying in the direct experience in the physical free association, he stopped looking for things outside himself to feed his anger, such as people talking outside the room or the air conditioning fan. The movement habit in his jaw indicated the point where he typically checked out of his body. As the sessions progressed, this client stopped doing drugs. He now faces the problems that the drugs were masking and acknowledges his addiction to anger as well. We have multiple things we can do to get away from or lessen the intensity of these intolerable feelings that hurt so much. Addict or not, we tend to move in the same way when we are facing feelings that we can't bear to feel at that moment. Take a look at the figure on the mobility gradient in the PDF accompanying this book. You can see that addictive processes tend to move the person toward the more stereotyped movement end of the continuum. When we reclaim the phenomenological experiences of our bodies, addictions can be treated. Second, let's take a closer look at the third principle of conscious moving. The movement of attention structures and determines experiences. We all need attention, especially as children. Being witnessed helps us get our needs met, especially our need to know who we are, what we feel, and what we want. When we don't receive sufficient high-quality attention, we try to bury intolerable feelings of shame and worthlessness and distract ourselves from those inner feelings by attending to addictive processes. The awareness phase of the moving cycle, or conscious moving in a non-therapeutic context, breaks the cycle of attentional wounding and allows us to pay high-quality attention to our direct experiences. Let's look at high-quality attention through a recent experience of mine. Several years ago, as I was engaging with different moving cycle practices, I noticed this feeling of not being able to be in my body feeling. I grew up with loving parents, which I am super grateful for, but they couldn't provide me with the high-quality attention around my emotions that I needed. A little while ago, after visiting my parents, I came home not feeling heard and seen in my emotions. I shared this with my boyfriend and explained what I was feeling. I felt not worthy, left alone, and not able to be myself. After I shared this, he asked me if there were any moments that I felt otherwise in the presence of my parents. His question gave me the feeling that I couldn't feel what I was feeling, which is something I recognize from childhood. I shared this with my boyfriend the moment I became aware of it. He asked if he could give me a hug. And here's the thing. I noticed so clearly how I was still trying to run from this, that I wasn't allowed to feel what I was feeling, that it was wrong for me to feel this way, because in my mind I could hear the words coming up over and over. I'm not here. I am not here. I am not here. It was a mind-blowing experience for me, as if many moving cycles had come together. It seemed to be coming into my direct awareness at that exact moment. I felt where I left my body by being aware of the body tension that got stronger in the hug that my boyfriend and I shared, and in my own body posture that slightly moved away from my boyfriend's body. At the same time, I could feel the need to discharge the feeling through my thought pattern by hearing these words in my head. It was such a deep, intense, and beautiful experience. If you hold back on the emotions, if you don't allow yourself to go all the way through them, you can never get to being detached. You're too busy being afraid. You're afraid of the pain. You're afraid of the grief. You're afraid of the vulnerability that loving entails. Mitch Albom, Tuesdays with Maury. I think working in addiction care, but also in my own practice of working with clients who have core beliefs around not being seen, not being heard, and not being worthy or lovable, has shown me how important it is to work with high-quality attention and to be a witness that spots thought patterns and emotional patterns embedded in micro-movements that then can bring my clients back into their direct experiences. Within addiction care, within my practice, and in my own life, I notice that all feelings need to be heard, seen, and held, especially the ones we are trying to run from. When we let ourselves be with the discomfort of a difficult emotion, we develop a higher tolerance for staying in direct experiences and working with them to solve problems. The importance of the therapeutic relationship. When I help clients get back in touch with their bodies, I notice certain things are important in order to stay in direct experience. Clients reported that where I was and the space around them mattered. This is called facing, pacing, spacing in the moving cycle. It made a difference if I was standing or sitting next to them when they entered difficult emotions or experiences, and whether I was facing them directly when we both reflected on behavior patterns they were avoiding. They needed someone to be at the same level. Being at the same level can mean many things. Let me start with an example of a client I met for the first time in the group session I was leading. We were exploring the mind versus the body and talking about the voice inside your head. One client made a statement about his inner voice, saying that he and the other people in the room were junkies. He talked about himself from a place of disgust, hatred, and shame. I called him out on the way he was talking to himself and asked if he really wanted to talk to himself that way. I asked him how that made him feel. After that, we started an exercise of feeling our bodies in the room and walking up to a wall with eyes closed. I already saw what was happening. He walked with tension in his jaw toward the wall and bumped into it with his leg. I noticed anger in his face and body, and when I asked what was going on, he yelled at me. I confronted him with what I saw and drew a boundary right there. I explained that he could be angry and could express his anger also, but in no way was he going to put that on me because he was projecting it. I asked him to see if he recognized this behavior and explained that this was a safe place to work through it if he wanted to. Before we moved toward the end of the session, I explained that this kind of behavior could keep people at a distance and give him a sense of power. But if he did this in the outside world, people would move away from him. Now he had the chance to get closer to himself and others if he wanted to. At the end of the session, I asked him to stay. I sat down next to him and asked if he could understand what I was reflecting. I made sure he knew I was there for him, that it was not going to be easy, and that he could choose something else besides anger. His head hung and he started crying. This is the same man I mentioned earlier that I started working with one-on-one. He became aware that his addiction to anger was a way to distract himself from what was really going on. As the therapist, I can be the one to challenge what is going on, especially when the client tries to withhold, withdraw, or project. This is something that is really important for me to address when I'm trying to move toward a co-committed relationship instead of a codependent relationship with my clients. In their book, Conscious Loving, The Journey to Co-Commitment, Gay and Kathleen Hendricks explain what a co-committed relationship entails and why it is so important. Quote, "A co-committed relationship is one in which two or more people support each other in being whole, complete individuals. It's about being alive to the full range of your feelings, speaking the truth at the deepest level of which you are capable, and learning to keep agreements." Unquote. For me, this is also true in a client-therapist relationship. I can step into the direct experience of relating as a way to go to unacknowledged feelings. Clients tell me that this relational contact is so important to them that it puts me on their level. They share that they don't see me as an authority figure, which helps them keep the agreement of telling the truth instead of projecting anger. They feel authenticity when I confront them, when they exhibit judgmental behavior towards others or themselves, and when I shared what I am feeling from my own experience. Altogether, this gives them a sense of security and safety so they can be vulnerable as well. Being at the same level makes room for us to enter the 4 phases of the moving cycle, and as a therapist, I give them the space and reflection to enter this sequence safely so that they can be honest about the movement that is going on and reflect on it, awareness, confront the pattern and take ownership of the behavior and feelings, owning, give themselves space to be as they are and move with the pattern, making it into a learning experience, appreciation, and engage in learning experiences that involve pressure and pleasure and that awaken the desire to bring the practice into daily life, action. In my sessions, this moved me toward providing a practice in which they could work on this at home. You can see a video of this practice called Co-Committed Relationships with Our Bodies on the Conscious Moving website. What would happen if we invested in feeling all our feelings, telling the truth about them, and keeping our agreements with ourselves? Taking in and letting out. When we focus on bodyfulness, conscious movement, and inhabiting from within, we move closer to who we were, who we are, and who we will be. This closeness towards ourselves causes us to suffer less, feel more pleasure, and experience fewer challenges in life, as expressed by this poem. We chain ourselves to free ourselves. We lose ourselves to find ourselves. We hurt ourselves to heal ourselves. Aren't you meant to fly? Sing your song and touch the sky. Or do you want to wait until you die? The Wanderer. Aren't you meant to fly? Fight, flight, freeze, and faint are defense strategies that take over our system when we are in danger. But because we can't always flee or freeze like a deer does when it is scared, we withdraw into ourselves. We close in and put up the walls. When we close in to protect ourselves from possible hurt or past hurt, we protect that part that feels like it needs protection. This doesn't fix the problem. By doing this, we are locking the pain inside, and it will only get worse. My experience is that if you want to grow, you have to stop protecting these parts within yourself. When we look back in this chapter to my own encounter with not being able to stay with direct experience, it shows how I tried to keep it at bay by repeating the words, "I am not here." When I would stop at this point and not practice conscious moving, my emotional patterns would get reactivated continuously. Conscious moving allows us to let go of the past and focus on what we can do currently to have a better future. If we want to move in the direction of truly living, this is where our work comes in. Different experiences take place in our bodies. When we become more bodyful, we can begin to experience our interbeing on a more immediately useful level. Christine talks about this in her book, Bodyfulness. What would happen if we practiced more deliberately, choosing what we take in and releasing what we no longer need in our lives and bodies? Truly living means experiencing the moment that is passing through and then experiencing the next moment and then the next. If you could live in that state, you would be a fully aware being. You might want to check out the practice of called Taking In and Letting Out in the book's website as an illustration of this idea. Coming back home. So far, we have looked at the habitual movements we all make in which we leave our bodies, what it can feel like to snooze when we can snooze in our lives, why we snooze, and how important it is to practice bodyfulness and work from and within a co-committed relationship. Now let's talk about leaving our comfort zone. I already mentioned this briefly in the beginning of this chapter, that snoozing through life seems to have a connection with not leaving our comfort zone. Owning our story can be hard, but not nearly as difficult as spending our lives running from it. Embracing our vulnerabilities is risky, but not nearly as dangerous as giving up on love and belonging and joy. The experiences that make us the most vulnerable. Only when we are brave enough to explore the darkness will we discover the infinite power of our light. Brené Brown, do not negotiate who you are. Again, with addiction care, within my practice and in my life, I notice one thing that makes so much difference. I see people change, grow, and get in touch with themselves. They move forward into creativity, play, joy, and love. I have so many stories to share about where people did the most daring thing, whether it was letting themselves feel the deepest pain they tried to run from all their lives, or take ownership of their own behavior they felt ashamed about. They literally and figuratively looked in the mirror and felt the absence of love toward their own bodies and themselves. So many brave people moved my heart and soul, and I feel the deepest respect for them. I feel so grateful when I get to be part of these people's stories for a little while, and I see them getting their bodies back, and as a result, getting the love back in their lives. There's a smile on my face when I think about all the times that these clients left their comfort zones, showed courage, and started embracing something that I called contrast. It led them to what was already within them, their creativity, for example. I got to be the one who saw them get back in touch with their passions, like the spoken word, playing the guitar, painting, or dancing. For me, embracing contrast is about getting in the habit of accepting all experiences and all emotions in life. For me, this habit is about working to get in a different relationship with change, to stop numbing and start feeling again. It is a journey that has moved me in so many ways. It is a feeling of coming back home again and again. For me, coming back home and enjoying life to the fullest is about leaving my comfort zone, whatever that may look like. There's this song from Matt Simons called Catch and Release, in which he sings about going to a place where no one knows him. He doesn't find it lonely. He calls it a necessary thing. This song reminds me of the time I went traveling through New Zealand by myself. Way out of my comfort zone, I can say I truly experienced contrast after contrast and found out what I was made of. Most of the people that I work with are scared of spending time alone. When I enter this fear with them, I recognize that it is because we are afraid of what we might feel. What our comfort zone looks like and what it means to move outside of it may be different for different people. I hope you feel inspired and brave to choose to act and move outside your comfort zone. May it bring you closer to experiencing the feeling of coming back home. If you would like to see a video of me owning my story, check it out by following the link under my name in the Chapter Contributors tab on the Conscious Moving website, www.consciousmoving.com. Over the years, my own experiences moved me toward making some choreography about my journey, from snoozing to embracing my feelings and owning my story, to stepping into my light and sharing this co-commitment relationship with others. Feel free to check out these experiences also under my name in the Chapter Contributors tab. We don't know that we're living. Come back home. I'm gonna make it. And check out the video on the book's website for a conscious moving home practice called For Practice at Home, Conscious Moving. Enjoy. Chapter 9. Conscious Moving in the Service of Learning. Joanna DeBelt is an art therapist and researcher in special education who has been playing with different forms of movement and dance since she was 4 years old. She joined the Conscious Moving community in 2014. In her current research, she focuses on the body as a source of knowledge and communication. Learning is a place where paradise can be created. The classroom, with all its limitations, remains a location of possibility. In that field of possibility, we have the opportunity to labor for freedom, to demand of ourselves and our comrades an openness of mind and heart that allows us to face reality even as we collectively imagine ways to move beyond boundaries, to transgress. This is education as the practice of freedom. Bell Hooks, Teaching to Transgress. Because we move our bodies, we can feel and communicate, move and touch ourselves and others, think, understand, and influence things by creating and destroying them. Embodiment approaches prove that the body plays a central role in processing emotional, cognitive, and social stimuli. They show that learning tools and knowledge transfer are situated within the felt experience of the moving body. Through the movement of the body, we explore the world around us, realize our dreams, and live our realities. In a lifelong process, we learn. This means that we, throughout our lives, in a self-motivated and ongoing way, strive for knowledge. Since 2014, I've been learning conscious moving from and with Christine Caldwell and her movers, and have found it a great approach for personal growth. My passion for researching the body and movement was ignited when I was 4 years old. I saw the local ballet class perform and decided that I wanted to join them. Even though officially I was not allowed to start before the age of 5, I insisted. After days of me crying, begging, and dancing at home, my mom convinced the ballet teacher that I could come for a test lecture. I have been dancing and inquiring into my movement and the body ever since. Over the years, in my practice as a special educator and researcher, working with a diversity of people in different contexts, I see others and my progress through my understanding of the body as a resource. The body as a source of knowledge and communication in everyday interactions has emerged as the focus of my interest. Like conscious moving, special education embraces a holistic view of situations. Both disciplines are aware of the central role the body actually plays in everyday life and how little it is still taken into account and considered a resource. Even educational literature emphasizes that more consideration must be given to the body and movement in the learning process of all people throughout life. Conscious moving in educational contexts means working in detail with our ability to pay high-quality attention, as well as our openness to new information and involving the body in learning. In this chapter, I focus on how learning can occur in an embodied and experiential way. We look at curiosity, creativity, and caring for the learning bodies as tools that make learning possible. And we find out what using those tools can mean for learning processes in everyday life. This chapter also looks at how the learning body can be integrated into classrooms and other pedagogical contexts. Curiosity. The embodiment of our social world plays a role in learning processes. When we look at learning processes through a conscious moving lens, we need to be aware that everybody brings their own world experience, history, and cultural language into a room. And by language, I mean spoken, but also body language that is always present. It is an embodied knowledge we carry that can be limiting and enriching, that has specific individual aspects, some that we share with people in our social categories. This means that we as teachers need to practice awareness about social constructions of identity, like embodied theories about the world and social ideologies. Let us look at how women are seen to move by society in some parts of the world. For example, we have a certain picture in our heads of how girls throw a ball. This form of embodiment is not caused by physical differences, but by the representation of femininity in this society and the women acting according to this definition. Such embodied social theories and constructs of the body in the social world exist about gender, disabilities, nationalities, cultures, sexual orientations, and jobs. They can restrict the movements of people who are assigned a certain category by excluding them from certain areas, for example. In a conscious moving context, we discuss and curiously question these categories society dictates by moving through these pictures of body identity. We do so by moving through the phases of conscious movement as described in chapters 2 to 5 of this book. In a research seminar where we inquired about gender, Christine invited the participants to imagine a spectrum of gender categories in the room. We stood in a circle and everyone was to picture their spectrum of gender categories as an invisible line. The exercise was to move back and forth on this line and play with the categories of femininity and masculinity. This exercise brought up a diversity of emotions and memories of situations in which we had behaved according to or in opposition to those social categories and expectations. It also caused interactions between the participants in the group because individual lines crossed each other. With this exercise, we queered the living experiences of our bodies in this world by interrogating body and gender norms in, as Johnson puts it, ways that offer the potential for disrupting implicit assumptions about what bodies are, as well as how they should look and behave, while simultaneously anchoring our bodily expressions in subjective sensory data. After the movement exercise, we sat and discussed our experiences. We found that society expects individuals to turn their gender identity into something permanent so we can be categorized, and that it can feel empowering for individuals to be able to live in a society where they can freely move on the spectrum every day, and that it can also feel empowering for individuals to find a point on the spectrum where they feel at home. After our discussion, we took time to move individually again, to digest this experience and to write down thoughts and insights. By consciously cycling through these different steps of the exercise, we listened to the stories our bodies had to tell on an equal basis as we listened to our oral language, moving away from language hierarchies. We applied a quality of care that allowed us to take time on both an individual and group level. This is what I mean when I say knowledge transfer, and the learning tools for it are situated within the felt experience of the moving body. Conscious moving in the service of learning is to keep ourselves educated about these social ideologies, to stay curious about what can and wants to be in this moment. This allows us to be aware of social categories, to critically reflect on them, to dare to play with them, and to meet learners where they are with the stories their bodily voices want to tell. Transferring this kind of conscious moving into other pedagogical contexts means meeting our learners at eye level, appreciating them for who they are, and offering spaces where they can explore and grow. For example, in a kindergarten, as teachers, we can invite children to read books together in which they can see themselves represented. These might be books that show a diversity of bodies or family types. We can then ask the children questions about how they can relate the story to their daily lives. In this way, we can learn with and about each other. Conscious moving teaches us to stay curious about all forms of expression, every kind of language our bodies use to communicate. The visualization of embodied diversity and knowledge in pedagogical contexts includes trans-languaging. As a holistic way of understanding how language is used, trans-languaging embraces multimodal, multilingual practices as natural and desirable. In other words, it is a perspective that appreciates the individual use of linguistic as well as semiotic resources in the process of meaning-making. Translanguaging further describes, understands, and evaluates this experience. Scholars understand translanguaging as containing cognitive and also socio-political aspects that explain why language is used in certain ways by individuals and groups. Garcia et al. Write about translanguaging in American schools. Translanguaging in the context of the U.S. educational system entails divorcing the expectation that everyone should think and produce language in the same ways as monolinguals and their standard registers. Translanguaging enables our learners to connect what they already know to new information without our direct influence. Our communication in pedagogical contexts can be enhanced when we recognize and acknowledge the cultural and linguistic elements our learners embody. Let's come back to the example of learners in a kindergarten context. We could offer material in the languages the children speak at home and adapt learning situations individually. We could read a book in a co-teaching team with the group. For example, one of us pedagogues would tell the story in German sign language, and the other would tell it in German using signs. We would ask questions to the group while reading together, and the children would reply using their language resources. In this example, the teachers would repeat the answer for everyone in German Sign Language and German. In a school context, even a monolingual teacher who works with multilingual learners can use translanguaging by learning from their learners and their community, and with the help of tools such as digital resources to support the learners. Conscious moving in pedagogical contexts enables us to understand the diversity of bodies that come with a diversity of languages, and the fact that not everybody learns in the same way. Opening up for curiosity like this allows us to provide spaces and facilitate classes where the learners themselves can create in their own way and show their facets. Making a quick decision about a particular learner in our head leads to the opposite. We get stuck in the habits of how we move through educational situations with this learner, and everything we experience together will just be proof of who we already know both of us are. This leaves no room for growth. The triangle of breathing, moving, expressing, and sensing we know from conscious moving enables us as teachers to become aware of those rigid images and to guide learners and ourselves through a learning process with curiosity. It also bears an immense potential for creativity. Breathing can, for example, be the first type of language we choose to step into communicational exchange with a learner. In educational or caring situations with people who don't communicate through vocal language, we can sit down next to them and imitate their rhythm of breathing and making sounds. Doing something together connects us, and it can calm down and also activate feelings of excitement. It can help spread a feeling of safety in a classroom, and it can create curiosity for more contact and language exchange. Moving our bodies consciously supports us in reaching out and shaping a common ground of awareness and allows us to create a space for learning and exploration. Creativity. The movement of our bodies has a powerful effect on our process of learning and on how we explore and experience the world throughout our lives. However, action experience is ubiquitous, and its influence may therefore be easy to overlook. In many ways, what happens in therapy and creative processes is a type of learning, experiential learning, and this ability to learn can be effectively enhanced and applied in classrooms. I understand the term experiential learning to be learning by doing, and experiential experiences are a powerful tool for learning. As teachers, we are facilitators who structure lessons in a way that our learners can make hands-on, meaningful, and deep, ongoing experiences. We then reflect on these together and support our learners to look for ways to link what they learned to everyday life. This interplay of trying out, listening, taking in, discussing, moving through, reflecting, going back to the group to be inquisitive, questioning and celebrating processes and learnings, and finally digesting, resembles the process we go through in conscious moving. Experiential learning theory understands learning to be a process cycling through 4 steps that we can relate to the 4 phases of conscious moving. The first step is taking part in a concrete experience that we can relate to the awareness phase in conscious moving. The second step is reflective observation, where learners share what they observed. The teacher can support them through questions like, "Did you notice this?" as we do in the owning phase of conscious moving. We appreciate the richness of the process itself, and in this way, learning is embodied. This next step is abstract conceptualization, where the teacher guides the learners through questions on how to apply what they learned to their daily lives. Like in the appreciation phase in conscious moving, the learner reflects on what they learned in the first 2 steps of this cycle. Finally, the process can move on to active experimentation. Here, teachers reflect with their group of learners on questions like, why did this happen? Why is this important? And where can it be of use? With this feedback, they can integrate the learned into everyday life, like in the appreciation phase in the cycle of conscious moving. This last step is also about playing and being creative with what they learned. It supports learners to find a conscious ending to the learning experience. In chapters 2 to 5 of this book, Christine describes practical examples of how each of these phases can be cycled in educational settings. They vividly show how we educate conscious movers by crafting practices that can be embedded in daily life. The conscious moving principle of oscillation can be supportive when we want to apply experiential learning. To cycle our attention between relational closeness and separation helps our teaching bodies to remember that they have an impact on how we teach and how and what learners learn from us. Also, when we move our attention to a learner, we touch them by looking at them or by physically touching them. And this starts a movement on the in and out or outside of the learner. Bell Hooks explains it like this. We must return ourselves to a state of embodiment in order to deconstruct the way power has been traditionally orchestrated in the classroom, denying subjectivity to some groups and according it to others. By recognizing subjectivity and the limits of identity, we disrupt that objectification that is so necessary in a culture of domination. Welcoming the awareness of the previously mentioned subjective and collective embodied knowledge and body narratives into the context of learning means we teachers need to pay attention to that and to how our movement influences the movement of our learners. These interactions with others and how they exist differently through their different senses impact the individual embodied experiences and can lead us to both taking on new paths and transgressing. So, tuning into our own bodies in pedagogical contexts to see what we bring to the classroom, how we are doing in the situation, and where our personal boundaries are, is as necessary as focusing on who we are teaching and what resources they come with. Education is optimized when the learner is present, focused, stable, and caring. As teachers, we know that these qualities are strongly influenced by the atmosphere we create in the classroom, as well as by the emotional regulation of each learner and ourselves. This brings us to the relational work between teacher and learner. The philosophy of experiential education, one aspect of which is experiential learning, focuses on the exchanges between teacher and learner and interweaves this process with direct experiences with the content of the class and the learning environment. Together, the learner and teacher engage in focused reflection to increase knowledge, develop skills, clarify values, and develop people's capacity to contribute to their communities. Association for Experiential Education, 2023. In this understanding of education, as in the conscious moving sessions, the roles of teacher and learner move toward each other, and the teacher becomes an active learner as well. Both the teacher and the learner create the foundation to make learning possible by paying high-quality attention and taking active responsibility for creating a learning community. In the 90s, bell hooks already pointed out that this kind of attention is necessary for the relational work teachers do to create a community where learning is possible and meaningful. She explains that knowing learners' names and meeting with each learner in the class for quality time, for example, scheduling lunches together, contribute to building a learning community and even prevent problems from arising. This underlines that in educational contexts, we make use of conscious moving by paying attention to the learner's micro-movements. We can show with our body and voice that we are there for the learners, to listen to them, and also we can react to their bodily voices to help them feel seen and heard. By reacting to the tiniest movements and expressions, we can respond to the diversity of learners and their ways of using language and communicating, meeting them consciously. Hooks calls this kind of high-quality attention engaged pedagogy. As a form of progressive and holistic education, engaged pedagogy expects the teacher to constantly be creative to be able to relate to the individual. At the same time, it asks for constructive feedback from the learners, encouraging them to critique and make suggestions. For instance, say that a learner in our reading group likes to be supported to feel their bodily boundaries in learning situations. It helps them to focus. We could offer to roll the learner up in a blanket, I call it a blanket sausage, so that they could follow the story with the group. Here again, we can see how conscious moving happens in learning processes because with it, involved individuals flexibly and spontaneously react to each other. They create a deep process together, which can be challenging and surprising for both of them at times. Conscious moving also encourages them to cultivate creative curiosity for what happens in the classroom and carry what they learned on to their daily lives. The teacher creatively constructs inclusive classroom practices and spaces that make, quote, the democratic ideal of education for everyone, unquote, possible. In this way, teachers and learners can tune into the feeling that they are moving bodies on the moving body of this earth. Caring for the learning bodies. For me, working in education brought with it the challenge of remembering to take care of my own body and to move, to stay playful and take time to creatively express myself as well as rest. I sometimes engage so intensely in my role as a listener that I neglect myself and get distracted. In other words, I step out of the conscious moving triangle of work, play, and rest because I think that I don't have time for all of them. But actually, engaged pedagogy requires me as a teacher to stay self-actualized because this promotes my well-being. Only when I am doing well can I teach others in the empowering way this approach affords. Here, self-actualization means keeping this triangle of working, playing, and resting in balance, being aware that none of them works well if we ignore one of the others. If we lack time for playing, we don't allow ourselves to be creative. We risk losing the feelings of being in the moment and believing, I can do this. This can have a negative impact on the quality of our teaching and on learning processes in the classroom. If we don't rest, we will have trouble integrating our experiences into the multiple senses of ourselves. Keeping the balance of the triangle means practicing bodyfulness through moving consciously and staying awake to and reflective of our body identity. Then we can embody and live what we teach the learners. Approaching pedagogy by moving consciously is to apply a holistic perspective. Information emerges from bodies, and working holistically means teachers do the same as they expect from their learners. To come to the classroom, quote, being wholly present in mind, body, and spirit, bell hooks, to share their experience about how they live in this world. In the context of dance therapy, this way of moving through the classroom is called authentic movement. In educational contexts, teachers who come to the classroom as their whole beings meet learners with a will and a desire to listen and answer to their unique beings. When we risk being this vulnerable in front of each other, the classroom can be a space for empowerment and growth on both sides. This contrasts with the picture of the infallible teacher who knows everything, is the authority, and asks the questions in a classroom where performance and pressure are dominant. Another aspect that comes up when we consciously move in pedagogical contexts is the importance of the community. The group seems to play a major role in the individual learning process. In conscious moving classes, we experience this when the facilitator functions as a witness in the mover's process, and also in the reflective talk between them or in the group afterward. Experiencing this high-quality attention as an individual in a group opens up the room for learning from a diversity of the group members. An implicit theme that learning, growing, and understanding are possible and meaningful in this space because we are so different and therefore relate to each other or contrast with each other begins to operate. Everybody's presence is valued, and what they contribute to the dynamic learning community are resources. The classroom is a democratic, communal place where students create collective effort by being present, responsible, and caring for each other. When teachers and learners meet in this engaged way on the common ground of lifelong learning, thus growing and nurturing the learning community, the excitement that enables them to feel the joy of learning is generated. Maybe the book that the group in our example reads together is Tyler Fedder's Bodies Are Cool, 2021, which celebrates the diversity of bodies in this world. We could continue the process together and decide to draw bodies we have met in our daily lives or our own bodies. As teachers, we would, in constant exchange with the learners, guide and structure the process of drawing. With the group, we could follow the book for inspiration on how to start. The process might go like this. Right, it starts with the diversity of body sizes and body parts. Then it shows what shape bodies can have and their colors, and so on. We could start a discussion about the words the learning community uses for body parts or shapes. We could learn them in each other's language and define vocabulary we want to use in our learning community. Having all of us who are learning together reflect on this diversity of bodies and words and visualize them makes us feel seen and encourages us to be ourselves. This is what we take with us to our everyday lives, and it affects the way we encounter other bodies moving in this world. Conclusion. Conscious moving in educational contexts means taking the diversity of all present bodies with their languages into account and supporting us all in learning with and from each other to grow into a bodyful community. This engaged pedagogy asks us as teachers to come to the classroom as our whole selves and to be open to meeting the learners as themselves. It acknowledges that we both are in our unique processes of learning about ourselves and the world in a flexible and creative way. Conscious moving in the service of learning lets us stay curious to ask each other every day who we are, what we bring to the classroom, and what this means for our learning community. And it naturally lets us carry what we learned out into the world of our daily lives. Chapter 10. Conscious Moving as a Means of Working with Desire Differences in Intimate Partnership. Melissa Walker, LPC, CST, RDMT, is a licensed professional counselor, dance movement therapist, and AASECT certified sex therapist who specializes in intimacy and relationship therapy. Melissa applies conscious moving practices in her work with couples to support their creation of inspiring and loving intimate connection. Her book, Whole Body Sex, Somatic Sex Therapy and the Lost Language of the Erotic Body, was published in January 2021. Introduction. At some point in every intimate relationship, a desire difference will surface. You look at your intimate partner and realize that you feel some distance or disconnection from them. You feel the need to guard your heart in some way, or you find yourself seeking ways to open your partner's heart and interest toward you. Perhaps you haven't been clicking lately, and you haven't been sexually intimate for far too long. Perhaps you've been affectionate during this time, and perhaps you haven't. But you know that something is not lining up, and you're having difficulty finding the words for it. Desire difference or desire discrepancy is when intimate partners find that they are interested in sexual intimacy at different levels of frequency and intensity, or they are interested in different types of sexual activities. The desire difference may present as partners having the most interest or energy for sexual connection at different times of the day, the week, or in different settings. They may discover that they define sex itself differently, or that they want to initiate and transition into or out of sexual intimacy differently. Desire difference may also be an indication of miscommunication, a misperception of body expression, or something challenging that is happening in the relationship dynamic that will benefit from the couple's attention and tending. Desire difference is also an indication that the intimate partners are experiencing different desire styles. Perhaps one person experiences a more spontaneous desire style, quick to access sexual arousal, more often, while the other has a more responsive desire style. Sexual arousal arises in response to connection and touch. Or they don't experience sexual desire at all, asexual. Desire styles can change over the lifespan, so it is unsurprising that intimate partners will at some point experience a mismatch. Intimate partners can enter into this phase for short or extended periods of time, and it has the potential to evoke feelings of being unsure, unmet, and unseen. It is important to note that desire difference itself is not a problem. It's actually quite normal and common. It's our socialized tendency to interpret this as a problem that intensifies our disheartened confusion about the situation. Many of us have not been taught the relationship skills to navigate differences in how relational intimacy is experienced and expressed. Fundamentally, desire difference is an indication of the normal variation of personal differences and changing life conditions that arise day to day and more broadly across the span of a relationship. A life transition, the impact of stress, different nervous system organization due to different life experiences, or the impact of illness, surgery, or pregnancy can all set the stage for a desire difference, and when it is paired with misunderstanding, it can initiate a challenging period of feeling disconnected in an intimate relationship. No matter the reason for the desire difference, this challenge can be an opportunity for intimate partners to create a safe enough space to learn more about themselves and each other, and to co-create sexual intimacy that prioritizes pleasure, connection, and continued learning. This chapter is an exploration in how the practice of conscious moving can support intimate partners to turn this common challenging experience into an invitation for their intimate dynamic to grow and evolve with them. In this chapter, I introduce the body-based practice of erotic bodyfulness, along with a shared movement practice that frames the relationship between challenge and mastery states and how to engage in effective relational expression. How socialization frames desire difference as a source of conflict. Unfortunately, many people are exposed to a sociocultural environment that portrays a desire difference as something detrimental to the relationship that must be reconciled quickly, or it is a harbinger of the end of the relationship, rather than a normal occurrence that can be navigated with relational skills and education about intimacy. While the dialogue is beginning to shift to a more holistic understanding of sexuality, sexual function, and intimacy, many misinformed and unrealistic beliefs are still in place. It is important to understand how social location impacts perceptions about what a desired difference means. For example, the sociocultural environment can put expectations on roles in sexual intimacy based on gender norms that then contribute to unhelpful and inaccurate sexual schemas, a collection of beliefs that form a cognitive map that influences assumptions and behavior. These schemas put undue pressure and expectations on women, on men, and on gender-conforming people to perform in certain ways or expect certain behavior from an intimate partner. They also can create real difficulty and discomfort in both dating and long-term relationships. While gender differences do exist, sociocultural norms oversimplify these differences, exclude personal context, and generally put them in a contentious light. This is often the root of performance anxiety, sexual dissatisfaction, and even body boundary violations. The sociocultural environment also perpetuates misunderstandings about the connection between arousal anatomy and different nervous system states. The nervous system has two general strategies when it comes to relating with others. The social engagement system is the active relationship strategy that we have access to when we feel safe enough and energized enough to interact with others, whereas the social inhibition system is a state of activation or recovery seeking when we are too stressed, exhausted, or feeling unsafe to directly interact effectively with others. When an intimate partner is in their social engagement system, arousal anatomy is more likely to respond with the excitement of desire and sexual arousal. But when an intimate partner is in their social inhibition system, arousal anatomy is much less likely to respond and will have great difficulty responding with sexual interest or indicators of arousal. Although desire difference can be interpreted as a problem, I like to reframe it as a challenge to be met with curiosity and non-judgment, an opportunity to deepen and expand knowledge about intimate connection, and any frustration a couple feels can be the fuel to empower their dedication to learning. With accurate information and diligent self-inquiry, different desire styles or different nervous system states begin to make actionable sense. Arousal can be modulated and channeled consensually, and the sexual repertoire can be expanded with embodied consent to encompass the desires and boundaries of the intimate partners. When it is reframed as a meaningful challenge, the intimate partners can unravel the inaccurate sexual schemas they have absorbed from their social environment to create personally relevant and informed schemas that serve to support their unique dynamic. This is worthy personal work. Looking at desire difference through a body-centered lens. When we look at how this shows up in body organization or somatic architecture, these inaccurate and minimizing sexual schemas create a body-mind organization that intensifies incongruence between what is felt in the body and what is cognitively understood and physically or verbally expressed. It can narrow the repertoire of expression, create an insecure attachment with and mistrust of one's own body, increase nervous system dysregulation with difficult or unwieldy emotions like fear and frustration, interrupt the ability to oscillate attention, and create difficulty dislodging attention from rigid or hypervigilant thinking. When I sit with couples who are in this dynamic, I notice more rigidity in their bodies, and it takes more time and effort to get them to turn their attention inward to notice what they are feeling in the present moment. They are emotionally overwhelmed and are hesitant to let down their guard and be transparent in front of their partner. When my clients get to this point, they are carrying the belief that to be vulnerable and expressive of their deeper selves with each other is emotionally risky. Within intimate relationships, the repetition of this dynamic impedes whole brain functioning and the ability to offer compassionate validation to the desire and boundaries of both the self and the partner. Intimate partners find that they minimize their expression and exploration and have difficulty with relational self-advocacy, which is the skill of requesting a need or desire from a partner while being open to modulating a request based on what the partner is feeling in the moment. When we look more closely at the body-mind organization of desire difference, we see that these intimate partners are demonstrating a mismatch in somatosensory experience and movement expression. This mismatch of nervous system state, body rhythm, pace, and lack of resonance in their connection creates a pre-effort dynamic. Pre-effort is what dance therapists define as hesitant, uncertain, and poorly coordinated movement expression where someone is learning something new or defending against something uncomfortable. Western culture in particular values confidence and directness, qualities that dance therapists defined as more full-body effort expressions where movement and spatial intent are coordinated and masterful in their engagement, which can make the pre-effort dynamic that much more uncomfortable and confusing. When intimate partners are caught in the pre-effort dynamic of desire difference, it may be that both people are in a pre-effort state. One person could be in pre-effort and the other in a full effort state, or both could be in full effort, yet opposed states. No matter the combination of the type of expression, it is the mismatch between the partners that defines the difference and therefore the potential misunderstanding and difficulty. For example, one partner may be in full effort and ready for high energy or passionate intimacy in the moment, while the other partner is stressed, in pre-effort, and needs a bridge into intimacy to relax their body to be receptive to pleasure. The higher energy partner may feel rejected, and the stressed partner may feel misunderstood. When this mismatch is paired with misunderstanding and hurt feelings, a desire difference can activate body armor, the defensive strategy of somatic architecture that organizes breath, posture, muscles, attention, and movement of the body into a form that serves to disconnect from difficulty or defend the more tender parts of self. Body armor is formed from a confluence of early attachment or relationship wounds and basic nervous system reactions. The nervous system is experience dependent, which means that our early experiences impact the way that our brain and the complex network of nerves that make up the nervous system read and react to our environment. The body learns to respond to the emotional and relational movement patterns of human dynamics in ways that get the best results when trying to get our needs met within a family. Once body armor is formed, it becomes automatic in reaction and activates during moments of stress before our cognitive mind realizes what's happening. Therefore, how our family expresses love and affection, how they manage conflict and difficult feelings, and how they deal with celebration or stress all impact our nervous system responses. Additionally, the pace and tone of speech, called paraverbal qualities, are another indicator that body armor has activated within the pre-effort dynamic of desire difference. When partners are communicating verbally about their intimate dynamic, body armor causes the qualities of voice to change. Breath will be shallower and restricted, voice tone will often be higher pitched and louder in volume, and the pace of speech will be quick and choppy. This voice quality indicates that the individual is having difficulty listening to their bodies to detect what they want or do not want. If they do have a sense of what they want, they may not be able to find the words for it, or it may be communicated in a tight, frustrated tone. It may be easier for them to just say what they don't want or avoid the topic. The overall feeling for the couple is that they are no longer in the present moment with each other. They are replaying a very old tape that is formed early in their lives. This is where desire difference also opens intimate partners up to projecting assumptions or interpretations on each other without checking in to see if their assumption is correct. Notice if the absolutes of always or never are being used. These words indicate that perspective and nuance have left the building. When desire difference is present between intimate partners, body armor is activated, communication is tense, and you know that your present relationship dynamic is activating old hurts and disappointments. This also makes it more difficult to navigate the challenge of wanting intimacy to be different than what your partner seems to want. When body armor, tense communication, and old hurts are present, people can feel personally rejected, deeply misunderstood, or they may feel like an object to their partner. Over time, sexual intimacy wanes until much of their intimate or affectionate contact becomes strained or absent. Yet, the present moment provides an opportunity to rewrite how the mind-body understands and reacts to relationship dynamics. Fortunately, our nervous system continues to be experience-dependent throughout our lifespan and can therefore learn new, more satisfying ways of relating to others when the whole body and present moment attention is engaged through conscious moving. A challenge becomes a meaningful opportunity. The presence of a desire difference is an invitation for the intimate partners to intentionally enter into the pre-effort space as a team within an environment that prioritizes curiosity and validation to put the learning mind-body back to work as they navigate into a new place of resonance together. It is an opportunity to practice the relational skills that, over time, make the sexual dynamic personally meaningful and relevant to the context and life stage of the couple. The pre-effort dynamic created by desire difference is an opportunity to slow down and learn more about yourself and your partner, to cultivate emotional intimacy and rewire outdated habits, to encourage congruent and genuine expression. This opportunity is most effective when conscious moving is incorporated into the work for a whole body learning process that engages the deepest areas of the brain and nervous system, as well as the newer brain structures for lasting and intentional change. By engaging a bodyful connection with the sexual self through present moment awareness and phenomenological inquiry, individuals are invited to learn what their experience-dependent nervous system has absorbed from their culturally embedded social location. By exploring how the sociocultural environment and early messages made the meaning of sexual intimacy for them, the intimate partners get to dismantle this belief system and learn to discern between what is actually true and what is not true for them and the dynamic of their relationship. The process: awareness and ownership of self with erotic bodyfulness. Sexual schemas have somatic architecture through body posture, expressive movement, pacing, breath quality, and body-to-body patterns of relating. A conscious moving practice allows intimate partners to learn how their sexual schemas are playing out between them through a desire difference by setting the absorbing content and situational details aside in order to focus on the unfolding somatic story. This process allows the partners to uncover resilience and connection from their present moment experience as they shift from externally defined meaning to the personal and relationally defined meaningfulness of sexual intimacy. As a somatic creative process, conscious moving provides a structure to identify the limiting or incongruent beliefs around sexual intimacy and the corresponding limiting somatic experience and expression. This method then guides the couple through a process of change that supports the discovery of what I call their embodied somatic resonance. This method begins with the awareness and explorative practice of erotic bodyfulness, a body-based mindfulness and conscious moving practice that incorporates orienting toward pleasure and connection into Caldwell's concept of bodyfulness. I invite my clients into a phenomenological inquiry that serves as a useful interface between inner somatosensory experience and outer expression that opens the door to present moment awareness of the interoceptive and exteroceptive senses, the internal network of sensing nerves that allows us to detect how we feel in terms of sensation, movement impulses, and emotion. The interoceptive senses tell us details of our internal world, like if we are hungry, comfortable or uncomfortable, or if we are experiencing pain or pleasure. The exteroceptive senses tell us what we are experiencing in the environment, which then activates the movement impulses of the somatic nervous system, the network of muscles, tendons, and connective tissues, which is expressed through movement and breath quality. This is the process that awakens the deeper structures of the nervous system to rewrite ineffective and unsatisfying patterns of relating. When my clients sit in my office and describe their frustration about how they are not syncing up in their sexual intimacy, I invite them to notice how their body feels and how their body organizes into posture and movement as they describe their experience. We begin to explore what their body is saying in the moment, and because I value my clients' understanding of the process, I describe to them the practice of erotic bodyfulness, which contains 8 overlapping stages. 1. Identifying anchor. This is the beginning of the practice as I invite my clients to identify something that is grounding to them. This could be breath, their feet on the floor, the texture of the pillow on their lap, or a pleasing piece of artwork on the wall. This is what they can return to if they begin to feel spacey or uncomfortable. 2. Intentional breath. This stage is where clients invite 3 full in-breaths and 3 long out-breaths to increase circulation throughout the body and awaken their somatosensory experience. 3. Awareness from the whole body. At this point, I guide my clients to notice what their body is beginning to say to them through sensation and quality of micro-movements, settling into places where the somatic architecture feels meaningful. 4. Oscillate attention. It is normal to begin to have thoughts or memories connected to the felt sensations, what they mean or why they are happening, and I encourage clients to notice their thoughts and oscillate back to the sensations themselves to study the texture, temperature, and movement qualities that they notice. Dislodging attention from meaning-making at this point begins to unravel the automatic thoughts that are tied to old assumptions. 5. Notice sensation with description and non-judgment. This is where I invite my clients to describe what they notice in their body as descriptively and non-judgmentally as possible, while validating the feelings that arise. 6. Notice movement impulse from sensation. Sensations also have a movement quality. Tension pulls from the inside or compresses from the outside. Bubbles or shakiness have a pace and rising or dissipating quality to them. Warmth has a spreading or opening quality to it. This stage encourages noticing how the body is already moving and expressing itself from the inside out. 7. Invite movement from impulse. While clients are continuing to oscillate attention toward the origin point of the sensation, I invite my clients to slowly sequence movement from the sensation to the endpoints of the body, hands, feet, crown of the head, pelvic floor. What is automatic and internal becomes intentional and informs expression through action. 8. Follow pleasure and yield. Once the movement has been expressed with clarity, I invite clients back into stillness to notice their somatic landscape. I encourage them to ask the questions, do I feel the same or different? What is here now? Often, intentional or conscious movement expression evokes a feeling of relief, of movement, of stuck energy, of warmth, and even pleasure. At this point, I invite my clients to yield or soften into their bodies to encourage appreciation of how they are able to access resilience and vital energy in the face of difficulty. The purpose of this practice is to increase awareness of one's embodied experience and to put a gap, a few breaths, a few moments, between noticing the impulse and slowly sequencing the impulse into action. This gap is intended to provide an empowered sense of ownership of one's dynamic somatic self and opens the crossroad between habitual movement expression and the potential of more congruent movement expression. To ask, what expression does this impulse usually lead to, versus what is the actual need or intention behind this movement impulse? For example, if a client is exploring how they feel hesitant to reach out to their intimate partner for touch when they feel interest, the slowness in following the movement impulse can reveal the tension in the chest and retraction in the shoulder muscles. The individual can then identify the tension and retraction as elements of body armor, protecting them from the possibility of not being met in their interest or desire. They may have a memory from their younger years of reaching out for touch and being pushed away. By acknowledging that their body is holding this memory, inviting a full breath around the tension, and reconnecting with the grounding anchor, the individual has the opportunity to validate and follow the impulse with consent, to reach out for a partner with more full effort expression. In receiving this type of touch, their partner will most likely have a more relaxed response and a desire to lean toward them. Notice how the slowness and intentionality of this moving practice provide the space to interrupt the habitual pattern that corresponds with the minimizing sexual schema in order to follow what truly wants to be expressed, as well as how to express it in a more relational and connective way. This is an opportunity to develop a securely attached relationship to one's own body, desires, and boundaries, and to practice the rhythm of secure attachment with a partner. Erotic bodyfulness practice also builds embodied consent into the new relational pattern. I define embodied consent as an awake and alive relationship with the desires and boundaries of your body. This is where you source your yes or your no and your let's slow down so we can feel the level and direction of interest. In relationships, this also supports listening to and honoring the desires and boundaries of another in a way that does not negate your own experience but modulates your interactions. This is a core component to effectively navigate desire difference because it generates a mindset that the goal of sexual intimacy is for mutual pleasure and connection. And awareness is necessary to navigate the pre-effort dynamic. When mutuality is the goal, the space is made for curiosity, compassion, and attunement. With this new realization and the corresponding somatic choreography, intimate partners have the opportunity for a more congruent and satisfying way of interacting, as well as uncovering the true needs and desires of sexual intimacy. The process continued, co-creating a new dynamic. As the intimate partners become familiar with the erotic bodyfulness practice, we shift into the erotic mapping process, where they start by exploring two different sexuality schemas: the challenge schema that is superimposed onto the desire difference, and the resource schema that offers a new pathway of resilience and connectivity. I always begin erotic mapping by identifying the embodiment of resource. As I like to say, resource early, resource often. The intimate partners are invited to consider what they love to do an activity, or a place where they feel at ease, excited, or confident in their bodies. This activity can have something sexual or non-sexual, like hiking, dancing, or gardening, since the vital energy of the body is present whenever embodied in an activity or creativity. As the couple visualizes this activity or place, they begin the erotic bodyfulness practice with full body breaths, descriptive and non-judgmental awareness of sensations and inner movement, awareness and intentional exploration of movement impulse as they clarify expression, and then yield into the body as they appreciate the pleasurable and relaxed potential that their body can access. The intimate partners then have the chance to share their movements with each other, to mirror their partner's movement, and to explore how their movement expression can sync up or complement each other in a resourcing and inspiring way. As they witness their partner's expression of what feels good to them, partners can learn the pacing, movement qualities, and rhythm that bridge their partner into a state of receptivity for connection and pleasure. I find that couples are often surprised by what they discover. They often recognize that they have been misreading their partner's somatic cues when their internal assumption prevented present moment awareness. As they practice offering and receiving positive physical and verbal reflection with each other, they can even move into offering and receiving bodyful touch, non-sexual touch within the session, to learn how to initiate contact with each other that is consensual and enjoyable. This becomes the anchor to return to when a challenge is activated between them. Once the partners have found their combined resource movement, we shift into exploring the challenging dynamic that the desire difference has activated. The challenge schema usually begins with something like, I should, shouldn't, or my partner should, shouldn't. And through erotic bodyfulness practice, the partners explore how this statement impacts their somatic architecture. As the couple begins the full body breaths and activates awareness of the somatosensory body, most often we find qualities of pre-effort expression in the challenge realm. For example, people often experience a tightening quality in their muscles. Movement is more abrupt or protective, and breathing is shallow or restricted. As they begin to describe their somatosensory experience, they often find that describing with non-judgment is a difficult task. I encourage them to take their time here to describe challenging sensations with a compassionate witness perspective. And when they notice and then follow the movement impulse, it often sequences into completion of a protective movement that they previously have not fully let themselves follow. When the intimate partners witness each other in their challenge movement, I encourage them to breathe into their back body to support them as they offer, thank you for sharing your movement, instead of mirroring. It is a way to honor that their partner's challenge is their own, and they can make space for each other's humanness. Because we resource early and often, I invite the couple to again find their full breath, shake off the challenge movement, and shift back to their combined resource movement. Once a challenge schema has been explored, it can take a bit of time to oscillate back into the present moment and return to the full breath and easefulness of movement that are characteristic of the resource schema. I encourage them to really take their time here, to not rush into being just okay. This is an opportunity to write a new and fully satisfying nervous system pathway toward their full effort embodied self. This is the creation of their resource bridge, the breath and movement sequence that helps them identify when they are in challenge and shift nervous system states into their resourced somatic expression. As they engage the resource bridge and return to their own easeful and confident movement, engaging in the rhythm of secure attachment with their own body as they validate and support themselves, they can sequence their movement into connection with each other. The partners get to learn their individual processes to regulate their nervous systems and reconnect with themselves, and then learn how to reconnect and co-regulate with each other, taking actionable steps to co-create their inspiring resource dynamic together in the present moment. Once intimate partners find the resource bridge that allows them to shift out of challenge and attune with each other in their physical intimacy, they are encouraged to repeat this bridge and to incorporate it into daily life. This sequence of movements that help them return to connection with themselves and each other is the key to living in a sexual schema that is true to who they are as individuals and as ever-evolving intimate companions. Visioning into the future together. Ultimately, a desire difference is a mismatch of states in the intimate partners that activates misunderstandings and dysregulation in their relationship. Conscious moving practices allow couples to rewire their body-to-body connection to create a new quality of being with themselves and with each other. By practicing conscious movement together, they can unravel the unhelpful sexual schemas and co-create a more actionable and meaningful dynamic together that makes space for their humanness. They can now navigate any desire differences as a normal part of intimacy within a committed relationship. Chapter 11. Conscious Moving, Support for Art-Based Expeditions into the Realm of Grief Work. Gretel Bauer, Diploma in Social Pedagogy, is a dance therapist, teaching therapist, and supervisor in the BTD, a German dance therapy organization, certified Qigong teacher, and moving cycle trainer. Bauer is also a freelancer in performative music and theater projects. Bauer has studied dance movement therapy since 1989 and worked as a dance movement therapist and play therapist in day treatment and residential psychiatric settings with adults, children, and adolescents from 1991 until her retirement in 2020. Bauer has also been the builder and leader of a sociocultural seminar house in the northern German countryside since 1988. By shedding light on the usual, the practice of action theater disturbs the status quo, reinventing the improviser moment to moment. Scar tissue from years of repeating ways of being, perceiving, interpreting, inhabiting our bodies, responding to the changing world, become loosened, relaxed, released, and replaced by conscious embodied experience. Ruth Sapora from Action Theater. All videos mentioned in this chapter can be accessed via the book's website, www.consciousmoving.com. Introduction. From the perspective of art making, fundamental aspects of conscious moving offer us an opening to develop and build on our resources, encompassing a broad continuum of creative potential. This creative potential can then explore a wide spectrum between heavy burden and the lightness of joy. Grounded in basic conscious moving principles, especially the themes of attending to non-judgmental awareness and experimenting with bodily felt change agents, conscious moving meets with art making in my studio, where a mutually informed dialogue with materials, music, and movement occurs. A full cycle through all 4 phases of conscious moving unfolds, inviting integration, transformation, and empowering results. In this chapter, I introduce the conscious moving practice known as pressure, pleasure, and inquiry as a means of illustrating how a specific conscious moving practice can hold and inform art making. I use my own experiences of working with grief and experiencing the challenges of the COVID pandemic to demonstrate the power of art making within the framework of moving consciously through the 4 phases that this form uses. Grief work. In a general description, grief work is the process of coping with a significant loss. Since its introduction by psychiatrist and researcher Eric Lindemann in 1944, the theory of grief work has spread widely from psychological research into practical bereavement support offered by therapists, professional mourning companions, and funeral homes. In the 1970s, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's work and her description of the 5 stages of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, were intensely discussed in Germany. Further research since then has led to an understanding of grief work as a psychological process of coping with significant loss, not solely for the mourning of death and processing loss experiences in any life-altering changes. My own search and struggle to cope with difficult life-altering changes challenged me with these questions. How is it possible to confront the seemingly unacceptable without getting emotionally or mentally overwhelmed? Can the emotional experience of grief and pain be transformed into something different? Can I allow transformation within myself during the process? Making art as a form of grief work that responds to the political situation. I vividly remember how the path of exploration I reflect on here got started. It was 2017 with my response to the 2016 presidential election in the U.S. In my first reaction to the outcome, I balled up my airplane socks, which I now found useless, for the trash bin. Surprisingly, those transatlantic travel sock veterans would not go down silently. While I twisted them, they turned into very angry bird puppets that had things to say concerning the sorrow I and many of my friends here in Germany and the U.S. felt. Rather than speaking to this grief, the bird puppets had to sing, to rejoin with my dearest musical teacher, Rhiannon. Rhiannon's voice and her singing were with me still, and I chose one piece from her CD, Flight, Rhiannon's interactive guide to vocal improvisation, as inspiration for my Very Angry Birds song. The Very Angry Birds song called in more birds to be puzzled together from waste materials and developed into an improvisational in-house performance. For a video of this performance, visit this book's website at www.consciousmoving.com. This improvisation speaks to Christine Caldwell's mobility gradient, where spontaneous and emerging movements are located on a human movement continuum and valued as a source of change. As Rhiannon herself puts it, improvisation teaches us to look at our options, to keep listening for grace, and when we hear it, we've got to move, and we've got to move now. The time for action is swift to arrive and just as swift to disappear. Moment to moment is all there is, following one breath, one note, one idea at a time. There are always options. This early work of mine, combining music with puppets and movement, trying to wing it as much as I could with my frozen left shoulder, laid the groundwork for my artwork in the following years. Still, in 2017, I was not yet consciously aware of how deeply the ordeals of this grief improvisation to form piece were rooted in what can be described as the pressure-pleasure inquiry practice, a practice I was familiar with due to my first moving cycle training with Christine in 2006. See Christine's description of PPI, pressure-pleasure inquiry, later in this chapter. Making art as a form of grief work, navigating the COVID pandemic. Up to the present, and especially during the years and aftermath of the COVID pandemic, with all of its contact restraints, health issues, and painful losses at all levels of life, the first flock of puppets mentioned earlier kept calling in all sorts of companions, fellow traveler puppets and musical instruments made out of recycled materials, in addition to real instruments, who informed me of pathways through difficult territory. The sheer mass of information about the pandemic, its spread and evolving nature, the discussions by experts and everybody concerned about do's and don'ts, doubts and perspectives, left me, and I suspect you, with the feeling that we weren't in control of the situation and that we were again losing people, interaction, community, a sense of safety, and a sense of connection to each other. Not knowing what to do is a delicate challenge for a seasoned neurotic like me. It delivers pure pressure to do something, at least, in order to make a change. In a childlike regression to magic, I started to ban the virus and its mutations by knotting various materials into structures similar to the graphic images of virus forms shown on TV. The material I was working with was my collection of fruit and vegetable nets from the supermarket, the only public place I visited for a long period of time. I started decorating these forms so that they became a COVID-fighting witch. Apparently, this magical attempt didn't do much to tame COVID, yet collecting, knotting, and sewing by hand helped me on a bodily level to calm down emotionally and physically. Perhaps other knitting, sewing, and crocheting people know these effects well. Navigating grief and loss via conscious moving. From a conscious moving perspective, this work can be described as starting out from an awareness phase. I was facing what was there and how my own senses, bodily reactions, emotions, and thoughts were being affected. And then I resonated with these experiences. Moving on to an owning phase, I trusted the impulse for change, whether it came from pressure, like fear, sorrow, bodily pain, or pleasure, like playfully knotting, sewing, putting together, or from inquiry, like asking, what wants to happen next? As Christine notes in her description later in the chapter, pressure-pleasure inquiry practices can appear in different orders and they can be intertwined. They can unfold in all four phases of the conscious moving framework. They can also develop in a practice called meandering, moving just for the sake of feeling alive. I move freely and without any plan in my studio space because it feels essential for me, either when I move silently or when I experiment with musical rhythms and phrases. By beginning with meandering and combining this practice with the PPI practice as a kind of dancing in my present experiences, both personal and as a witness, I was led into an owning phase of songwriting and toward adding visuals for the song videos. This work was then followed by an appreciation phase in which I tied themes and findings up into a form, and an action phase in which I worked to bridge the pandemic-related social distancing we had to observe for so long with a longing to connect with others. I began sending these videos as life signal greetings to a network of friends. Please see the links to these song videos on this book's website. At this point, it feels important for me to emphasize that this artwork would not have been possible without the generous support of my housemates, a family of artists who helped put together these productions. I'm deeply grateful. Don't panic in lockdown when pandemic rules set in. In March 2020, COVID gained momentum here in Germany. My housemates and I experimented with gloves and self-made masks, and after a few weeks of lockdown, we thought that everything would be under control. Flour, rice, oil, and toilet paper surely would be available again, and my puppet Françoise and I would go out and party. We rehearsed for this glorious moment in the kitchen. Françoise and her song were created during a theater project in the early 2000s. At this moment in 2020, during the soon-to-be-lifted lockdown, I remembered that she was hopefully still surviving in her storage box. She must have learned everything about being caged, n'est pas? I identified with her easily. It felt right to free her for this moment, to playfully translate the weird mixture of French and German words of her song into movement, laissez bon temps rouler, and to record this on video. See the Bon Temps song video link on the book's website. Our network of friends responding to our Bon Temps video repeatedly said, "It must be so much fun to make these things." Hearing this, I noticed a freeze reaction in my body, and when I worked with this emotional reaction, it became more clear. My impetus to make art is far from fun. It comes from a place of discomfort, dissent, distortion, and distress. It attempts to avoid even more difficult states, such as dissociation or getting stuck. The question then became one of finding a way to further be with my grief reactions to lockdown in a way that processed all these emotions. What felt important was, quote, taking refuge in the present moment, unquote. Thich Nhat Hanh, 1998. Breathing consciously and allowing the process of dialoguing with the art materials and music compositions to be experimental. To try different experiments in order to fail and then try again, uncovering different outcomes as a result. I wanted to find a place of flow rather than turmoil. Exploring and processing this experience reminded me strongly of the specific practice named Pressure, Pleasure, Inquiry, PPI, developed by Christine. I decided to add the PPI practice into my art making in deliberate ways. From Christine, Pressure, Pleasure, and Inquiry, a Practice of Change. One of the most compelling questions in the fields of psychotherapy and social systems theory has to do with the nature of change. Whether it's changing our minds, our hearts, or our habits, we all struggle with when, how, and whether or not to go a different route. We strive to be in control of change, wanting to be change agents rather than be at the mercy of what other people or systems want us to do. Why do we want or not want to change? Where does change come from, and how do we accomplish it? One way we can begin to sort out these questions is to see change as complex and often involving conflicting forces. We carry within us both urges to change and urges to stay stable and the same. Neither staying the same nor being different is problematic. Neither are they virtues. They both represent choices to be made in current circumstances, choices that hopefully enhance survival, integrity, and well-being. The trick is to know how to choose correctly. Psychotherapy is in the business of change due to the assumption that people come into therapy because staying the same is causing them to suffer. If a therapy client's problems could have been solved by staying the same, then all would be well. The business of any therapy is to help clients to experiment with and practice change in a safe environment and lessen both their fears and habits of not changing when change is called for. Emerging research in the field of aging is pointing to novelty as one of the most reliable protections against the loss of cognitive and physical functioning. Changing ourselves by learning and doing new things, especially physical activities, is our best way to stay sharp. It is thought that the reason novelty is so potent a protector of the brain is because newness tends to sharpen and focus our attention. How do we support clients, regardless of the issues they come in with, to value their attentional skills and learn to work with them proactively? What follows looks at 3 embodied sources for change and will suggest ways in which we can identify these sources and tailor our clinical work to deliberately include them. To begin, here are a few orienting details. The dictionary definition of change: to cause to become different, alter, transform, to pass from one phase to another, absence of monotony, new or fresh. Change is inevitable and can be experienced as positive, neutral, or negative. Change-resistant, quote-unquote, clients have typically experienced mostly negative changes. We often form compelling beliefs about where change comes from the inside out or the outside in. We can alter ourselves from inner motivations, such as deciding to quit smoking, or change can come to us from external circumstances, such as losing a loved one unexpectedly. Change can also be top-down or bottom-up. Top-down uses cognitive and mental processes to alter our actions. If we change our thinking or beliefs, if we understand ourselves more deeply, we can influence our behavior. Bottom-up, on the other hand, arises from the body and holds to the idea that we have to shift our physical state and our behavior as a way to turn things around. Behaviorally, we learn to calm ourselves, count to 10 before speaking, breathe deeply, not reach for the drink, and learn to make better eye contact, for instance. Ideally, we have access to both these directions of change. Another dimension of change has to do with whether or not we have initiated it. We can consciously initiate change in our lives, and this usually leads to greater levels of satisfaction and feelings of self-agency. Or change can happen to us, often in a shocking manner. A spouse dies, we lose our job, or fire destroys our home. Unexpected positive change can also happen to us, like winning a prize. The key ingredient is that we are not in charge of the change. We may feel lucky or unlucky, but we do not feel powerful. Change in psychotherapy typically organizes around being our own change agent. We dig down into what we really want, identify the obstacles to achieve our goals, and strategize about how we can increase motivation and decrease resistance. Drug therapies such as antidepressants assume that we are not currently capable of changing on our own. We need the drug to change our brains for us. 3 types of change: pressure, pleasure, and inquiry. This section describes the details of the 3 types of change and how they work. Pressure. One way that change occurs is when the way we've always done something no longer gets it done, or the price of staying the same is greater than the benefit. Evolution is the most widely known explanation for this kind of change. It states that species change over time because of pressure to do so from shifts in environmental conditions. If your predator gets faster, your species tends to grow longer legs and bigger lungs. This is our gift from Darwin. The key concept here is being pushed into change. We alter how we operate in reaction to feeling pressured or forced to do so, being kicked out of our comfort zone. This pressure, often from the outside, pushes us out of our old habits by causing pain and suffering, even death, if we stay the same. It might look like a client coming into therapy because her life is falling apart and she can no longer stand it. It may make itself visible as you open your eyes in the emergency room after overdosing. Pressure-based change is about identifying, respecting, and addressing symptoms. It's about not wanting to hurt so much. We are all changed in this way, even the most enlightened among us. There is no getting around painful, pressured changes, though we can certainly live in ways that minimize the struggle and suffering we experience because of them. Our loved ones die, altering our place in the world. Our bodies age and get creaky. A natural disaster occurs, and we are all thrown into something different. The pressure symptoms can be physical, such as headaches that come on as you drive to work. They can be expressed through emotions. You feel pushed around, overwhelmed, or out of control from fear or sadness. They could be cognitive, showing up as projections or rationalizations that are off the mark. Or they could be social relational, played out in an unhappy marriage or getting arrested for a DUI. Pressured change usually revolves around the themes of survival, safety, and functionality. Whether or not these tend to flow from the bottom up or the top down, the therapist's job revolves around helping the client identify the pressures and listen to and honor the message contained in their symptoms. A pressure symptom requires some sort of self-care. One reaction is to try to get rid of a painful symptom. We may make ourselves wrong or somebody else. We may push away whatever we think causes that symptom, or we may medicate ourselves out of having to listen to the symptom. So, as therapists, we educate the client about the importance of their present moment embodied experience, even if it's painful, thus creating a culture that values the body's messages. Clients need experiences in therapy that help them to listen to and decode the body's symptom signals. Instead of just getting rid of or getting instant relief from a symptom, we begin to listen to it. We give it our non-judgmental attention, and we cooperate with it as a source of information about what wants to change. It involves attending in such a way that we can let the symptom speak through our bodily movements so that we decode the messages in the symptom and use these messages as levers for conscious change. In a clinical setting, this looks like supporting a client to attend to a symptom, sustain attention to it, and notice what associations arise. From there, the symptom can begin to speak to the client through sensory motor processes. Pleasure. We can also change through pleasure. A client can come into therapy feeling okay, but want to be happier, more energized, have more fun in life. The issue is old messages that form habits that limit a pleasurable engagement in the present moment. Both research and the field of positive psychology are demonstrating that well-being is not just about resolving suffering. It's also about welcoming natural pleasures, the pleasures of breathing, sensing, and moving while being in the present moment. We may just be in a habit of limiting our natural good feelings, having never been taught or exposed to the skill of it. We are often taught by families, communities, or religions to limit pleasure. We come to believe and act in ways that justify feeling depressed or resentful just because that's how we were raised. When opportunities to laugh, dance, and enjoy ourselves come along, we can feel suspicious and anxious. If we don't know how to feel and enjoy natural pleasures, we may be more vulnerable to unnatural pleasures, such as drugs, alcohol, and high-risk behaviors. In other words, we are more vulnerable to addiction as the only way to access pleasure because we cannot produce it on our own. Working to recover the ability to welcome and enjoy natural pleasures, particularly the pleasures of the senses, can result in deep healing. Happiness is not just about the absence of suffering. It can be more about the ability to move and breathe and sense in ways that access natural pleasures. Play, particularly physical play, is an important part of the development of pleasure abilities. If we did not get a good amount of safe, unstructured fun as children, we are more likely to have a low limit set on natural pleasures as an adult. In adult therapy, pleasure is more complex than with children. It includes sexuality and can also include spirituality. As therapists, we mostly focus on the ability of the body to tolerate and even welcome natural pleasures. Working therapeutically with clients about the pleasure practice involves creating a non-judgmental environment that encourages explorations of pleasurable engagement in the present moment, using breathing, moving, sensing, playing, and relating to others just for the pleasure of it. Inquiry. Inquiry forms the third practice. Once we have learned to work with symptoms, pain, and suffering, as well as the ability to generate and communicate positive and playful states, then a new kind of possibility for change emerges. In inquiry, we drop our investment in whether or not an experience feels painful or pleasurable. Neither one is particularly relevant. What is relevant is that we want to keep inquiring deeply into the details of the present moment, whether or not that inquiry is painful or pleasurable. We are open to whatever arises. In this method of inquiry, we play with physical free association. We transition from moving to being moved, a term borrowed from authentic movement, a dance therapy form. We wait for sensory and movement impulses without willing them. Finding a way to move without consciously willing it can be very challenging. Often, but not always, the practice begins with slowing down or stopping the way we have been moving up until now. Most of our daily movement is will-based because we need our will to direct our actions toward various goals. By quieting our willed movements, we are in a state of bodily or movement meditation. We are inquiring. We are creating a gap between our movements where pure bodily awareness can emerge. When deeper bodily awareness emerges, our body moves in response to it, seemingly without our direction. We are being moved by a deeper part of ourselves, and we can participate in whatever state, emotion, image, or other association that arises. It can be similar to lucid dreaming, except that the lucid dream moves the body to narrate its story. Allowing this movement to emerge in sequence helps us to discover our true, and sometimes obscured, nature. Once the three individual practices become more familiar as separately explored states, they will tend to weave together so that we might go from pleasure to inquiry to pressure and back to pleasure. This is an advanced practice and should be alternated with taking time to adhere to each practice separately. At times, however, we may want to stay in one of the practices exclusively for some time in order to more deeply experience that type of change. The advanced practice of change, conscious novelty. The three strategies to work with change, pressure, pleasure, and inquiry all carry the potential for more advanced applications having to do with the concept of novelty. Novelty can be seen as a meta process able to be done in all three practices because of its relationship to attention. The brain automatically and reflexively orients towards stimuli that are different. New things get our attention, and being on automatic is suspended while we orient toward novelty. We can capitalize on that in therapy as a way to help clients pay attention to things they have been neglecting and to take their attention away from things they have been conditioned to stay focused on. The advanced and meta skill of change involves developing a much stronger capacity to be at choice about where your attention does or doesn't land and how to keep it where you want it. Novelty is the lever that makes attention easier to manage. How do we work with novelty in the moving cycle and conscious moving? Informally, it's called the goofy practice. Formally, it entails introducing novelty into the lived experience of the body. Goofy is a dog invented by Walt Disney. He is big, completely clumsy, relentlessly cheerful, and always powerfully engaged with what is happening right now. He's not a big thinker. He doesn't plan. He moves. He feels. In American English, this dog has become so popular that we now use the word goofy for anyone who is being cheerfully inept, playful, and devoid of self-consciousness. In conscious moving, we tend to use the word goofy because it is so much more fun and likely more safe to introduce novelty in a context of unself-conscious play. But goofiness isn't required. It's just another possible lever. The root skill is conscious, purposeful novelty in embodied experience. In all three practices, novelty is introduced by purposefully putting the body into an odd position, one that is different than usual. It could be odd movements. Then one notices the different sensations and associations that arise. It might look like and feel like you are a pretzel. It may also just be an unfamiliar place. This lack of familiarity puts one outside the norm, and these responses are clinically useful. Another way we can introduce novelty is via relationship. Engaging in an unstructured, nonverbal interaction with another person or group introduces novelty by not being able to predict what will happen next. It can be goofy in the sense of spontaneous playfulness, but it can also be a serious exchange between two or more people, each interaction responding to the last. This can very quickly surface associations to relational imprints. A last way to introduce novelty is via a body-based contemplative movement practice. The idea is to commit to moving while not knowing or willing where the body will go next, and staying very conscious of that process and what it brings up. This can take practice, as it is very unfamiliar to be moved by inner forces rather than to move with purpose or ingrained habit. All of these change practices should be embarked on creatively between a therapist and client or teacher and student, and so on. Pressure, pleasure, inquiry, and novelty can be very different for different people, so the artist, teacher, therapist should adapt these practices to the different needs of different people. This requires that we have lots of exposure to these forms in our own body and a good sense that what works for the student-client body will likely be different. For further elaboration, see Caldwell, 2018. Integrating pressure, pleasure, inquiry practice into art making. The conscious moving perspective via three major change agents, pressure, pleasure, and inquiry, enriches my present experience. In the making of art, in the back and forth communication with an instrument or any material, pressure is mostly initial, soon to be followed by a phase of playful pleasure, the simple joy of unexpectedly finding out about what a material can turn into when it is literally being turned upside down or inside out, dismantled or restructured, like the plastic nets from the supermarket turning into virus models mentioned earlier. And then inquiry, trying out a musical phrase, a word or sentence, a sound or move, and being open to where it leads. Are mistakes tolerable? Called unintentional music by Lane Ayer. How about failure? What if the process gets stuck or blocked? As a mover in this case, I find it rewarding to explore micro-movements. I also work with 5 movement interventions that Christine has developed. 1. Repeating a movement to study it more deeply. 2. Contrasting the movement, doing the opposite of what was just done to catch different associations. 3. Intensifying a movement so that it becomes more visible or louder as a way to study it. 4. Generalizing a movement, taking it into the whole body to study it. 5. Specifying a movement, putting it into some smaller specific part of the body, like the hand, as a way to make it more tolerable. These interventions translate well into working with materials or music, intensifying a color, repeating a note or musical phrase, repeating a movement sequence, and so on. All these processes help me develop a piece of music, a dance, a sculpture, that makes my experience coherent and my narratives shareable. Using the PPI framework like a map of my inner landscape helps me trace where I am in daily life. It's a rich tool for exploring which attentional muscles are active, neglected, or overworked. This translates to a social level first by generating shareable information for my dear house inmates. When I'm plagued by the poetry bug, they handle my musings gracefully and generously, a kind of household owning phase. During the turmoil of the first year of the pandemic, I remember a phase of deep grief, of not knowing what to do or how to move on in the stuckness of life's circumstances, as I felt and witnessed them at the time. During a walk in nature, blank-mindedly, in the wind and cold of a late autumn afternoon, I suddenly heard in my head, "Make a soup." What came out of this was the Fall 2020 Empty Glasses Comfort Song. The glasses came from a beer glass collection, a hobby of the former innkeeper here in the 1950s and 60s. I found them in the basement and sorted them into a sound series in different scales. Since the fall of 2020, it took me another 30 months until I worked the musical song recording into a video with photographs from 2020 and the image paired with the following song of feeling frozen, emptied out, cornered. After I completed this work, I experienced more lightness and ease, a sense of my body freeing up again. This made me realize that a cycle had been completed. Grief work takes time and has its own rhythm, like tidal waves. From my understanding, this song video and its making is an example of the appreciation and action phases. Appreciation because it tied up findings, emotions, and images into a form, and action because it is a going out and a daring to share. For me, revealing is the hardest part. Quote, Fall 2020, the Empty Glasses Comfort Song. Pick your firewood, peel a potato, cut an onion to tears. No cry facing the frying pan, and everything will be fine. Uprooted yellows, reds, and whites, wash and chop them with care. It's been a long way to the blade. Everything will be fine. The beauty of abundant loss, secret in a shrine. Never mind the fading light. Everything will be fine. sharing art making with family and friends. With the conscious moving framing of pressure, pleasure, and inquiry as change agents in mind, a new impulse came to me. I would ask artist friends and acquaintances questions like these. At present, how do you start with or get into your creative work? Do you remember when and how you began to play your instrument, to draw, to create, to experiment with material? What are your ways? What is your wisdom dealing with seemingly unproductive states? What is your starting or most familiar point? Is it feeling a sort of pressure? Is it a pleasure to dwell in? Is it curiosity to explore and find out? To my surprise, everybody I asked immediately told me a lot about their creative work and ideas. I had sparkling exchanges and reflections about resourcefulness, about all sorts of changes and turns within creative processes. I found out that processes contained rewards as well as blocks and overcomings, and many said they had ongoing dialogue with the given material and the development of themes. The common reaction from all of the artists to my questioning seemed remarkable. Everyone said they'd never been asked these questions in this way before. The exchange of experiences led to many more talks and ideas. To this day, artist friends generously gift me with inspiration and with samples of their own art for the benefit of my song projects. The following image is one more example of my work, an object that deeply inspired me. You can find it on the PDF accompanying this book. It's called Sculpture for Dance to the Glory of Life. Dance to the Glory of Life. Have you been dreaming of the secret space, way beyond the mountains of hope? Last refuge of the fool, dancing to the glory of life. Watch him wave, jump up and down. Watch him stumble and fall. Will he get back on his feet again to dance to the glory of life? Did you wake up in an awkward place, way beyond the mountains of hope? Search for a trace of the sacred fool, dancing to the glory of life. Why not try a wave? Try to jump up and down. Dare to stumble and fall. Find ways to get back on your feet again and dance to the glory of life. 2022. The awareness phase of this song came about from a medical diagnosis I was given with an uncertain outcome. As I transitioned into the owning phase, I meditated over the spiral object in the preceding photo that an old neighbor had given me many years ago as a present. He designated it precisely as a meditation object to help, quote, go in and go out of turmoil, unquote. It's a clock spring, material he had worked with when he was jailed as a 17-year-old political prisoner in then East Germany. He'd been sentenced to 25 years for his attempt to flee the Republic. His co-prisoners, carving artists from Erzgebirge, an area world famous for this folk art, knew how to make carving knives from metal. They taught my neighbor their art, and by using a clock spring, he learned to creatively win back some of the life he'd been robbed of. In my situation now, as I worked with these materials, I've been asking questions about time, duration, inevitable changes, going in, going out, and about passing. In an attempt to simplify these questions while staying with the essence, I composed the song poem, Dance to the Glory of Life. I didn't make this recording in the studio. Instead, I sang and played the song on my phone the day before my first operation, my self-organized action phase. The sound quality and tone of my voice may speak for the energetic situation I was in at the time. You can find the link to this on the book's website. Conditions, new challenges, and limitations. Year 3 of the pandemic. At some point during the year 2022, the counting of COVID waves came to a halt here in Germany. Attention shifted to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, with threats and terror unsaid and ongoing. In March of 2022, TV journalist Mariana Ozjanikova dared to hold a protest board up in the midst of a Russian TV newscast, and she paid a high price, a speedy and preordained trial followed by the necessity of fleeing to France. While considering her mournings and sorrows on one side and the inspiration of her insubordination on another, I made the song video To Whom It May Concern. The upbeat music speaks to the quality of my felt concern, sorrow, and grief, and the struggle to cope with this situation that continues not so far from us. That's all I feel ready to say about it now. You can find the link to this on the book's website. In my further art making, COVID themes began to emphasize post-COVID and long COVID diseases as more and more people appeared to not recover fully from the infection. In the summer of 2022, I transformed my own COVID fatigue experience into the recovery song, also linked on this book's website. I hope you can see that its wording and images reflect the conscious moving phases as I've been describing them. Until the present, my art-making practice and exchange with others have carried the burdens of the COVID pandemic. Needless to say, all artists have been and still are affected, both personally and professionally. Many resources went dry. Among the resources that were not restored after the lockdown is our ability to use our house and studio as a co-creative meeting place for groups that had been happening for over 30 years. I feel so much love and gratitude for the creativity that unfolded there, alongside the grief about that time ending. Still, the house and studio are rich with materials, self-created costumes, masks, sounds, found objects, and reverberating echoes from group activities in dance and theater. Occasionally, our housemate trio still goes on the move. Quote, doing the new low down. 2 years plus of pandemic, keeling over, so sick of it. Hey ho, doing the new low down. Hopes and dreams are in lost and found. Feet don't fail me now. Dance me to new ground. Gumboot Serenaders, snapshot from a private in-house song stage, April 2022. Can be seen in the PDF accompanying this book. Grief work and the art in mutual interconnection. Quote, the therapeutic power of art rests not in its elimination of suffering, but rather in its capacity to hold us in the midst of that suffering so that we can bear the chaos without denial or flight. Unquote. S.K. Levine, 2020. I hope that I have comprehensively described, via art-making experiences and experiments, some of the principles and tools in the conscious moving framework that can contribute immensely to the integration and transformation of difficult and painful life experiences. Informed conscious moving practices, such as pressure, pleasure, inquiry, can not only nourish the creativity required to work our way in, through, and out of challenging life situations, they can, furthermore, serve as an enriching field, a groundwork even, for artistic articulation and exchange. In the many life-threatening worldwide challenges of our time, it seems urgent that we develop ideas to keep our nostrils above the waterline. Our bodyfulness, our hope, and all of our wits are called on to preserve life on our planet. In this sense, I understand grief work to be not only for post-loss coping, but also to be incorporated as a preventative and future-oriented potential for caring. For ideas in this direction, Joanna Macy's work may be a rich source. Quote, "There are hard things to face in our world today if we want to be of use. Gratitude, when it's real, offers no blinders. On the contrary, in the face of devastation and tragedy, it can ground us, especially when we're scared. It can hold us steady for the work to be done. The activist's inner journey appears to me like a spiral, interconnecting 4 successive stages of movements that feed into each other. These 4 are 1. Opening to gratitude, 2. Owning our pain for the world, 3. Seeing with new eyes, and 4. Going forth. The sequence repeats itself as the spiral circles around, but ever in new ways. The spiral is fractal in nature. It can characterize a lifetime or a project, and it can also happen in a day or several times a day." 2007. Unquote. With this quote, I want to underlie Christine Caldwell's notion about the conscious movement being like a tree with many branches, and one with widely spreading roots and seeds. A tiny piece of embodied practice as an end note. For pleasure's sake, I return to the core questions at the beginning of this chapter. However, my habit is to move through my questions via art making, in this case, the following sound poem. Quote, "Is it, and if so, in what ways? Possible to confront the inacceptable, transform it into something different, while being in transformed during the process?" This admittedly unfamiliar question format can be set into motion. When you play with its rhythm, it may invite a tap dance improvisation or a time step routine. As such, my core question to start into the realm of grief work becomes firmly embodied in music. In my understanding and experience, playing a musical instrument is primarily an embodied affair as well. I use musical notation for cooperation purposes only. Music itself holds a spatial quality for me. It takes advantage of the practical body motion requirements of playing the instrument. To maintain a genuine love for my guitar, I refused guitar lessons as a child. After all, didn't I have ears to listen to how songs sounded from the radio, records, or tapes? Led by my ears through breathing with tones and melodies, and by exploring finger patterns, I let the guitar teach me. Mentioning this background might illustrate that the exploratory character of Christine Caldwell's conscious moving spoke to me immediately since I first encountered it in 2006. At that time, I was working as a play and dance movement therapist with children and adolescents. For my improvisational kind of art making, I understand conscious movement and other practices today to be indelible foundations in any circumstances. In times of grief and turmoil, I experience the multifaceted framework, perspectives, and elements of conscious moving as a supportive orientation as I navigate through the darkness of the soul. Song videos by Gretel Bauer. You can find links to these song videos at www.consciousmoving.com under my name in the Chapter Contributors tab. Very Angry Bird Song, Bon Temps. Fall 2020, Empty Glasses Comfort Song. To Whom It May Concern, Recovery Song, Dance to the Glory of Life, Face the Music, Blurry Exit Signs, Doing the New Lowdown. Chapter 12. Conscious Moving with Groups. The application of the moving cycle in the context of group psychotherapy. Antje Scherholz works as a dance movement therapist near Bonn, Germany. She trained in stage dance and as an actress, and works as a lecturer for dance and body language. She furthered her education as a dance therapist and moving cycle practitioner, and has completed her MA at Alanos University. Since 2008, she is engaged in clinical work as a depth psychology-oriented dance therapist at the LVR Klinikum in Düsseldorf and at the Rhein-Klinik Bad Honnef. She is increasingly focused on dance therapeutic, attachment-oriented treatment of clients with trauma. Since 2012, she has been a deeply convinced moving cycler and a lecturer at conferences and trainings for psychotherapy, dance therapy, and at the University of Applied Sciences in Heidelberg, and has various publications to her name. Introduction. In this chapter, we explore conscious moving in groups. I present the challenges and opportunities associated with the integration of the moving cycle, MC, and conscious moving, CM, into dance movement therapy, DMT, groups, and discuss how working with individuals as well as entire groups can be successful with an attitude and approach shaped by these practices. I go on to explain therapeutic principles and interventions that open up a high degree of free, creative, and conscious movement exploration in groups without overburdening the group members. This approach is based on the guiding principle that therapy should adapt to the client and not the client to the therapy. Adapting the phase concept of the moving cycle for group therapy opens up the possibility of empowering high-stressed people in crisis situations. Moving cycle-oriented therapy is concerned with stimulating a path to self-embodiment and bodyfulness. Through conscious movement, mindfully facilitated by the therapist, clients gain access to stored memories in order to process trauma experiences or shed imposed attitudes, actions, or emotions. The conscious sequencing of buried movement patterns can serve their integration to achieve a coherent self. Ultimately, the challenge in applying the MC to the group is to adapt it in such a way that it does justice to each participant and prevents harmful emotion and memory overload. It is important to use the MC in a way that enables attention to bodily resources so that self-regulation can be achieved within a relational process. The majority of my clients tell me that in my group they have gained or rediscovered access to their body and to self-determined processes of stabilization and development, including moments of healing. I have continuously developed, adapted, and refined the DMT group concept presented here over a period of more than 10 years. This was done in the context of my work first in psychiatry and later in psychosomatic medicine. Based on my many years of experience with DMT group therapy in a trauma therapy unit of a psychosomatic clinic, I include the applicability of this group concept for people suffering from complex PTSD and clients with a high degree of instability. As well, I have folded into my work my studies of helplessness and its effects on regulating action, the self, relationships, and self-efficacy, as well as Barteniev's body organization. Also, I've woven in aspects of attachment research and infant research. The result is an attachment-oriented, creative arts-inspired, conscious movement-oriented dance therapeutic approach. All of these backgrounds have influenced and colored the development of this MC-centered group therapy approach, in addition to my origins in artistic dance. The development of this group therapeutic approach would not have been possible without lively encounters with my patients, who participated and still participate in my groups with the entire spectrum of psychiatric and psychosomatic illnesses. Their feedback and reflections have been and continue to be instrumental. Basic qualities, characteristics of the therapeutic attitude for integrating the moving cycle in groups. I would like to emphasize the following characteristics of therapeutic attitude and presence for group work, as they provide a solid foundation for the challenge of being able to openly, empathically, and appreciatively encounter not just one person, but many people with different characteristics and life stories. 1. As therapists, we must be willing to personally explore the principles and contents of the moving cycle and conscious moving, in addition to intellectual learning. By intertwining intellectual and experiential body knowledge, we can become confident of and connected to our sense of therapeutic resonance and action, which has been shown to bring about enhanced therapeutic effectiveness. Our effectiveness as therapists also hinges on our self-reflection through movement and intellectual study. 2. We can treat the client as an equal in a person-to-person encounter. This therapeutic stance is characterized by recognizing the client's expertise with their own experience, bodily authority. They are invited to actively participate, set priorities, and exert influence. As therapists, we should demonstrate authenticity as well as genuine compassion, acceptance, and empathy. 3. We can maintain a therapeutic attitude of learning together during the therapeutic process, while simultaneously oscillating our attention to being aware of our role as organizing, holding, steering, and keeping track. This oscillation can result in a therapeutic attitude of patience, trust, and confidence that each person can find their own way of healing if they are given a safe, appreciative, and respectful social space. 4. As therapists, we can be willing to be surprised again and again by the individual developmental paths of our clients without losing sight of the big picture. This is based on a benevolent, open, descriptive, non-interpretive view of group movement processes, as well as the movement processes of each individual. 5. We support the idea that the social space of the group is a valuable location for personal maturation and growth. The group is a valuable setting for exploring social relationships. No other therapeutic setting offers such a variety and diversity of interpersonal encounters. This includes our willingness as therapists to take on a more indirect mediating function, as well as an ordering, regulating, and clarifying function within the group dynamics. Reasons for a group moving cycle. I would now like to turn to the motivations for adapting the moving cycle and conscious moving to group therapy. In clinics for psychosomatics, psychiatry, or rehabilitation here in Germany, there is a focus on group therapy. If the therapeutic potential of the MC and CM is to be used in a clinical setting here, the principles and tools of the MC and CM need to be adapted for work with groups. Another argument for using MC and CM in groups is the nature of humans to be socially oriented beings. From an evolutionary perspective, we evolved as members of social groups. The complexity of interpersonal encounters and relational experiences that take place in an MC-oriented therapy group cannot be provided in individual therapy. A group offers a more diverse spectrum of relationship levels. Relationship encounters may be reminiscent of the parent-authority relationship, sibling relationships, and relationship episodes in various peer groups. Due to the presence of many interaction partners, group therapy opens up a variety of possibilities to reenact and heal old relationship wounds. Participants also encounter a wide range of possibilities to heal myriad other ongoing relationships. The therapeutic value of the MC group becomes clear when we consider the focus of the MC and CM on healing internalized maladaptive patterns of being in relationship that are often only revealed through movement. A primary task in MC groups is to provide a safe, trusting, and respectful framework for the multiple possibilities of exploring movement experiences that call up and work with old relational imprints. Goethe emphasizes the need for, quote, symmetry on the level of respect, unquote, in the therapeutic relationship. Our task in the group is to create a framework for possible conflict resolution, to invite constructive critical reflection, and to ensure that the social rules of interaction continue to apply. A characteristic of the MC group is that it methodically integrates both the movement-centered relational dialogues between group members and the relational dialogues between us as therapists and the group members, considering them equally important. The interactive, relational orientation of body-centered therapy requires a different form of therapeutic support than in verbally oriented group therapy. On the one hand, I can be actively involved in group events by moving with everyone. On the other, a duet can form for a moment between myself and a client. Similarly, communicative duets can develop between clients or small groups can be formed. The most important task here is to create a framework for respectful, appreciative interaction and assure that the social framework will be adhered to. In this way, an interpersonal space is created that reflects a multitude of possibilities for encounters and relationships that echo in everyday life. Some relationships can be symmetrical, where clients share similar concerns and similar stress. Then there is the more asymmetrical relationship with me as the therapist, which is ideally characterized by positive authority and responsibility for the therapeutic process on my part, while for the client it is characterized by hope and the desire for support. The group is also an excellent social space for vicariously experiencing and developing self-efficacy through interpersonal learning. Self-efficacy can arise from witnessing the developmental steps or movement processes of fellow group members who share their themes. Clients are often encouraged by such a shared experience to take such a step on their own and try to do something similar in the next meeting. In addition to the shared experience of movement, verbal reflection in the community also strengthens the experience of not being alone with one's thoughts, views, or problems. For example, a participant reports an experience of body shame because of her movement being seen by others. Then an exchange is initiated in which the members realize that almost all of them have similar experiences of shame. Surprisingly, it becomes clear to all that none of the participants are looking at each other in a judgmental way. The relief of the individuals when they recognize themselves in others can be considerable. Often, this is the first step to feeling and experiencing oneself as part of a social community. For groups, this has a strong cohesive effect. For individuals, the moment boosts self-esteem and corrects internalized models of shame. The moment of challenge, action, and exploration can have a circular effect in group therapy. A group member can find that change is possible and that it can be embedded in a social framework. Each member's experience reveals that this does not necessarily lead to social exclusion, burdening, excessive demands, or harming from others. They may try something similar, or they may feel a sense of hope that this possibility is available to them. The final aspect of the circular effect occurs when the co-experiencers reflect on their nascent hope. A client who has dared to try something might receive positive, reinforcing feedback. The genuineness of this social resonance is trusted and believed much more at the group level than when it comes from me as the therapist. For me, this means promoting such moments of experience in the group by creating a space in which important relationship moments can arise between the participants. This also includes a willingness on my part not to be the central person in the group. My role as the MC group therapist is to create conditions in which different types of relationships can be experimented with. My therapeutic task is to strengthen the community of the group, to welcome diversity, to enable individual recognition, to stimulate nonverbal and verbal exchange, and to convey and promote the social value of individuality within community. 4 levels of consciousness and perception, the path to self-embodiment and conscious moving in the group. In the clinical inpatient context, groups are mostly heterogeneous. There may be a mixture of psychopathologies and different levels of functioning. Even in groups with a single diagnostic focus, the stability level and compensation strategies of each client can be different. The varieties of survival strategies that they have acquired in dealing with their bodily experiences are varied. In such groups, many participants are initially overwhelmed by their sensing and moving body. At the same time, the majority of clients express the desire to encounter their body again, to accept it as part of themselves, and to be with it even when they feel dissociated from it. The MC, with its phase-oriented sequence of practices, offers approaches to meet this challenge in group psychotherapy. The guiding principle of orienting towards strengthening resources should be emphasized here, as well as functionalizing attention. In therapeutic work with my clients, especially with severely traumatized people, I have established a way of working with bodily experience and movement, as well as oscillating out to the surrounding world by using different levels. I like to call them the 4 levels of consciousness and perception of the moving cycle. In all my groups, access to these different levels has proven successful, whether in the day clinic setting with clients who possess a fairly well-developed level of introspection, or in the inpatient setting with clients in acute crisis or with severe dysfunctional patterns. The first level, real perception in the here and now. The intention of this level is to acknowledge the social space of the group as well as the physical space. The focus is on arriving in the here and now, acknowledging present reality, and establishing the group as a familiar, safe, and influenceable entity. It is this active exploration of the surrounding world that lays the foundation for mastery of shifts in perspective. These are the important components of this MC level, enriched by therapeutic interventions. 1. As a group, we continuously use the therapeutic triangle: breathing, moving, expressing, feeling, sensing. 2. We move away from interpretation and toward description. 3. We work on the integration of sensory modalities such as crossing the room at different speeds, looking at it from different perspectives, listening to sounds, or touching objects or surfaces. 4. We begin to recognize our attentional patterns via focusing attention on the here and now, as well as exploring the oscillation of attention. 5. We establish awareness of our own movement and embodiment. This might involve deliberately changing position, self-touching, eye movements, or listening to sounds. The movement focus is initially on practical movement and action without symbolic charge, such as consciously walking from point A to B, picking something up and putting it down, sitting down and standing up. Symbolism emerges of its own accord when we have the psychological constitution to deal with it. 6. By working first with exteroception, we can transition to interoception, such as from "where am I in the room right now" to "I feel myself breathing." Patients in acute crises or those with chronically elevated stress levels are typically not in the here and now. Their experience is characterized by a continuous mixing of the present moment with the past. Emotions tend to be colored by buried memories, and the only external stimuli they recognize are ones that show similarities with past moments of stress. They can be alert to certain stimuli in the external space, yet their senses are not open to receive stimuli from elsewhere. This is especially pronounced in people with unresolved trauma who have little or no physical resonance with the conditions in the here and now. Instead, the client is emotionally, cognitively, and physically occupied with past situations that they cannot influence. The result is an increasing sense of inability to act and feelings of helplessness or powerlessness. At this first level, all phases of the MC turn to the experience of the present moment. When the patient can tolerate this present moment, an embodied reconquest of reality can be strengthened. This in turn is an indispensable basis for allowing new experiences. The group can become a therapeutic space in which spontaneous interaction and action are allowed to occur, and the focus of attention can expand from space to me and space. The second level, embodied experience in the here and now. The starting point of this level is the expanded focus from space to me and space, accompanied by a deeper exploration of influence. A conscious focus emerges on self-moving and on the client's embodied presence as it takes place in and affects space. Creative impulses and curiosity become visible. Here, the client begins actively testing their exploring and experiencing skills that enable self-regulation and conscious moving. This opens up an embodied process to the self without the danger of an emotional overload. My task as the therapist is to provide the framework for this process and to support it. This is where the therapeutic triangle, the practice of attentional oscillation, the techniques of entering and relieving, and creative curiosity come into play. Here are the important contents of this level. We deepen the practice of description instead of interpretation. We deepen the integration of sensory modalities. This includes consciously oscillating between the different senses and including various materials that invite sensory-inspired movement. We expand the practice of the oscillation of attention by confronting internalized attentional patterns, such as the oscillation between close to the body and far from the body. We consciously practice skills that open up self-regulation and self-efficacy by deepening exploration of our patterns, strengths, and weaknesses in the use of breathing, moving, and sensing. We also practice entering and relieving, oscillating between going into a challenging symptom and resting away from it. We work on developing inner permission for curiosity and creative exploration. We pay conscious attention to self-movement, self-embodiment, and bodily authority. We pay conscious attention to interoception so that oscillating between exteroception, interoception, and proprioception begins to become more vivid. At this point, associations may appear, but they are checked against the real surrounding moment. The client's own bodily space can relate to the social and physical space. Body boundaries can be established so that interoception can occur without being overwhelming. The client's attention can oscillate between themselves and others in the space. They can also distinguish between their own bodily space and the external space. The foundation is laid for orientation within oneself so that the joy of experimentation and curiosity can gradually grow. The third level, self-embodiment and movement exploration. The starting point of this level is the expansion of the focus to my inner space in the outer space. With the third level of the MC, the client begins to turn their attention to their own movement impulses. It is a welcoming of the whole self, of self-movement and bodily presence, accompanied by emotional and sensory experiences. At this point, the active inquiry into micromovements and spontaneous movement impulses begins. Emerging associations can be given space. Positive interest and curiosity are the impetus to accept challenging situations. Trial and error and exploration can loosen the client's original preoccupation with stress, and the joy of novelty can be won. The experience now oscillates between the here and now and the timeless nature of inner experience and sensation. The focus is on exploring and experiencing the inner potential of movement impulses and becoming aware of the effect of following these impulses. Buried memories lose their threatening nature as the movement impulses are experienced as enriching. The client can discover authorship of their own movement narrative. Imposed movement patterns can be identified and examined. Affect overload and excessive demands can be prevented through intermittent emergence into the here and now. Oscillation techniques are expanded, attention to learned self-regulation skills is offered, and the pressure-pleasure inquiry practice is introduced. Here are the important therapeutic components of this MC level. As a group, we maintain the practice of description rather than interpretation. We deepen sensory integration. This includes consciously oscillating between each sense and consciously focusing on the kinesthetic sense. We deepen the practice of oscillating attention by oscillating between breathing, feeling, movement, and associations in the context of conscious movement. We replace mindfulness with bodyfulness. We use skills that open up self-regulation and self-efficacy, such as holding the therapeutic triangle, using entering and relieving, following curiosity and creative exploration, and exploring the pressure-pleasure inquiry practice further. We discover that micromovements exist and begin to explore them. We pay attention to movement impulses and form them into movement sequences. We encourage each other to oscillate between proprioception, interoception, and exteroception, as this serves as the physiological basis for self-embodiment. In this third level of the moving cycle, body boundaries can be established so that interoception can be involved without flooding. Clients can oscillate their attention between themselves and others in the space and distinguish between inside and outside. This is the basis for the last step, which does not reach a new level, but presents a swinging between the other levels. The fourth level, the oscillating moving cycle of conscious moving. This fourth level of the moving cycle integrates all three previous levels and oscillates between them in a descending and ascending process. The different phases from awareness to owning, appreciation, and action can sometimes take place on the first, second, or third level. Oscillating between the levels of awareness and perception described here ensures that one remains within one's window of tolerance, as described by Ogden, Minton, and Payne, and Siegel. This means that one's arousal level oscillates within a safe intermediate range. Securing the window of tolerance is essential for self-regulation, sustainable learning, development, and healing. In therapeutic processes, it allows the client to exit internalized helplessness or powerlessness and move in the direction of agency, self-efficacy, and self-regulation. In the practice of MC group therapy, the emergence of curious interest, creative play, and joyful exploration, even humor, always indicates that the client is increasingly widening their window of tolerance and entering self-regulatory processes. An important task for me as the therapist is to support this on a psychophysiological level. An offer of movement and expression in connecting with breathing as well as feeling, sensing, the therapeutic triangle, forms a good basis here. In this fourth oscillating level, movement, experience, association, introspection, and reflection meet. Clients who are in an exploratory process of movement begin to deal with their stress signals in a constructive way. They begin to oscillate between levels in order to get out of overload dynamics early. The practice of entering and relieving favors this. My embodied empathic therapeutic accompaniment includes offering small verbal and nonverbal hints, depending on the situation. The levels of awareness and perception described here, which lead to the genesis of a swinging, oscillating moving cycle, indicates a connection to the four phases of conscious moving. The first stage is specifically related to the awareness phase, the second to owning, the third to appreciation, and the oscillating MC is conscious moving in action. Establishing the MC across the four levels of awareness and perception presented here enables an approach to self-regulation in a group. The body can be discovered as a helpful resource, and control from the mind can shift to bodyfulness. Movement can be integrated as a form of sensation and can connect with our attention. The multiple circulating processes of conscious moving in the group. Once an orientation within oneself and the space has been established through the earlier levels, many different processes of conscious moving can begin to circulate in the group. The group body also oscillates, sometimes requiring more dwelling in awareness, turning to ownership, appreciation, or action, depending on where the group is as a social body. In order for the group to move forward, conflicts always require shared attention and embodied processing. For example, a group therapy session may be devoted to strength and grounding in order to create a basis for an active dealing with a group conflict, awareness. When the group must actively and controversially come into contact with a conflict, owning, a very valuable moment of shared appreciation can arise for having clarified this challenging situation in such a respectful and relieving way, appreciation. This usually results in a much more colorful, unadulterated togetherness and an earlier addressing of the social irritation. Action. When the community's common moving cycle is attended to and managed, the group's growth process can go hand in hand with the individual's growth process. In addition to this group-specific cycle, each person in each group session has theme-specific individual cycles, as well as an MC that encompasses the entire therapeutic process during treatment. It is important for me as a therapist to encourage and guide this process so that the client can implement what they have learned into everyday life. If the individual moving cycles of the participants can be observed and dealt with successfully, the growth process of the group can be linked to individual growth processes. The most important foundation for a body psychotherapeutic approach in moving cycle groups is the creation and maintenance of high-quality attention on the part of the therapist. Cultivating open and descriptive attention is a prerequisite for me to be able to perceive both the individual client and the group as a whole. It allows for a simultaneous therapeutic response to the group dynamics as well as to the intrapsychic dynamics of each individual. My attention should oscillate between my senses as well as from the inside to the outside and from panoramic to narrow, as I capture the whole body of the group and the individuals, as well as small details in the movements of each. At the same time, I embody a steady, casual attention that captures the individual's holistic state, emerging associations, movements, breath flow, sensations, and feelings. For example, if I respond to a sudden constriction of someone's breath, or to a certain form of tension in their body, a moving resonance to this can show up in the group. My embodied attunement to the group and the resulting nonverbal perception of individual group members is a valuable diagnostic instrument. At the same time, it promotes the self-regulatory processes of the clients through a form of casual co-regulation. A special feature of any group situation is that one person may need more therapeutic support than others. This means that I might stay with the individual group member, intervening in a targeted way or calmly accompanying the process from the side. At the same time, I follow what is happening in the room and accompany it casually. Clients reflect on this form of attention to the individual within the group as opening, deeply relieving, and healing. Clients mention 3 elements that trigger this healing effect. First is the realization that others in the group do not suffer from my attention being paid to one individual. Second, clients can see that they are still important as part of the group and that they are seen even when someone else needs support. And third, they realize that I offer accompaniment and attention to anyone in the group during high emotional stress. Another addition to this idea can be an embodied, attachment-oriented stance that empathically perceives and accompanies different persons at the same time, which has been called inter-bodily resonance. This can take the form of my mirroring a group member's movement, my co-regulation with clients in the form of a sound, conscious breathing, poetic language, or my paraverbal resonance. For example, I may pick up that one client's foot is stomping in a highly modified way while confirming another client's tentative finger movement with a, yeah, the fingers too. Here, nonverbal communication with its attuned, embodied togetherness is a true treasure that allows for my accompaniment of both the individual and the whole group. A last basic element is the attentive perception of the flow of movement in the participants. A stagnation of the flow of movement always indicates inner prohibitions and insecurity. This is often associated with an emerging helplessness and inability to act, as well as increased tension and constricted breathing. Therapeutically, this can be countered in the form of attachment and the co-regulatory use of tension-relieving movements. Basic interventions for conscious moving in a group setting. Finally, I would like to summarize some of the interventions that have proven to be foundational for this approach. Maintaining the therapeutic triangle. In the very first group session, I introduced clients to the oscillation between breathing, moving, expressing, and sensing, feeling. In every movement exploration, I touch this triangle constantly, verbally or paraverbally, like breathing, as well as through deliberate interventions. Proprioception, interoception, and exteroception. From the first group session onward, clients are working with proprioception, interoception, and exteroception. These three basic types of sensations are fundamental for entering into embodiment. My groups always begin with stretching, extension, weight shifting, and similar movements, which address these sensory types and stimulate the therapeutic triangle. Cultivating creative curiosity. The cultivation of creative curiosity as an effective factor for development and growth is crucial. Often, this is stimulated by a playful group moment or intervention that includes humor and laughter. In addition, my attitude of positive interest and curiosity about people, the individual creative process, and the surprises that a group situation can hold situates me as a positive role model. Psychoeducation, or educating the patient about therapeutic principles. This could be explaining body-centered processing or certain ideas in the MC and CM in the service of generating security, transparency, and empowerment. Psychoeducational interventions always arise as a therapeutic response to the group's questions and need for orientation. Verbal accompaniment in the MC group. Since I work with several patients at the same time, I need a strong vocal presence. Verbal interventions always emerge from the individual's own embodied experience and are expressed in an embodied way. This means that interventions I use, such as cues to repeat, to intensify, to generalize, to specify, or to contrast, are generally spoken into the space. This can take the form of general phrases such as, "Yes, exactly. The movement can also repeat." Or, what if the movement becomes smaller? Or, "Oh, the fingers. Maybe there's something to discover there," that draw attention to micromovements. Relevant here is my therapeutic suggestions are meant as suggestions and not commands. Conscious eye opening and closing. Another peculiarity in the group is that clients often keep their eyes open because closing their eyes feels too unsettling. In group therapy, keeping eyes open does not exclude deep, conscious moving processes. Closing or opening the eyes is also a movement we consciously practice and explore. My spatial presence in the group. At the first two MC levels, I am very likely to be spatially involved in the group action. At the second, third, and third, fourth levels, I am more likely to be at a spatial distance. When a client needs more direct guidance, I am likely to be spatially at their side. When many individual conscious movement processes are taking place at the same time, I tend to meander from one client to the other, offering brief accompaniment or support. All in all, it becomes clear that in moving cycle groups, I as the therapist am constantly oscillating on all levels. The therapist is a true oscillation athlete. Conclusion. I would like to close with the words of a client told to me during our conversation at the end of his treatment. Dance therapy was a special place for me. I carry with me the new experience that I am seen even if I am not in the foreground, and I didn't want to be because I didn't actually want to be there. And then I realized that I was still important and that the brief moments of their attention were not too much for me. After some time, I knew that you were noticing me and you were okay with me being there without me having to give anything in return. After a while, I was able to move more relaxed with myself and not be so pressured with myself. I even had some really quiet moments with myself. In the past, I could not handle attention at all and always ran away or jumped into a role. But this time I found my place and could even enjoy it and enjoy my movements. The beautiful thing is that the shame and fear that always had been there when I get attention became less, and I could show myself more and more, and then I could also enjoy encounters with the others that I could end myself. That is also a new experience. I noticed that I started to deal differently with the people on the ward, and I also noticed that I show myself differently to my wife. I carry this deep experience of dance movement therapy within me, and it makes me really hopeful and joyful. I am deeply grateful about it. Chapter 13, Sharing Beauty. How Conscious Moving Can Guide a Moving Cycle Session. Thomas von Stuckrad graduated with a diploma in psychology in 1986 and is the co-founder of the Blaumeier Art and Psychiatry Project in Bremen, specializing in experiential work with masks. Since 1991, he has been self-employed in a psychological practice for adults in Cologne, and he is qualified in behavior therapy as well as other therapeutic approaches, Gestalt, systemic therapy, interrelationship focusing. He has been in ongoing training with Christine Caldwell since 1998 and is heartfully engaged in music and singing. In his latest project, Soul and Singing, he leads workshops alongside his wife, Sabine von Stuckrad. Introduction. In the early 1990s, I decided to work as a psychotherapist. This was a major decision. I was in my mid-30s, had completed my studies in psychology, and could refer to some clinical experience. But I got anxious when I thought about working with patients as a medical authority. The medical system seemed too strong and seductive. It would force me into a top-down model of working, fixing problems and pathologies, rather than engaging in vivid relationships. In those days, I was supported by a strong political and social movement, which also extended into the scientific field, that held on to psychology and psychotherapy as disciplines originating in philosophy and the social sciences, rather than in medicine. In 1986, I was part of a multi-professional team that founded a project in Bremen, Germany, called Blaumeier, which still exists, in which we treated so-called patients who had been permanently institutionalized in a long-term psychiatric hospital, giving them back their dignity by respecting them and focusing on what made them special in our eyes. With them, I practiced seeing symptoms and pathology as meaningful and informative. Behavior that was supposedly abnormal began to contribute to the so-called normal, and the personal and social boundaries began to shift as well. Back in those days, working with masks thrilled me. I conducted workshops in which we let our creativity guide us as we shaped faces out of clay, reaching far into the realms of non-normality. We then worked these faces into masks and gave them life through our living bodies by engaging in stage play. It was, and still is, very profound to be part of this special experience in which a living body transforms into a moving sculpture, and to observe how meaning extends into time and space. From then on, I became aware of ways in which meaning can be understood through movement, how movement creates relationship, and that an understanding of the body is foundational to a deep understanding of movement. Furthermore, I concluded that I could only be a therapist if I could engage with my clients on a body-to-body level, balancing top-down with bottom-up approaches. Knowing all this was helpful, but unfortunately knowledge was not sufficient. I needed skills. But who could teach me not only to have a body, but to engage with a body, my own body as well as the body of the other? In the professional context of a therapy session, I collected what I could from Gestalt therapy, psychodrama, neurolinguistic programming, Ericksonian hypnotherapy, Hakomi, and body psychotherapy until I met Christine Caldwell in 1998. She introduced me to the concept of the moving cycle, and I found what I was looking for. On a very practical level, Christine showed, and continues to show us, how her body engages with the body of the other when she works with clients, and she teaches these skills through basic guidelines and practice. That was the beginning of a professional relationship that has endured into the present, ultimately leading to this chapter. Conscious movement and psychotherapy practice. Due to my mask-making background, I was delighted to engage in process work. I love theater, especially improvisation, and I believe that truth arises out of the moment and that this meaning can change from moment to moment. Unfortunately, this stood in opposition to the demands of clinical psychotherapy practice in the medical field, a context in which I had been trained to write reports, care about successful therapeutic outcomes, as well as financial income, and be normal to the extent of keeping my composure in front of the health authorities. I did not know, for example, how I could get out of my chair and roll around on the floor during a session without appearing crazy to my clients and affronting them personally or endangering my professional reputation. From then on, I asked myself how I could integrate the setting of a moving cycle session into my everyday practice. Since I heard about this new book on conscious moving in its different fields of application, I have wanted to write about what makes the moving cycles so attractive as well as challenging to integrate into the clinical field. Conscious movement in the moving cycle. The moving cycle is designed to be an experiential process for both the mover, client, and the facilitator, therapist. Before the session starts, both parties agree on who will take on which role. The idea is to engage in a creative process of play and curiosity. The session begins by focusing on the body. This focus is kept alive throughout the whole session in the bodies of both the mover and the facilitator. The mover is oriented toward themselves with an attitude of openness to anything that wants to emerge. The facilitator is oriented toward the mover and also toward themselves, and is open to what can be seen, heard, and otherwise sensed in their body. This beginning on a body-to-body level sets the stage. Here, words are usually an important catalyst to create understanding and establish contact. They communicate the story. The facilitator is listening. Through active listening, the words can sink into the bodily awareness. This process is subtle and tender and relies on a sufficient amount of trust. On a relational level, it is often the case that, metaphorically speaking, these first bars of music provide the theme for the whole symphony. Video demonstrations of the moving cycle. To get more information and insight, I decided to document and visualize what happens in a session. I wanted to understand how the body can be read and how I could learn its language. I'd like to demonstrate this in this chapter. I invite you to come with me as a visitor by watching along with the video segments as I discuss them later in this chapter, observing certain moments from sessions I recorded in Berlin in May of 2022 at a seminar on the topic Intergenerational Issues. The emphasis here is therapeutic, though you can also see elements of contemplative practice, learning, and creativity in these sessions. The people in these videos are all advanced practitioners of the moving cycle, and they all know each other quite well and trust each other. Many have been working together for more than 10 years. My aim in this chapter is to demonstrate the beauty and completeness that arises in these pieces of developmental work, and to underline my hypothesis that psychotherapy can not only be a method of healing, but also a piece of social art. The title, Sharing Beauty, came to me while I was watching these films. I was surprised by the elegance of movement shown in these interactions. In my understanding, a therapy session of this kind is more like a dance and a piece of art than what in academic parlance would be called a clinical consultation. Tips on how to watch the session videos. As I said earlier, the people in this video are all advanced moving cycle practitioners who know and trust each other. These sessions tend to show creative, spontaneous experimentation that comes with being a highly skilled practitioner. This video is a record of a training session on how to use touch in moving cycle sessions, so you will see touch used extensively. The moving cycle does not require touch to be used. In some cases, touch is not possible or recommended. But because all of these participants are training in the use of touch, you will see a lot of it. All the practitioners have signed touch agreements for the course. These are agreements that spell out their right to stop touch at any time and to direct it according to their own bodily authority. Notice the prevalence of holding. The mover allows the practitioner to hold their weight. Resting one's weight in the holding environment of another person's arms is thought to be directly reparative of early relational wounds. Each segment of the video depicts a few minutes of a session that may have lasted for up to an hour. Most of them show portions from the middle part of a session, so you will see a lot of owning and appreciation and not a lot of verbal processing. The people in these sessions come from 6 different countries and speak different languages. Most of the sessions take place in the shared language, English, though you may hear German in a few of them. However, none of the videos require verbal language in order to be understood. These sessions are meant to show the power of immersion in ongoing emergent movement as a way to support bodily narratives. As such, they all show us the power of an attuned relationship that evolves via spontaneous relational actions. Notice the mover waiting for movement to emerge, and note how each emergent movement is greeted and supported without analysis or judgment. There are several assistants in the room, along with Christine, the teacher. Christine was dealing with a persistent leg cramp during this class, and so she was moving with difficulty. The other assistants are learning to be moving cycle teachers and can be seen offering support for the practice sessions. The video of these sessions can be accessed on the website for the book, www.consciousmoving.com, under my name in the Chapter Contributors tab. It is a single video that includes all the session segments in the order they will be discussed here. As you read the rest of the chapter, have this video open and watch each segment of the video as you read. Awareness, owning, appreciation, action. Stories of the body. The following example shows how the understanding of phases can help to identify how movement unfolds and organizes itself around an issue the mover is dealing with. The orientation in the beginning of this session, seen in the first segment of the video called Beginning a Session, focuses on a sensation of pain in the right shoulder. The facilitator and the mover stand next to each other. They engage in a story. The mover's story is this: I am dealing with pain. Where do I get the power to face my facilitator in this situation? Do I get what I want? Can I reject what I don't want? Both the mover and the facilitator use words. The main channel of communication is verbal speech and oscillation between inner and outer awareness. See how the exchange of words regulates and stabilizes the relationship and how the stage is set. Then in the next segment of the video, called Body Awareness, the process evolves and there is a shift from talking about an experience to having an experience, owning phase, by bringing awareness into the body. This then deepens in the segment called Deepening Awareness and moves toward owning in the segment called Owning. In the segment called Owning Through Touch, we can also observe how the mover is manifesting her bodily authority by placing the facilitator's hand precisely where it feels right. In the context of the whole session, this phase of awareness and owning takes around 5 minutes and exhibits a relational pattern. Later in feedback, the mover called it an irritans, or walking on eggshells, as a reference to tiptoeing through a complex, difficult relational situation. Later, still in feedback, it became clear that this was an issue around trust and responsibility. Then we see a change in minute 15 of the session shown in body-to-body interaction. The movers' and facilitators' bodies are closer to each other than they were before. The mover's body touches the facilitator's body. Later in feedback, the mover said, I could stay and hold on to myself without having to watch out for or take care of the other, and I could even allow the other to hold my weight for a while. The inner sentence here is, I am I and you are you, and I dare to be me in front of you. This culminates in appreciation in minute 40 of the session, seen in Moving into Appreciation. The muscles of the mover's shoulder loosen and the pain is released. The facilitator is no longer absorbed in the relational pattern. The inner voice says, I allow myself to extend into space. I am enough on my own. I am who I am. Note how the movement into appreciation is organized through a shift of attention into the feet and a rhythm in the feet from right to left, awakening more movement and bringing warmth and energy into the body, as shown in appreciation, and culminating in the peak of appreciation. From here, the moving cycle develops further into the action phase as seen in Beginning the Action Phase. In the action phase in play, notice how the facilitator plays with the distance between their body and the movers to allow space. Finally, in Ending, this session ends in action by making contact with another person, bringing back external awareness while maintaining contact with internal awareness and balancing the two. The mover's feedback at the end of the session was, I am able to want and to reach out, and I am allowed to want. I can be me, and I am allowed to be me. Let's look at another example, starting with the awareness phase. The session begins with an awareness of the body. In this example, you will notice the different interventions being used to work with awareness. The mover is working herself into the essence of her present bodily sensation through movement focused on her right leg. In Movement and Emotion, note how emotion evolves and organizes the movement. Emotion can be empowering if movement comes with it, and emotion can promote movement. In Owning, this further develops into a sequence of highly conscious moving in the process of owning. Then in Appreciation, this proceeds from owning to appreciation through playful movement, connecting the movement of the leg to the spine and then the whole body, using a blanket for support. How can we understand what is going on here? That question is probably not of primary importance to the ongoing process of movement. Later, the mover put words to the story behind what she experienced. I started with the word past. I felt strong sensations in my left leg, but I started with my right leg. Associations came up, like intelligence and support. I noticed one spot where there was much more sensation. I began to be moved, inhabiting my emotions. A memory came up. I have a pair of boots that caused me physical pain. When I was having a very difficult time, I wore the boots consciously, taking a walk for an hour. I felt pain in my foot. I felt the pain in my foot more than my real life pain in that moment. In another example, beginning with awareness, the mover begins to be aware of her body and concentrates on the sensations around her eyes. In owning these sensations, the body moves from an upright sitting position down and to the left until it reaches the ground, as seen in the beginning of owning. 6 minutes later, as seen in energy work, the arms beat against and the fingers scratch along a curtain covering the wall of the studio. Energy is directed toward a boundary. Power is involved. The body wants to go forward and has to deal with a boundary. In the next phase, shown in demonstrating a push, the body pushes against the wall and the facilitator provides support at the base of the spine. It seems as if the body wants to push through this wall. Then a shift happens as the body spins around 180 degrees in body shift. A new movement appears as the body now utilizes the wall as a support. Through that support, it can position itself upside down in upside down body. And the mover's laugh shows that this is obviously appreciated. Going further, in a full turn of the body begins to play with this energetic movement, utilizing support from the wall and up to 3 facilitators until it finally makes a full turn. Then it rests. Appreciation is shown in Appreciation, and soon afterward, the face moves downward. Then comes a break in which the body takes a rest and integrates, as seen in Integration. Notice how the mover's eyes make contact with the facilitator and how the mover touches her eyes differently than she did at the beginning of the session. Integrating and resting shows the end of this cycle. The mover and the facilitator use words to integrate the experience. It looks as if the session will end here, but it takes another turn on a different level of space in the room. This is typical for a moving cycle session. The ending of one cycle is the beginning of the next. We now see a whole set of appreciative movements as the body plays with trusting the support it gets and with the different positions that can be experienced utilizing the support that is available. You can see this in appreciating support, appreciating touch, and appreciating play. This ends in playfulness and gratitude in appreciating the body's fullness. Later, I asked the mover to share the story of what was taking place in her mind as her body was moving. She wrote down the following words. In my family, there is a narrative that says life has to be heavy. Everything is laborious, the world is bad, and other people want bad things to happen to us. So I have to be suspicious, and I have to take as much control as I can over situations. I have to work out alternative plans for situations in case something goes wrong. Through the session, I realized that this is not my story. Life can be light, and I am allowed to take the easy way, and in that case, I am not lazy, but playful, lively, and full of self-confidence. I am not alone. How do these words relate to the movements we saw? Can we find evidence for this? Let's jump into another example, beginning with the story that the mover put into words after the session. I began by thinking about my grandmother and how she was isolated in East Germany, the GDR, being faithful to the socialist regime, betraying other people to the government, while all her children fled to the West. That was the story I was told as a child, and I realized that it was just a story. In this session, I could contain the story and feel and sense her helplessness and her children's helplessness in living apart from each other, divided by the Iron Curtain. Thanks to the facilitator's suggestion not to stop, but to trust the movement and the feelings in the process of moving, I could literally move forward on the floor, beyond helplessness, through feeling and owning that helplessness, and then a lot of other bodies came in and supported me. It felt like the family support I never had. I realized that I am on this earth because my grandmother was on this earth, and without her, I would not be here, and I was thankful to feel this family in the present moment. I would not have been able to experience this in a personal one-to-one session. In this moving cycle, we created one body, one organism. Here are the movements at the end of the session. Appreciation begins with appreciation and then moves through experiencing contact with a support system of different bodies, forming a whole body of oneness and fullness. In action, this ends in action through awareness of the external support system of a new family in the present, reframing the old trauma of isolation and deprivation. Usually a session begins with words, and it often leads to a story, as seen in beginning a session. Then awareness of the body brings up sensations and/or feelings. In the example, this occurs around 2 minutes later, which opens the door to owning the experience and making it meaningful on a body level. This is seen in moving into owning. In moving into appreciation, another session shows appreciation. The facilitator protects the mover with a blanket. In action, this then proceeds into action. A major shift happens in action through space when the mover, with a weight on her head, consciously senses the connection between her head and her feet through her spine, and opens her eyes, concentrating and balancing her body, which later enables her to move freely through the space. The mover describes this as follows. The session began with strong feelings of anger, and there was a resistance to following this feeling of anger. I realized that my body was endlessly tired and exhausted. My facilitator brought to my attention that when I spoke about my father, I turned my head to the right, and when I spoke about my mother, I turned it to the left. This enabled me to make a major discovery, the freedom of choice. By moving the body from left to right, I could move forward instead of screaming out in anger and remaining victimized. By balancing and dancing from left to right, I can balance my father's world to my right with my mother's world to my left and go forward in my way. Here I am. Two bodies playing in bodyfulness shows another essence of shared beauty, as described in the title of this chapter. The movers' and facilitators' bodies are involved in play in such a way that it would be difficult and indeed pointless to decide who is in which role. This interplay shows the beauty of sharing movement. The boundaries between the mover and the facilitator become fluid, and their respective roles dissolve so that they appear as one body during a session. We might all remember moments like this from our childhood when we played like young animals, feeling fulfilled and delighted. Let's look at another example, movement and trust. There is a special moment in which the mover sinks into owning, trusting the process that the facilitator is navigating. Notice the eye contact. Finally, let's take a look at one last example, oscillating attention. This video shows the mover going in and out of the body, entering and leaving the inner experience at the end of a session. It depicts a process of integration, going back and forth from an inner to an outer focus of attention. It also shows the use of ventral vagus interaction through the participants' faces. Stories and meaning. In the practice of conscious movement, we watch carefully and train ourselves to postpone meaning, to let the body move forward in its own way. Trust your body and where it wants to go is a supportive reminder the facilitator often gives to the mover in the process of a session. The words that come at the end of the process, pulling together what happened, are very important, not for the sake of the words as such, but because those words are carriers of meaning, held through the presence and the experience of the living body telling that story. The body tells the story, and words are the signposts of that journey. To return to our music metaphor, this might be similar to the relationship between text and melody in a song. Without melody and sound, the text would appear naked, stripped of emotion and connection. After a session is done, we rest and enjoy. A song has been created and sung. A painting has been put to paper. The end of a moving cycle includes the implicit knowledge that there will be another beginning. Clinically speaking, a session of this kind is not goal-oriented, as it is an attempt to solve a certain problem or get rid of a symptom, for example. It is essentially a dedication to staying alert and consciously sticking to what is happening with the body in a given moment, a moment in which we decide to take responsibility for what comes to our awareness. In a workshop, we usually begin the day with a movement practice called pressure, pleasure, inquiry. This is a way of training our attention. We begin by examining sensations of pressure in the body, continue with sensations of pleasure, and move on to inquiry, which means, where does my interest go? What do I get curious about? This is fundamental for the session's development. Movement is conscious as long as it is carried through awareness and curiosity, and this encourages development. In one of the earlier examples, the mover said, "This was not the end. I was not satisfied. I wanted to do another sequence of turning around movements." Conclusion. Psychotherapy as a whole body experience is fun. It takes you back to the good old days of being a child, running, jumping, shouting, joking. In other words, playing. On a cognitive level, what I'm sharing here is probably nothing really new to you. We all know that it is essential for us as humans to feel safe in a community of other humans, where we are accepted and welcomed as we are. In that sense, the moving cycle is just a label for something that arises as the most natural thing in the world when we connect to ourselves with focused attention and allow something to happen that may extend the boundaries of that which is already known and familiar to us. The body holds all sorts of possibilities and options for movement that can be expressed. In order for these to emerge, support and safety are essential. Safety and support can be provided through the presence of one or more other humans, facilitators, who offer their best attention and their willingness to be loving and helpful. In this sense, a workshop may even allow a whole group of people to move forward together by supporting and challenging each other. This is a very familiar experience in a lot of the workshops I give and attend. When this kind of development occurs, we experience moments of grace and beauty. I hope the video material provided here shows a few such moments. Yet writing about something is different than being a part of something. My hope is that this chapter has successfully invited you to be part of the experience. Part 3. Moving Forward. Chapter 14. Integrating the living wisdom of others in these fields. Introduction. Because conscious moving plays an important role in so many ancient and modern traditions, the purpose of this chapter is to take a glimpse at some of the ways it integrates into the work of others, professionals who currently take their work all over the world. To do this, I interviewed 7 colleagues, most of whom I have known for decades and all of whom I respect deeply. The interviews took place over Zoom in late 2022 and early 2023. I asked some of the same questions of each one in an effort to get 7 views on one topic, but inevitably each interview took its own path. Each Zoom call lasted about an hour and was then transcribed. I pored over the transcripts and looked for commonalities and distinctions in different adaptations of conscious moving. This chapter discusses my findings and the implication for the practice of conscious moving. Edited versions of these transcripts can be found on the website www.consciousmoving.com under the Book Resources tab. The 7 movement experts come from a variety of traditions and embody a range of methods within the areas of art making, contemplative practice, education, and healing. In many cases, these areas overlap so that a person's work could be seen as both educational and healing, or as art making and contemplative practice. These 7 professionals by no means represent the totality of the movement field, and it is likely that I was drawn to them because they express similar views to my own. I also asked specific questions that guided what they talked about. It would be very useful to either read the full text of these interviews first or alongside this chapter so that the details of each interviewee's views are appreciated. Let me briefly introduce you to these 7 experts. Who the interviewees are. Arawana Hayashi. Arawana's work as a choreographer, performer, and educator is deeply sourced in an awareness-based, collaborative, creative process. She is a co-founder of and senior faculty at the Presencing Institute, where she heads the creation of social presencing theater. Working with Otto Scharmer and colleagues, she brings her background in performance art and meditation to an embodied presence practice that makes visible one's relationships with current social system and the emerging possibilities within organizations, schools, and communities. Since 1980, Arawana has taught meditation and creative process. She is the author of Social Presencing Theater, The Art of Making a True Move. I met Arawana many years ago while we were both teaching at Nairobi University. I briefly studied her work when I took an authentic leadership training, within which she was teaching participants different self-exploration and relational movement practices that helped them study leadership from the perspective of their moving bodies. Barbara Dilley. Barbara graduated from Mount Holyoke College and trained and performed dance in New York City between 1960 and 1975 with the Merce Cunningham Dance Company, Yvonne Rainer, and the Grand Union. In 1975, she designed the Dance Movement Studies program for Naropa University, served as president from 85 to 93, and retired in 2015. Her memoir, This Very Moment, Teaching, Thinking, Dancing, was published by Naropa University Press in 2015. I met Barbara in 1981 as I began to teach at Naropa University. At that time, she chaired the Dance Movement Studies program, and we worked together as I developed the Dance Movement Therapy BA program within her department. Along the way, I briefly studied her work in contemplative dance and took inspiration from her about meditation and art making. Ray Johnson. Ray, PhD, RSW, RSMT, they, them, is a social worker, somatic movement therapist, and scholar activist working at the intersections of embodiment and social justice. Ray's approach is informed by decades of work with homeless youth, women in addiction recovery, psychiatric survivors, and members of the queer community. Prior to their current faculty appointment in the somatic psychology doctoral program at the California Institute of Integral Studies, Ray served as the co-chair of the Community, Liberation, Indigenous, and Eco-Psychologies program at Pacifica Graduate Institute. Ray is the author of several books, including Embodied Social Justice and Embodied Activism. Ray is one of my dearest friends as well as a colleague. I cannot say that I have ever formally studied with them because whenever we get together, we talk incessantly, often on long walks or during meals in different cities around the world. Ray's work and ideas have influenced mine in ways that are hard to calculate, but that go deep and wide. Edan Gorlicki. Edan is the choreographer and artistic director of Interactions, More Than a Dance Company, based in Heidelberg, Germany. Edan works as a freelance choreographer, mentor, movement researcher, and dance activist. In his previous life as a dancer, he worked with the Batsheva Ensemble Dance Company, Israel, Inbal Pinto Dance Company, Israel, NND Galiadans, the Netherlands, and Club Guy and Ronnie, the Netherlands. He was the recipient of the Dance and Theater Prize of the State of Baden-Württemberg in Germany in 2017 and 2019. The philosophy of his artistic practice is based on questioning the self within its surroundings. Layered, complex, and thought-provoking, his works aim to explore social, psychological, and emotional realms. Recently, Edan's artistic works revolved around the theme of embodied trauma in individual, collective, and cross-generational contexts. It was in this context that I met and worked with Edan and his company while they were in the midst of choreographing and performing a set of 3 pieces. I was hired by the company to help them with their experiential research into trauma, working together to allow the theme of trauma to percolate through the dancers' bodies so that the choreography would express genuine engagement with this tender subject. I was so moved by the co-creative structures of the company and moved to tears by the public performance of the 3rd dance in the series that I knew I had to continue the collaboration by interviewing Edan. Judith Aston Linderoth. Judith is widely recognized as a pioneer in the art and science of kinetics and for her development of Aston kinetics. Judith recognized a new paradigm for the body as a dynamic 3-dimensional model for movement and posture. Her ability to see the body in stillness and motion and train others to see, move, and exercise established her system of bodywork and movement training. Judith is a former college instructor of movement, physical education, and dance for performing artists and athletes between 1963 and 1972. She has worked in the field of psychology, assisting in identifying and processing patterns of physical and emotional expression. In 1968, she created and taught 3 programs for the Rolfe Institute: Movement, Seeing, and Practitioner Mechanics. Currently, Judith divides her time between presenting and teaching bodywork, fitness, athletic performance, and movement workshops. It is hard to quantify the profound influence that Judith has had in my life. I met her when I was a teenager, babysitting for a friend of hers, Sophie Otis. I was so enthralled by Judith and Sophie's work in movement education that I studied with Judith and became an Aston Patterner at the age of 23. Though I ended up going in the direction of movement-based psychotherapy, my early years with Judith taught me foundational principles that I carry in my body and in my work to this day. Brian Linderoth. Brian is a graduate of the University of Colorado with a BS in physical education. His dedication to physical education was seen in his passion for swimming. He was an All-American swimmer and a swimming coach for 2 master's programs. He is also an avid cyclist. He graduated from the Boulder School of Massage Therapy in 1981 and moved on to teaching massage therapy courses. He taught at his alma mater and joined the Aston Patterning Practitioner Training and became a member of the Aston Patterning faculty in 1988. Brian has been teaching advanced Aston Patterning for 35 years. His experience in his practice of bodywork, movement coaching, and fitness offers clients and students a broad choice within his wealth of information and expertise. Judith and Brian are married and live and teach in Tahoe, Nevada. I actually knew Brian separately from Judith before they ever met, both of us being Boulderites and working in similar circles. When Brian and Judith met and married, it felt like kismet. As I set up my interview with Judith, Brian graciously volunteered to offer his wisdom and expertise, so we spoke together as a threesome. Anne Weiser Cornell. Anne is an internationally known author and psychology educator who has been working with the focusing technique developed by Eugene Gendlin since 1972. As the CEO of Focusing Resources, she has taught in 20 countries around the world for more than 35 years, as well as online. She is the co-creator with Barbara McGavin of Inner Relationship Focusing and Untangling. Her books include Radical Acceptance of Everything and Focusing in Clinical Practice, The Essence of Change. Amazingly, I have never met Anne in person, though I did briefly meet Eugene Gendlin while I was at UCLA in the mid-1970s. Anne and I have presented at some of the same conferences and trainings for decades, occasionally running in similar circles and sharing students. I have admired her work for a very long time and have assigned her books in my classes. I consider focusing to be one of the most powerful and elegant change practices in current times. While focusing is typically not considered a movement practice, its careful tracking of and radical acceptance of the experienced body puts it in the same realms as conscious moving. With the thoughts of these 7 illustrious movers at hand, we can begin to see the threads that weave together a large and diverse tapestry of movement practices into a coherent body of knowledge about the moving body and how to use movement consciously for a myriad of purposes, mostly centering around art, healing, reflection, and learning. What the interviewees said. Most have backgrounds in both classic, structured movement and improvisational forms. One interesting and unexpected finding of these interviews is that almost all of the folks I talked to had a background in both highly structured, inherited movement forms and extensive experience with open and more spontaneous practices. Barbara Dilley and Aidan Gorlicki engaged in early and long-term ballet training. Barbara stresses the exploration of the relationship between structured and open forms of movement. Arawana Hayashi studied bugaku, an ancient Japanese dance form that uses highly specific and prescribed motion. She noted that true moves in her work arise out of the relationship between, quote, loving precision and open spaciousness, unquote. Brian Linderoth grew up in the competitive swimming and sports world, and Judith Aston Linderoth received her master's degree in dance after studying different forms of ancient and modern dance. Most of these movement specialists have immersed themselves in experiencing and studying the breadth of the mobility gradient, from movement that must be performed in an exact and precise way all the way to unpredictable forms of action. This bodes well for being able to work with people who are stuck somewhere on the gradient and need support to open up movement experiences so that other aspects of their embodied being may be supported. When we have access to movement that helps us connect to our various communities through our prescribed actions, we find and strengthen the bonds between us all. As well, when we deliberately and accurately inhabit a movement that has been done by others for thousands of years, we call up a sense of stability, ongoingness, and freedom that can be comforting and stabilizing and a platform for self-study. On the other end of the continuum, when we support ourselves to move without dictates, without predictable sequences, and without plans, we create the conditions for novelty to work its way with us. Our movements inhabit a creative realm where new possibilities emerge. Life tends to demand both these skills from us at one time or another. By having a baseline of physical prowess all along the mobility gradient, we prepare for life's demands within acts of daily living. Our bodies are ready for more of what comes, more of the what's next. Interestingly, the study of dance shows up among many of us, myself, Ray Johnson, Judith Aston Linderoth, Arawana Hayashi, Barbara Dilley, Aidan Gorlicki. Possibly because dance can hold movement practices all along the gradient, while infusing these various forms with artistic, educational, and therapeutic potentialities. Movement for movement's sake. Many of the interviewees either mentioned or implied the idea that moving just for the sake of moving felt central to their work. This often took the form of talking about movement impulses emerging from an open and non-judgmental invitation to see what comes up. Barbara noted that starting with relative stillness, as in sitting meditation, helped the mover recognize impulses that weren't generated by thought. She talked about the resulting movement research that became possible at that point. Ray Johnson advocated listening to movement impulses, which they defined as organic shifts in movement rooted in proprioceptive awareness, and that this awareness liberates movement. Judith and Brian noted that releasing unnecessary holding in the body allows creative impulses to emerge. Arawana spoke of, quote, loyalty to whatever the experience is, unquote. Anne Weiser Cornell centralizes the question of what wants to happen next in her work, implying an openness to allowing the experience to guide the flow of the practice rather than a predetermined goal. Movement impulses pretty much avoid having any kind of immediate purposes. We simply welcome what emerges from the home base of open and non-judgmental attention, and don't try to immediately make what shows up useful or explainable. We are moving and sensing just for the sake of moving and sensing, as a celebration of moving and as a means of accessing buried, unfinished material, new information, and creative novelty. This puts me in mind of the two basic divisions in science into basic and applied. Basic science asks open questions about the world with no immediate sense of how the answers could be useful. Applied science asks questions about pressing issues in the world as a means of solving problems. Basic science is necessary because you never know when something might be useful later. An example might be a researcher going into a rainforest and cataloging new plant species. Later, other scientists trying to find new medicines would consult this basic research as a possible means of finding a cure for a disease. But another equally important justification for basic science is our human thirst for knowledge and our longing for awe. Finding out, for instance, that billions of years ago, stars, as they died, exploded and flung their internal elements out into space, thus seeding the universe with all the necessary components for building planets and the human bodies on at least one of them, is just plain marvelous to contemplate. We are stardust, as they say. How cool is that? In applied science, we first identify an unknown that we want to make known for the purpose of the common good. When the COVID pandemic hit, we didn't know diddly squat about where it came from, how it operated, or how it moved through populations. In order to limit the damage of this virus, we mobilized massive numbers of researchers to solve this problem. The results of this research helped us manage our responses toward being as effective as possible at alleviating suffering. Several of the interviewees mentioned their work in the context of basic and applied research, though no one used these two terms specifically. In my work, you can start a conscious moving session in one of two ways, either by opening up to what is happening right now, basic research, or beginning with a theme or problem you want to work with, applied research. Either way, movement begins for movement's sake via the process of postponing meaning-making and pushing back against a "what do I do about it" attitude. Edan Gorlicki spoke of dancers as researchers and noticed that when they moved for moving's sake using bodily attention practices, this moving invites a creative window to open. Movement can arrive, stories be told, information can be discovered. Barbara called her classrooms creativity laboratories. Both Ray and I identify as researchers, having engaged in multiple studies involving movement that have been published and performed. In a sense, we could say that conscious moving is a method to help us access information, transform it into knowledge, and allow it to integrate within and among us as a generator of wisdom. With that wisdom in hand, the interviewees showed us that great good can come from moving for moving's sake. Being in direct experience and waiting for emergent material. Perhaps more than any other theme in these interviews, people stress the importance of a transition from ordinary daily life to a dedicated time and space that allowed, fostered, and demanded a commitment to direct experiencing as a primary resource of our knowing and our wisdom. This process of entering direct experience in an open and curious way generates bodily responses that seem to self-organize outside our normal consciousness, allowing emergent phenomenon to inform and move us. We are attentive to ongoing sensory motor processes, curious about feelings and felt senses, taking in the atmosphere and the people around us, and leaning away from thoughts about these processes. We are inhabiting experiences from within them. Arowana spoke of a felt knowing as the basis for creativity and learning, and being open to this moment. She also stated that a true move emerges on its own, with no contrivance. Ray advocated a return to the senses, not to improve them, but to reconnect, appreciate, and mobilize ourselves and others. Choreographer Aidan noticed that in a given moment something new can occur via a bodily embracing of everything that comes. Perhaps this idea is best expressed via the focusing work of Eugene Genlin that Anne Weiser Cornell continues and enhances. Genlin was the originator of the term the felt sense and asserted it was the linchpin of therapeutic change, creative growth, and learning. In a way, we could say the felt sense is the body's way of knowing something, in some cases alongside our thoughts about it, and in other cases in opposition to it. We get curious about our tight jaw or our argument with a friend, and we turn our attention to our direct experience of that theme in our bodies. In her interview, Anne spoke of the felt sense as forming when we pause, bring awareness, and postpone analysis or judgment. We simply experience the state as it is. When that happens, the body responds by organizing its own sensations and impulses that could be seen as our nonverbal language system. This wordless language system holds the key to unlock what Arowana calls creative possibilities and what Ray might call liberation. But in order to unlock these potentialities, another theme echoed by all the interviewees must be present and strong. Letting go of thinking, analysis, and judgment. To a person, all the interviewees stated that direct experiencing must be accompanied by an open curiosity that pushed back against the mind's tendency toward judgment, analysis, categorization, and meaning-making. Many noted that without this skill, engaging in direct experiences could be overwhelming and unusable. Barbara asks movers to let go of constraints, criticisms, and particular storylines. Anne enjoins us to relate to our experiences with compassion and without judgment, not trying to change things, but to accept them with warm compassion. Judith and Brian work by asking simple descriptive questions about body structure and function so that clients can increase their perceptions of their unique body and therefore problem-solve its challenges. Arowana asks us to let the mind rest and be in the background, with no opinion and no figuring out, suspending normal meaning-making. By doing so, she says, quote, it boycotts the habit of quickly wrapping experiences up into our conventional or psychological sense-making, unquote. Ray notes that at least some of our thinking about our bodily experiences has been colonized by oppressive systems, that we have internalized their messages in ways that forfeit our ability to know ourselves and stand up for ourselves and others. At least two things are going on here. One is that what meaning we make out of our experiences could be distorted or wrong. Our habitual way of thinking about our experiences and our world simply doesn't match the data that our bodies constantly give us. The other thing going on is that the act of meaning-making, however closely or distantly aligned it is with our direct experiences, forecloses our ability to open up to something that exists outside of that explanation. We cut off novel, unexpected, or nonsensical input to our detriment. We ignore creative input towards solutions. All these interviewees have strategies for how to work on this human tendency to overcategorize or miscategorize our experience. These strategies include deliberately using attention and physical presence so that a person can slow down, get quiet, adopt a listening mode, and work to identify and push back against the intrusion of thinking. Everyone noted that there is nothing wrong with thinking, but it needs to be contextualized so that it doesn't bully the direct experience. The direct experience is what creates possibilities, and thinking, when properly used, supports that creativity rather than shutting it down. This is accomplished by letting direct experiences take the driver's seat, either by going first or by being alternated with moments of descriptive reflection. Attention is at the root of all direct experiences. The capacity to minimize or postpone analysis, judgment, and categorization relies on the skill of what I have called attentional athleticism. Attention is like a muscle, and muscles need to be used in order to be fit. This is why it's called meditation practice or yoga practice. It needs ongoing, deliberate doing. The ability to hold attention on something that is happening, as well as the ability to withdraw attention from that which is no longer salient or wholesome, forms the basis of the previous skill-building themes. Adon speaks of keeping our attentive abilities open and oriented toward what is asking for attention in the body as a precursor to dance-making. He asserts the importance of training attention directly, which dovetails with just about any contemplative tradition. He tells us that attention is a catalyst, a portal, a channel, and he uses the same metaphor as I do, that of attention being like tuning a radio to access coherent signals. Quote, "Attending consciously is the effort to be present," unquote. Anne says that careful attention allows the body's voice to become more vivid, and that careful attending creates a sense of coherence and well-being. Judith and Brian advocate listening to the body, feeling and sensing motion, stillness, pain, as this creates strategies for movement and support. Anne weighs in by stating that focusing is the kind of attention that doesn't fixate on an emotion or idea, but widens out from what you have been thinking and feeling to get a sense of the whole thing, the felt sense. Ray posits that attention supports more choices, and that we can see choices as the definition of liberation. The reason this book is called Conscious Moving and not just moving lies in the fact that it is not just about moving, it's about attending while moving. The fluidity and multiplicity of identity. Somewhat due to my prompting, several of the interviewees spoke about identity and the importance of resisting the facile narrative that identity is fixed, singular, and permanent. When I asked Adon about it, he laughed and said that this might be why he likes to use fog in his performances. And by this I think he means that identity shouldn't be all sharp edges and defined shapes. We might see identity as a story we tell ourselves about who we are, and this story changes with our changing circumstances, age, ability, social connection, and group membership. Ray linked identity to body stories, saying that they help make sense of various identities we carry. Quote, "How we are in our bodies is the foundation of identity," unquote, they note. Anne put it succinctly when she said, "One's eyes move." She also felt that our natural state of self involved being curious, calm, and available to others. Some things can be a thread that runs through identity across a lifetime, much like the premise in Buddhism that we all possess an inherent goodness. Conscious moving in whatever form of it we practice enriches identity formation and dissolution by providing us with a home base of sensations, feelings, and actions that can be touched into and used as the "here I am, right now" infrastructure of an ongoing and changeable sense of self. In this way, our sense of self not only contributes to our stability and coherency, but it can also plant our feet on the ground of equity, justice, and inclusion. On the side of dissolving a fixed sense of self, we can play with identities as a generative project. Tolerating uncomfortability. Quote, "You show up whether you feel like it or not," unquote, says Barbara Dilley. Several interviewees spontaneously opined our Vygotsky maxim that learning takes place in a mild state of discomfort, and that the skill of being tolerant of discomfort carries important benefits. Arowana put it gracefully when she said that simply being friends with discomfort generates well-being. Anne asks her clients to stay with difficulty as a curious observer because it holds the answer to stuckness. Some pains are too much to bear and need friends and family to help us hold and care for the suffering we feel. It's fine to take pain relievers during certain specific experiences of suffering. Our felt sense of things knows best when to exit a symptom and when to lean into it. But leaning into symptoms and difficulties can be a goldmine of solutions to problems because the discomfort is a voice that needs to be heard and taken seriously. It encases body stories that put us on the path to liberation, to well-being, and to a creative life. Social and environmental embeddedness. Understanding and including the external environment into our definition of body, of movement, of self, and of experience break down the arbitrary and unuseful idea that we are separate and independent from it. The outside and inside of the body are matters of degree, not differences in kind. Environment is everywhere, and all environmental locations nest within each other and exist interdependently in what Thich Nhat Hanh called interbeing. We inter-are with everything. There is no sharp distinction between the inside of my body and what seems to lie outside of it. Adan's fog during performances wafts into this location as well. Adan wants dancers to use movement as a tool to communicate something valuable to the community as an audience. Even though there are different locations called stage and audience, Adan talks about these as simply different gazes into the same experience. The art of dance, as with all arts, needs these different gazes so that something that occurs in the dancers is felt in its own way in the audience, connecting the two locations into a place of interbeing. Barbara asks her current students to be aware of the environment and the shared atmosphere with others because they are partners in the creative process. Anne notices the ongoing interaction of body with environment and that bodies are in a shared field, inter-affecting each other. Being around people who are comfortable in their own skin has a ripple effect, says Ray. When we up our game in terms of personal embodiment, we contribute that to the environment, making it a bit easier and more familiar for others to do the same. Judith and Brian take the important perspective that bodies are constantly affected by the environments they inhabit. Objects like chairs, car seats, gym equipment, tables, sports equipment, and the myriad other tools and materials in our environment have a profound effect on our ability to find support and produce effective movement. We adapt to a clumsy chair by slumping, and pretty soon we get used to slumping and we make a holding pattern that reinforces it, such that we will seek out chairs that allow us to slump. We are not alone and independent in our environments. Because of this, Judith and Brian work with environmental design as a means of supporting bodies. Our relationship to our environments, particularly to the other people we share our environments with, strongly motivates Arowana. Arowana's work emphasizes the quality of social relationships and the relationship of our body-mind with the social body-mind. She feels that relaxing into our environment increases body-mind synchrony and coherence, and she puts great emphasis on the space we are in. Her work uses awareness-based and heart-based collective creativity to assist with social transformation. In a word, she works with and through groups. She takes a systems perspective of collective interiority, the interiority of a social system, as a means to access knowledge stored in social fields or social bodies. We are all co-creating social reality every moment, she states, via our interactive and inter-affective bodies and their movings. Moving is not an isolated thing. Yes, it can be a private thing in certain locations, but as we get up and move about our different localities, movement threads through us all, stitching us together. And by us, many of the interviewees did not confine themselves to other humans or even other beings. They also saw us as embedded in landscapes, in water and air and rocks and trees. Many of these movement experts leverage this interbeing for the purposes of art, education, healing, and leading a self-reflective life. Finding natural sequences. Somewhat surprisingly, all of the interviewees either hinted at or spoke directly to the notion that moving consciously can involve natural sequences of events, one emergent property in turn supporting the emergence of the next. While there was a large measure of agreement that the deliberate and open attention to the body begins most sequences, the interviewees went in their own novel and complementary directions. Barbara's contemplative dance practice begins with an opening circle, followed by the first section, sitting meditation. This transitions into what she calls personal awareness practice, where the mover engages in movement research, arising from stillness practice and, quote, using everything we already know, unquote. The third section is open space. Having returned to the meditation cushion, movers enter and leave the space when they wish. This adds in the element of alternating between moving and witnessing and being moved by others in the moving space. Open space is an invitation to meet the moment, the room, with others or alone. The practice ends with a closing circle. Ray, while making it clear that the sequence is non-prescriptive, begins with curiosity regarding the body and the body's stories and history. From there, movers pay attention to cultivating the enrichment of the senses, which prepares them for the next stages of liberating movement, interrogating nonverbal communication, reclaiming body image, and lastly, cultivating an intercorporeal ethos. Arowana, Anne, and Edan all independently talked about the body feeling into what's next. Arowana starts her work with groups by asking for body shapes and gestures and encourages everyone to stay with the feeling of it until the shape wants to move, until the body knows what to do next. She feels that the body is always working to move toward health and only needs the right environment and conditions. Her groups end with a practice of reflecting on the experiences they have had and through witnessing the others moving. Edan states that as dancers and choreographers, we are constantly asking the body, what now? And what's next? Anne feels that because humans are always on the way to the next thing for them, that the body, more than the mind, knows what's next. If in the course of human events the what's next doesn't happen, the body holds on to this, perhaps similar to Judith's idea of structural holding patterns in the body. Focusing helps us move from holding on to that uncompleted experience, called implying and focusing, to completing it. The body experience knows the next step. This sense of progressions in their work speaks to the stages of conscious moving. While also non-prescriptive, the stages of conscious moving help create an atmosphere of natural flow, of a journey through time and through unfolding experiences, helping them make their own kind of sense. We could say that the body tells a story, and this story, to be understood and integrated, needs a beginning, a middle, and an end that allows a sense of wholeness and coherence to unfold. Bodily authority, autonomy. Several of the interviewees saw practicing conscious sensing and moving as having social and political repercussions, particularly in the use of power and where power is located. Movement practices that ask us to stay awake and aware, that ask us to track what wants to happen next, and that invites movements that may have been held back or suppressed, have a tendency to challenge authoritarianism in all its forms. Anne talks about, quote, the client's own change, unquote, rather than an effort to change being more in accordance with social strictures. This is what conscious moving calls bodily authority, and what can also be read as bodily autonomy. Ray takes it further, stating that the goal of a just, free, and liberated world is for everyone to be in their bodies just the way they are. To do this, we must first recognize the body's role in change efforts, what they call embodied activism. Part of this activism means learning to tell the difference between feeling great and feeling virtuous, because feeling great is recognized via interoceptive awareness, while feeling virtuous exists in comparison to received rules of conduct. This all points us to the idea of being in the body to study power, and this is where empowerment can be generated and shared through the conscious movement of our bodies, both singularly and in community. Oscillating. Our last common theme takes us back to the beginning of the book. We find our way back to the principle of oscillating. In the interviews, oscillating took many creative directions. Anne used the term zigzagging to describe alternating between being in an experience and describing it with or without words. This forms an important practice in focusing because the work does not want the client to either get lost in over-identifying with an experience or get detached from direct experience. By oscillating between experience and the description of experience, this pitfall is avoided. For instance, she might use the phrase, "I can sense something within me is upset," rather than, "I am upset." In this way, we can stay with the upset as a casual observer. Arowana alternates self-reflecting on experiences with engagement in the experiences themselves. Adon talks about the spectrum of designed, fabricated movement all the way to authentic movement, authenticity that involves embracing everything that comes. Ray uses the term lucid movement, similar to lucid dreaming, as a way to describe being in the movement and aware of it at the same time. The movement is bodily directed, yet we are also aware of it at the same time. Adon and Arowana both see oscillation in the creative process, particularly via the relationship of movers and their witnesses. Adon talks about the dancer opening their senses through immersive attention, much like method acting, so that the movement on stage can be felt directly in the audience. Arowana speaks of performances with a doer and a space holder, a version of which can be seen in Barbara's contemplative dance practice, where there is an oscillation between being a mover and being a witness. Judith and Brian come at it from a perspective of the oscillation between the experiencing body and the observed body, noting that a sensitive looking at and sensing of the body by a trained practitioner can offer an important source of information to the mover. Oscillations between different locations, different roles, and different types of experiences, when done humbly and without artifice or agenda, can create embodied possibilities that were not available before. Unique contributions of interviewees. Each interview possessed its own particular flavor and texture. Each type of work emphasized somewhat different interests and values. Let's take a final look at what stood out as a unique contribution to conscious moving. Ray Johnson. Ray takes conscious moving strongly in the direction of social justice, equity, and inclusion. Their work highlights microactivisms, embodied activisms, and the body's experience and use of power. Ray spoke of the colonization of the body by consumer culture and by authoritarian systems, stating that in order to counter this, we need to cultivate the wildness that lies underneath civilization. Ray linked our body image to the social forces that surround us, noting how social strictures and ideals permeate our feelings and beliefs about our body. Anne Weiser Cornell. Anne cautioned us to neither immerse too deeply in direct experience, nor go too far in thinking about it. She calls this a third path, perhaps not oscillating, but an occupation of a blend of the two that allows for observing while experiencing. Judith Aston Linderoth and Brian Linderoth. Brian and Judith were the interviewees that took into account the physical impact of environments on the structure and function of our bodies. They ask a fundamental question: what supports movement? Their work in ergonomics and environmental design stood out as an important contribution. They work with clients in their activities of daily living, such as fitness routines, office work, and driving in cars. As well, they use physical touch, body work, as an intervention in their work, something that no one else mentioned. Barbara Dilley. Barbara integrates sitting meditation practice into her creative movement work so that she looks at the enriching relationship between stillness and movement in her practice and the impact of oscillating between sitting and moving on art making. Arawana Hayashi. Arawana is the specialist amongst us who works in boardrooms and with business leaders. She uses whiteboards and flowcharts in her work. She tends to work through individuals and groups by using both verbal and nonverbal generative dialogue, which enables shared meaning to emerge between and among people. She is interested in the embodiment of an emerging, not better, future via compassionate innovation and learning for positive change. Edan Gorlicki. Edan was the only interviewee to speak directly about the dimension of time and time's relationship to conscious movement and art making. He designs dedicated time and space to invite viewers to be attentive and present. He articulates the important function of the gaze, who is gazing, and how this gaze affects experiences. He inquires into our motivations to attend consciously. He feels that creativity, like attention, can be trained through movement practices. What an ecstatic experience it would be to get all these folks together in the same space at the same time. Throwing away the idea of a think tank, which likely strikes all of us as an absurdly imbalanced place to put people, perhaps we can create a conscious moving tank where thinking might be seen as one of a myriad of actions, all of which possess meaning and value that the body does. A conscious moving tank would support all these iterations of holding and caring for emerging experiences, trusting the wisdom embedded within them, and finding something useful and fun to do with them. Chapter 15. Conscious Moving Specifics in Healing, Art Making, Learning, and Contemplative Practice. Even though learning, creativity, self-reflection, and healing all overlap one another so that engaging in one reverberates into the others, let's take time now to delve into some of the depths of conscious moving in these disciplines as they are practiced distinctly. Because none of these separate disciplines typically champion conscious moving as fundamental, but nevertheless use different conscious moving practices to great effect, we will note how they use conscious moving and how we might position conscious moving more centrally in these types of work. Let's begin with our radical notion that it's all about movement and that movement is everywhere. Making a deliberate transition from automatic movement processes into conscious movement processes facilitates the goals and aspirations of all these disciplines. All these disciplines make use of both moving with a specific purpose, more structured forms, and moving without an immediate purpose, less structured forms. They can all be said to be forms of basic and applied research, all done for their own sakes as well as a way to solve something. Both basic and applied research involves searching, exploring, investigating, creating something new, describing, and controlling for sources of bias and error. In contemplative circles, structured forms of movement such as Tai Chi, yoga, and walking meditation enjoy long histories. Barbara Dilley's contemplative dance work and the dance therapy form called authentic movement both make use of spontaneous or emergent movement processes. Art forms such as dance and music span a continuum from more prescribed forms such as classical ballet, many folk dances, or exact replications of sheet music hundreds of years old, all the way to open improvisation. Whether conscious moving is more structured or less structured, it can be dedicated to learning something, to changing something, or to bringing something new into the world. Again, the best term for this might be researching. Let's go back for a moment to the idea that all these disciplines mirror research processes because they all control for bias and error. In classic research, the search for information that will explain how things work or solve problems acknowledges that human inquiry is fraught with error. Typical errors involve believing something is true because you want it to be true, believing something is true because you have always believed it, believing something is true because someone else told you it was true, believing something is true because your people, however you define that, say it's true. Conscious moving values reining in these tendencies just like science does, because doing so yields better results and reduces harm to ourselves and others. In science, this means taking deliberate actions all along the path of a research project. In the beginning, scientists are taught to ask open rather than loaded questions. For instance, an open question in psychotherapy might be, "How are you feeling?" And a loaded question would be, "Why are you so angry?" In science, when you ask a research question of a certain population, you need to make sure that this population is representative of the types of people that the answer would pertain to. Otherwise, you end up with a sampling error. An example of sampling error occurred in early theory building in human development when scientists wanted to know about moral development only studied boys. Many forays into early cancer research only studied white people. Throughout the process, the researcher needs to be on the lookout for ways in which they might be influencing the data or the results by acting in their own self-interest rather than in the interests of inquiry. And when the study is done, the results are never accepted as valid until the researcher publishes the particulars of the study with particular attention to how they controlled for various forms of bias in a reputable journal where other scientists can read it and critique it. Science naturally oscillates between immersive study, evaluation, and going back for further study, as is true for conscious moving. Within this idea of using conscious moving as a tool for research, we have explored what these disciplines have in common in their use of conscious moving. Through the lens of the 4 phases of conscious moving, we can say that you need to be awake and attentive for all these disciplines to operate. Awareness. You devote time and energy to working on them deliberately. Owning. You need to stitch them into your sense of yourself and the world around you. Appreciation. And you want to make a difference with them in your and others' lives. Action. Another possibility is that they all involve altering consciousness deliberately in the service of concentration, opening up to previously unaccessed material. They all train the ability to pay attention. As well, they all use what we have come to call phenomenological inquiry, and they all, in some way, oscillate between immersion and reflection, work and rest, structure and improvisation. In other words, they all use the 6 principles of conscious moving. Conscious moving in the service of creative process and art making. One could say, as the philosopher John Dewey did, that all art, verbal, visual, auditory, gustatory, is the transformation of the artist's embodied self-awareness into a sensory form that leads back to another embodied experience, that of the person appreciating the work of art. Alan Fogel, from the Psychophysiology of Self-Awareness. In order to understand the meaning of artistic products, we have to forget them for a time, to turn aside from them and have recourse to the ordinary forces and conditions of experience that we do not usually regard as aesthetic. The sources of art in human experience will be learned by him who seeks how the tense grace of the ball player infects the onlooking crowd, the zest of the spectator in poking the wood burning on the hearth, and in watching the darting flames and crumbling coals. Philosopher and educator John Dewey, from Art as Experience. Let's turn our attention now to moving consciously in the service of creativity and art making. As with healing and learning and contemplating, when we set out to make art, we apply our energies toward generating the conditions that make creativity possible, even likely. Conscious moving specializes in setting up these conditions. We never know if something amazing will show up, but we can prime the pump by setting up a holding environment for it. Choreographer Edan Gorlicki spoke of this in his interview. This holding environment resides both within our body and outside of us in the space around us. In both locations, we use the concept of flow. In conscious moving from within our bodies, we mentally detach from the ways we usually think, and this often involves, according to creativity researchers, semi-automatic movements, walking, swimming, etc., and what Donald Campbell calls mental meandering, and what Csikszentmihalyi called uncommitted attention. Campbell states, "One of the values in walking to work is mental meandering. Now, I don't think of myself as necessarily especially creative, but this creativity has to be a profoundly wasteful process, and that mental meandering, mind wandering, and so on is an essential process. Mental meandering while the body is moving may be one of our first ways to set the stage for creativity, and it speaks to the practices embedded in the awareness phase. The ability of the embodied mind to noodle around without much structure or direction seems to stimulate our curiosity and focus our attention. In some forms of art, this may be the equivalent of warming up, whether it's doodling, playing scales, or limbering up tight muscles. We have also seen this meandering in free association. When we free associate, things pop up unexpectedly, and we start to follow novel pathways with our curiosity. Quote, "After curiosity, this quality of concentrated attention is what creative individuals mention most often as having set them apart. Curiosity and drive are in many ways the yin and yang that need to be combined in order to achieve something new. The first requires openness to outside stimuli, the second, inner focus. The first is playful, the second, serious. The first deals with objects and ideas for their own sake. The second is competitive and achievement-oriented. Both are required for creativity to become actualized." Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, unquote. So the first step toward a more creative life is cultivating curiosity and interest, which involves allocating attention to things for their own sake. In conscious moving, however, we commingle mental free association with physical free association, mental meandering with physical meandering, because we understand the value of moving for moving's sake as being on equal footing with thinking just to think. The same novelty can then emerge and be exposed to our high-quality attention. This meandering may also help us to then find intentions for our art making. From the book Flow. Quote, "We may call intentions the force that keeps information in consciousness ordered. Intentions arise in consciousness whenever a person is aware of desiring something or wanting to accomplish something. Intentions act as magnetic fields, moving attention towards some objects and away from others, keeping our mind focused on some stimuli in preference to others." Unquote. Our curiosity and attentional focus create a holding environment for flow states via a strong concentration on the task at hand, one that slightly challenges our ability and that helps us resist distractions. The way this shows up is in the body's muscle tone. We are in possession, ownership, of the movements of our bodies. Another word for it might be control. In Jonah Lehrer's New Yorker article called "Don't: The Secret of Self-Control," psychologist Walter Mischel is asked what determines the skill of self-control. He replied, quote, "The strategic allocation of attention." Mischel feels that what we call willpower is a matter of controlling our attention, or the ability to spotlight our attention away from something distracting and toward something different. Mischel thinks certain mental disorders, such as obsessive-compulsive disorder and attention deficit disorder, may be related to the ability to control and direct attention. However, Mischel did not mention that willpower also involves muscular action. We actually retract our arm when we are resisting reaching for the cupcake. We want to make sure not to make the same mistakes that previous theorists have made regarding where creativity comes from. Traditional creativity theory holds that creativity is generated in the brain, that an inspiration comes into mind and then is translated into a behavior. But current researchers disagree. Orth et al. Assert that action and behavior are creativity. They state that creativity is, quote, unfolding actions that are original and functional, unquote, and that creative solutions emerge in the actions themselves. They speak of motor creativity, and the basis of motor creativity is movement variability. They mean it in terms of variability from social norms, as well as variability from how the individual did that movement before. They assert that movement variability forms the key ingredient in expert behavior of any kind, and that increases in movement variability increase the likelihood of creative solutions. What brings about movement variability? They feel exploration, like curiosity in the flow work, brings about greater movement changeability, and that this exploration predicts an increase in motor creativity. Perhaps we can say that the action phase of conscious moving applies motor creativity to domains such as art. So inside us, we create the holding environment for flow states by letting go of normal attentions in preparation for a strong attentional commitment to the creative process. This exposes hidden landscapes that we transform into art via our concentrated efforts to keep following what wants to happen next. We remain loyal to what emerges and support its emergence via polishing, tweaking, stepping back to observe, and perhaps letting others see what we are doing. Regarding the idea of stepping back, John Dewey felt that art has an inherent double structure, that of immersion alternating with perspective taking. This puts us in mind of the oscillation of attention and with Anne Weiser Cornell's work in focusing. Now let's look outside us into the environment, both from the perspective of the spaces we are in while being creative and the spaces we create when we ask witnesses or audiences to experience our art. Painters need light. Choreographers need a floor and open space. Composers need quiet in order to hear the emergent music. Graffiti artists need a wall in a public area. The space shapes the art just as much as the art shapes the space. There is an interbeing quality between self and environment, and art imbues both. This becomes particularly poignant when creativity and art making are engaging in social commentary, calling in social contexts that can influence the art with social meaning. Being in the presence of art, being an audience to it, accesses our own nonverbal experiences. It moves us emotionally, and it moves us to act. While some of us make art only for ourselves, we do bear witness to what we have done, and it moves us in our world. This action phase always embeds into environments, and perhaps one of the more important functions of these actions in art making is not only to portray something, but also to disrupt something in the environment. The mild states of discomfort that we have spoken of in the process of learning and therapy reach a new height in art making because art brings to us a long tradition of in-your-face confrontations with social ills. Art can provide an effective external holding environment for social action. We can also take a look at our traditional concepts about art audiences, where people sit or stand quietly and absorb the experience somewhat passively. A Danish friend of mine once told me about some colleagues she was hosting at her place of work, 2 African women. She thought it would be nice to take them to a classical music concert. About an hour into the performance, the women were crying and begged to leave. It was too painful for them to be there because no one was dancing to the music. No one was calling out to the musicians as they played. No one was humming along. The audience was just sitting there, and it was horrible to be around. They thought it was extremely disrespectful to the musicians. While culture enters into this story, we can see two different models of engaging with art. In one, respect and appreciation occur by offering our silence and focused attention. In the other, respect and appreciation occur through engagement, through contributing our active responses to the art making. In conscious moving, we want to be sensitive to cultural norms, and so we might envision the role of audience as occurring along a continuum. When we sit quietly and watch, we are still micro-moving, and these tiny motions help us feel connected to the experience. When we dance and sing to the music and interact with the dancers or musicians, we contribute larger locomotor movements to the blended experience of making and celebrating art. All along this continuum, conscious moving can provide a form of motor creativity that supports and shapes the art experience. Conscious moving in the service of learning. Education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. John Dewey. It's not that I'm so smart, but I stay with the questions longer. Albert Einstein. Tell me and I forget. Teach me and I may remember. Involve me and I learn. Benjamin Franklin. Education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. Socrates. We have seen before that learning quite literally involves the body. We need a certain amount of muscle tone in order to pay attention. We use reflexes and motor plans to orient towards something unknown or of interest. We can sit in classrooms more easily when we have plenty of outdoor playtime to keep our bodies fresh and active. We learn not only from what others say, but also from their communicative bodies as they say it. Learning is not just a matter of listening, thinking, or memorizing. Moving with and through these processes enables the physical, mental, and emotional components of experience to braid together. As a way to ground these ideas, we might want to explore the concept of experiential learning, particularly the work of David Kolb, who is considered to be one of the fathers of experiential learning theory. Kolb felt that learning occurs naturally through discovery and active participation, and that the key to learning is involvement. He strongly critiqued most standard classrooms for their structures that put a teacher in front of students who sat quietly at their desks and having that teacher say things that a learner was supposed to just take in and remember. Involvement means giving students direct experiences of an idea or concept that direct them in active experiments. Kolb felt that knowledge is created when you have an experience and then transform it through interactions with the environment. As we have seen multiple times before, he felt that this experiential learning took place in 4 stages, and that completing a cycle of these stages resulted in the transformation of experiences into knowledge. Here are his stages. 1. Concrete experience. Engaging in an activity or task, doing something deliberately that uses attentive focus, curiosity, and exploration. We might call this doing an experiment. 2. Reflective observation. The learner steps back to reflect on the experience, ask questions about it, and discuss the experience with others. 3. Abstract conceptualization. The learner then integrates this feedback and works to make sense of these events, to classify concepts and form conclusions. In research, this might be called theory building. Active experimentation, the fourth and last phase. Testing your conclusions in the outside world. This involves going back to the task with the goal of applying your conclusions to a new experience. You, the learner, put your knowledge into practice and show how it is relevant to your life, which ensures that knowledge is retained. In research, this might involve presenting at a conference or publishing your ideas in a professional journal. Once again, we hear echoes of conscious moving stages. Not only are our bodies active in learning, but we also reach toward learning. Notice how the act of learning involves a kind of oscillation between immersion and reflection, and how it oscillates between self-experience and relating to others. We might also say that Kolb sees us as oscillating between our concrete experiences and our abstract evaluation of those experiences. Philosopher John Dewey wrote a whole book about art as experience, and in a sense, David Kolb wrote a book about learning as experience. What conscious moving does is create a frame for using movement as the method of studying experience, such that our experiences are not just something that happens to us, but are happenings that we actively shape for our own ends. It is important here to reiterate that when we talk about movement, we do not always mean big sweeping gestures or ambling from here to there. Learning from within experiences may look like no observable motion at all, because micro-movements within the body can be just as powerful learning tools as their larger relatives. However, let's not leave the idea of larger locomotive movements as related to learning so quickly. One way to play with locomotion and learning, as well as healing, contemplating, and art making, is to study the peripatetics. The word peripatetic loosely means given to walking about. One of the first people who was given to walking about was Aristotle, who most believe coined the term. He strongly felt that the best way to learn was to teach while walking. He is followed in the Islamic tradition by Al-Kindi and Al-Farabi, and in the American transcendentalist tradition by Henry David Thoreau, who used walking in the wilderness as a way to, quote, allow nature to work on you, unquote. Philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau felt that walking alters your sense of space and time, and though he didn't use the term mental meandering, he advocated for meandering, ideally in nature, as a way to examine things in your own time at the pace that your amblings dictate. Philosopher George Santayana took the position that walking about helped us reflect on the privilege of movement, noting that locomotion is the key to intelligence. Currently, the French philosopher Frédéric Gros, who wrote A Philosophy of Walking, took an almost contemplative tack and recommends walking in nature as a way to, quote, hear the silence, unquote. Put alongside all the research coming out now on the health benefits of walking and research showing that walking boosts creativity, and we begin to see walking, or swimming and the like, as a multifaceted boon to learning, creativity, healing, and art making. In this sense, learning is a kind of growing, an additive act that increases our capacity not just for knowing more things, but also seeing more clearly, listening more deeply, and reflecting more carefully. Learning how to learn, how to sense and move as the means of learning, brings our whole body to the act, and as a result, we grow in wisdom. Seeing this as a lifelong procedure, being a lifelong learner, brings up the notion of neoteny. Neoteny is usually defined as the persistence of juvenile traits into adulthood. Rather than dismissing this as immaturity, neoteny celebrates remaining youthful in our behavior as a hallmark of creativity and intelligence, being a lifelong learner. Neoteny occurs largely during play. Animal species that play their whole lives, like wolves, dolphins, elephants, humans, tend to be seen as the most adaptable and the most intelligent because playing preserves and promotes lifelong learning as well as life belonging with your playmates. When learning and playing share an experiential focus and a valuing of conscious practice, spontaneity, and the moving body, they pack an incredible punch. Conscious moving in the service of psychotherapeutic healing. The self is not something ready-made, but something in continuous formation through choice of action. John Dewey, in Art as Experience. The word healing implies that something is off and needs to return or be restored. To put it poetically via the song Amazing Grace, I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. Commonly, the word healing assumes that individuals are unwell and need therapeutic input. We now see that social systems can be off just as much as individuals, and when working with individuals, we hold this in our attention, helping a client navigate sick environmental conditions. But let's look at what the body already knows how to do in regards to restoring health and well-being. If we look at the body through a biological lens, we can see a template for conscious moving phases through the study of wound healing. When an injury or pathogen enters the body, 4 highly programmed phases of response show up: hemostasis, inflammation, proliferation, and remodeling, and they all operate automatically and innately. Hemostasis refers to the activation of an emergency repair system, such as blood coagulating and clotting. First, stop the bleeding. Second, inflammation shows up as a means of destroying bacteria and removing debris in order to prepare for the growth of new tissue. Inflammation involves heat, swelling, redness, and pain. Thirdly, proliferation fills and covers the wound and forms new blood vessels to nourish the new tissue that forms. Lastly, remodeling occurs as the new tissue gains strength and flexibility. From a conscious moving perspective, this sounds a lot like waking up as a way to deal with what's bothering you, awareness, working with what's there as a way to discard things that are hurting you or that are no longer useful, owning, forming new structures that can be of use going forward, appreciation, and giving your experiences the nourishment to stick around, action. In wound healing, some of the symptoms we feel, pain, swelling, actually signal that healing processes are operating. Much the same can be said of the owning phase of conscious moving. We can get uncomfortable as we work with our wounds or stuck places, yet that uncomfortability is where we need to be to allow healing to progress. From a psychological vantage point, a therapist working with client illness begins with open listening to the symptoms of psychological distress, then responding empathically to those symptoms, and then working together with the client on the underlying causes of those symptoms so that true healing occurs rather than just symptom relief. Root causes of psychological illness can be seen both within the individual and within that individual's social systems. As well, illness can be seen as an integrated, holistic system because we cannot confine ourselves to thinking about what we call mental illness without including emotional illness and physical illness. The inter-R, as Thich Nhat Hanh would say. In conscious moving, or in this case, the moving cycle, we advocate for attentive moving as the primary medicine for supporting our innate urge to heal. We move to wake ourselves up to our issues, to express with exquisite detail the inflaming landscape of our woundedness, and in so doing, we alter it to integrate new experiences into the locations where we hurt before, and to stitch these experiences into outer locations so that the systems we are embedded in can be themselves moved and healed. All this rests on the architecture of the attentive and moving body. In a way, we can say that healing is a form of learning and a product of contemplative practice, as well as a form of creativity. Csikszentmihalyi, for instance, stated that changing your personality, a common goal in psychotherapy, means learning new patterns of attention during flow states. Attentive or deliberate moving, as we said before, keeps our paddle in the water of the innate healing skills of the body. It keeps us active in the process. We are doing this under our own power, which generates another form of psychological medicine, that of bodily authority. By moving with it, I generate more innate knowing of what can happen next that promotes my healing. I can be consciously involved in my therapeutic change, which enables me to resist the passivity and powerlessness that many healing systems unwittingly encourage. Because conscious moving has a strong branch into psychotherapy through the moving cycle, I will point the reader to several of my other publications in this area, listed on www.consciousmoving.com, as a way to keep moving with this idea. Conscious moving in the service of self-reflective, contemplative practice. Though philosopher and educator John Dewey felt that the act of observing something was inevitably retrospective, contemplative practice champions this ability to look over or to look back into an experience from a distance as crucial for the ability to lead a self-reflective life, one that allows us to be more awake and compassionate. When we step back from an experience, we avoid getting lost in it. Anne Weiser Cornell spoke of this in her practice of focusing, and trauma therapists help clients do this so that they don't become overwhelmed by traumatic reenactments. One of the most important aspects of observing experience is that it widens perspective. We not only experience something, but we are able to put that something into a context, a landscape. In psychotherapy, this involves feeling the traumatic memory, but putting it into the current context, a quiet, safe space with an attuned and caring therapist, where it can gradually loose its grip on us because we can directly feel and sense that it is not happening here and now. We saw this capacity for alternating between immersion and reflection in the earlier section on art making and creativity. Dewey talks about it by asserting that experience itself is double-structured. It is both reflective and pre-reflective, along with being both non-dualistic and subject-object oriented. He noted that reflective experience expresses itself through what he called narrative meanings, and that narrative meanings exist at a distance from direct experience. Contemplative practices train what some call the observing self by strengthening the muscle of attention. By having control of where our attention goes and how it can disengage, we master our world in a fundamental way. When we can both enter and exit an experience via the muscle of attention, we are so much more at choice about how we shape our world. This forms the basis of effective self-reflection because we can relate to what is over what we want something to be. We generate the capacity to minimize bias and error. It makes sense that being in an experience, what we have variously called inhabiting from within, or pre-reflective experience, or immersion, can be intensely body-centered. Our bodies are literally the home of any experience. But how can the act of observing an experience also be somatic? As we saw earlier when we talked about creativity not being confined to the brain, so too observing an experience need not be pegged to cognition. This is why in contemplative traditions, one of the primary ways attention is trained is within the practice of not thinking. In most Buddhist-based meditation practice, you are guided to be alert to the space between your thoughts and to work to widen that space through practice so that you are aware, alert, and attentive, but not thinking. You are resting in what meditation teachers call pure awareness. Pure awareness also helps us not get carried away into thought or sensation or action or emotion, the contents of experience. We see that we are feeling or thinking, and we note that and bring our attention back to the act of being aware. What this can do over time is help us know that who we are is more than what happens to us. We are a presence that both inhabits localized experience and much more vast locations and perspectives, ones that create a holding environment for our localized experiences. The trick here is to find that inhabiting vast locations is just as embodied as the specific location of our bodily experience. It's just a matter of how we train our senses and our movements to transition from being lost to being found, from being blind to now seeing. I call this bodyfulness. The term bodyfulness helps us to resist the temptation of assuming that being awake is a function of the mind, aka mindfulness. Our minding is just one of the things that bodies do. As noted before, this idea is controversial. We have explored some of the less controversial ways in which contemplative practice is embodied: the importance of good posture in sitting meditation, the abundance of practices such as yoga, tai chi, and walking meditation, and how they are used as spiritual practices at the same time that they are used as practices for physical health. But bodyfulness seeks to reposition our understanding toward the notion that we can experience and observe what it is like to be a body rather than dwell in one, and that this body, our body, has the capacity and the longing to be more awake. We can also equate bodyfulness and contemplative practice in general with embodied research. As we awaken via our contemplative practice and return to the ongoing process of thinking and feeling and moving about, that thinking, feeling, and moving become more imbued with what Zhejiang calls contemplative inquiry. Bias and error in our daily life can lessen because we are not so invested in our habitual trains of thought or patterns of movement. We can welcome more direct experiences, even deeply challenging ones, because we have trained our body to stay awake and present even then. From there, we inquire, we engage with creative and compassionate curiosity with whatever wants to happen next. We move more deeply into life. Chapter 16. Accompanying a conscious moving session for others. Until now, we have focused the book on practicing conscious moving on your own or with a partner for the purposes of self-reflection and organizing toward healing, learning, contemplating, or art making. In this chapter, we bring in the idea of being a witness, a guide, and a support for others in their conscious moving practice. Because bodies influence each other so thoroughly, and because this nonverbal influence can be so powerful, this becomes a training in how your body can help generate a holding environment for another's work, more than what you might say to them. We invoke the principles of conscious moving toward being of service to a mover in a one-on-one accompaniment. The conscious moving sessions you accompany don't have to be formalized, though it can be powerful to dedicate a time and space where you can detach from ordinary life to be with these experiences. But they can also find their way into how you help your children get ready for bed, or how you navigate a conflict between family members or co-workers. Invoking conscious moving as a practice can be either freestanding or embedded in your day-to-day experiences and is ideally practiced in both contexts. Learning to accompany another in a conscious moving experience follows our 4 phases: awareness, owning, appreciation, and action, each phase using its own specialized skills. They loosely follow the course of a conscious moving session, but each of the 4 skills we look at can be used in any part of the session. To begin, here are some general guidelines for this specialized form of assisting someone. Guidelines for accompanying a conscious moving session for others. There is no possible way that you won't influence the session by your simple presence as well as any interventions you make. There is also no way for you not to be influenced by the mover's experience, so you might as well relax and orient toward being a helpful influence and work to channel your being influenced toward the service of the mover. Another way of expressing this is that you may notice that the 4 phases of the cycle unfold within you as well as within the mover. These 2 simultaneous unfoldings intertwine with each other to form a shared experience, and that shared experience is part of the ongoing events of the session. The difference between the 2 of you is that the mover's conscious moving is dedicated to their own bodily research, and your conscious moving is dedicated to the mover's bodily research as well. You are feeling your feelings, you are noticing sensations and movements in your body, but your curiosity and open attention are oriented toward how your experience could be linked to the mover's experiences. Contrary to classic psychotherapies, we do not believe that your experiences are somehow picking up something about the mover that they don't know yet. While this may occasionally happen, we instead orient to the notion that we cannot pick up another's inner experiences. It is more that we are both engaging in shared experiences that move us somewhat differently within our different, separate historical and sociocultural frameworks. Your experiences add to the mix as another source of information rather than impose a direction or a truth. This attitude of openness uses the oscillation of attention, as it is so important to pay attention to yourself and then land your attention onto your mover. You are not the authority, and the mover is not the authority during a conscious moving session. The mover's emergent sensory motor experiences hold the body authority needed to guide the session. Both of your jobs are to create the conditions for these sensory motor experiences to unfold and tell their story through the breathing, moving, and sensing body of the mover. Both you and the mover have slightly different jobs. The mover's job is to literally embody energy and information that is ready to emerge and gain coherency, the telling of their body's story. Your job is to help generate and maintain a holding environment for this body story so that it is invited, welcomed, and held in relative safety. On a practical level, you are paying attention to the time and space. You keep track of the time and let the mover know if time constraints are showing up. This also helps frame the mover's story into a beginning, middle, and end, which assists with coherency in embodied storytelling. Spatially, you are attending to the room. Is it private enough? Is the mover about to bump into a wall because they are moving with closed eyes? If they start to organize a pushing movement, can you provide something for them to push against in order to explore that? The holding environment also supports more nuanced resources like high-quality attention, an experiential focus, a non-judgmental orientation, and a curious and open attitude. Your ability to occupy these states yourself creates an environment for the mover that helps them do the same. You are an ally of the mover's conscious movement, taking a stand for conscious moving, even if the mover is struggling to do so themselves. In the owning phase, you add in your willingness to be outside your mutual comfort zones, exploring material that may come seemingly from nowhere. Emotions might arise in the mover that need you to witness, validate, and help hold. Movement impulses that show up but may not be recognized by the mover might need to be acknowledged and included by you first. In the appreciation phase, the mover tends to find it useful to have someone to talk to, particularly to listen via evocative languaging. The listening doesn't just involve words. You also listen to body language and emotional tones. You reflect them back without spin or evaluation. In the action phase, you are there to help with the transition back into daily life, such that you might offer to be a practice partner for some behavior that the mover wants to experiment with. Often, you will ask open questions like, is there anything else that wants to happen before we come to an end? The question you will be working with is, does the mover need any support from me in order for movement impulses and sequences to show up and express themselves? Sometimes the support is a simple or a few descriptive words, or a gesture that picks up and echoes something the mover has just done. Sometimes it shows up as a willingness to sit quietly and patiently, simply looking forward to what will show up next. Sometimes it can be complex and sticky, and you may not know how to proceed. In these moments, trust your not knowing. This can be fertile ground. Knowing what's going on and where to go during conscious moving is overrated. Try to rest into the experience itself rather than predict what the mover might do, or find some groovy comment to make, or worry about if you are being helpful. The more you open up to the oscillation of being immersed in and then observing another's movement, the more you will find powerful and creative intuitions, and the more you will let go of old impulses to offer advice, analyze the situation, or try to make the mover feel more comfortable. We can also say that safety is relative and comfort is overrated. Conscious moving is not about feeling better or worse, though feeling relief or joy might happen organically. But it is not a goal worth pursuing, because trying to better things will distort or suppress an experience that isn't increasingly pleasant or distractingly fun. That said, some of the most hilarious moments I have ever had professionally have been in conscious moving sessions, You never know what will allow people to dip their toes into the waters outside their comfort zones. One other element that shouldn't be carried too far is the quest for safety. While someone recovering from trauma does need special care to the issue of safety, it is important to remember that we can never guarantee another's safety. For one, we are not that omnipotent, and for another, making safety the most important thing can give a mover a false sense of security and create a tendency to never risk, stick with, challenge, or explore beyond their comfort zone. What feels safe to one person does not feel that way to another. Relative safety is created when you are empathic, open-minded, attentive, and oriented toward bodily research. Safety is actually lessened when you work hard to control the environment and the experiences within it to prevent any unpleasantness. The 5 intentions. We said before that it's about how you are more than what you do when assisting a conscious moving experience. We can say that a conscious moving accompanier inhabits 5 different intentions when in a session and uses them to help shape the experience. Each intention helps create a specific atmosphere that can invite conscious moving. First, support. Sometimes a mover cannot move something on their own and they need a bit of help. You are a resource that does it with them until they can do it on their own. You might stand next to a mover who is feeling frightened by their anger and pick up on some of their micro-movements, a fist, a growl, and do them together. You both attend to the emerging movements as a way to support the precise feeling and expression of anger. 2. Nurture. When something shows up in a conscious moving experience that is new, unexpected, or very tender, that experience needs some care and holding. It might look like you putting your hand on your chest and saying, "That sweeping gesture you just made really moved me," or actually holding their hand as they grieve. Nurturing does not coddle or soothe. It simply cares for what is happening. 3. Providing space. Pausing, being quiet, not saying anything, and being patient can be one of the most facilitative intentions we have at hand. Often, the true movement, as Arawana Hayashi might say, just needs an uncluttered environment to inhabit. Our attention still holds the environment in place, but it contributes the most by allowing spaciousness to be the resource. 4. Challenge. Occasionally, movers get stuck in some inherited, prescribed movement pattern that represents old habits of coping that no longer apply but are compelling nonetheless. Our job is to mark that spot with a kind challenge. It might be that you ask, "Are you sure this movement feels right?" Or you might be able to gently notice a micro-movement going on elsewhere in the body that the mover isn't aware of doing. This intention helps people to find and explore their zone of proximal development. 5. Reflect. This last intention helps an emerging movement be held in awareness. Your ability to describe something rather than judge or analyze it models this crucial skill for the mover. It may be that you say, "I noticed when you said that your shoulders came down afterwards." Or it might be a nonverbal reflection where you let a mover know you are with them by echoing a gesture or a sound with your own. Your work is to be a mirror so that the client can see their reflection clearly. The 5 interventions. To go alongside the 5 intentions, we also have 5 interventions. There are likely many more than 5, but these offer a good start. They represent guidelines for what you might do as a deliberate intervention. Remember, just your being there is an intervention. How your body occupies the space is an intervention. The look on your face is an intervention. Your own breathing is an intervention. Your posture is an intervention. Yet on top of these often subliminal interventions, we can make deliberate ones in the service of conscious moving. 1. Repeat. As with any practice situation, you might ask the mover to repeat what they just did or said as a way to study that experience more deeply and not just move on from it. Repeating something tends to establish its importance and call up associations. 2. Contrast. Paradoxically, you might want to ask the mover if it might be interesting to contrast a movement with its opposite, which can give a sense of richness to the emerging associations. For instance, a mover might be deliberately studying looking up, and they might learn something about looking up by contrasting it with looking down and seeing what comes up. This is often effective when a mover comes in feeling opposing things like yes and no or right and wrong. Both are valuable body voices. 3. Generalize. Often a mover can deepen their bodily research by taking a movement from just one part of the body into the whole body. It could be from making their fist tense to making their whole body tense. What associations come up when they do that? Generalizing tends to make a movement more visible, and it spreads out the effort of it through the whole body. 4. Specify. This intervention occupies the opposite polarity. A movement that is being experienced through the whole body can be confined to one small part of it, or a movement that has been trapped in one part of the body can be experienced in another part. Example. I once worked with a person who experienced a lot of jaw pain. They wanted desperately to clench their jaw, but to do so would cause pain and further damage to the joint. So we found a way to clench their fist instead and watch the clenching and find what associations came up by transferring it to another body part that could manage the action. 5. Intensify. Sometimes we need to turn up the volume on a movement in order to really hear it. By making a movement more intense, we allow its voice to be supported and centralized. You will make mistakes, whether it is an intervention that falls flat, an intention that mismatches to the mover, or a comment that stereotypes something the mover is doing. We can't avoid making errors. But in most situations, if we see what we are doing as an experiment and stay reflective, then errors are contextualized into the spirit of, oh, that didn't work, did it? Perhaps something different is going on. Yes, we might want to apologize after some bonehead move, but part of the atmosphere you help create is one where the mover is empowered to find things out more than resolving or controlling things. By postponing resolution, we enable more experimentation, and in experimentation, we always learn something. Mistakes are normal in relationships, and some researchers note that making errors can be crucial in any relationship because it stimulates the skill-building capacity for repairing rifts and hurts and returning to closeness. Relational intelligence thrives on the ability to repair disruptions much more than trying to avoid them. The 4 phases and skills of accompaniment. The 4 phases and skills of accompaniment. As we saw before, the skills of being an effective accompanier roughly correlate to the 4 phases of conscious moving. However, the following 4 skills aren't necessarily in an ordered sequence. Elements of each can and are practiced at any moment in the conscious moving session, though they tend to occur alongside conscious moving's 4 phases. Being a witness. Often highlighted in the opening minutes of a session, this skill asks you to help establish an atmosphere of non-judgment, one where descriptive awareness supports curiosity and focus. Being a witness assumes that we are using high-quality attention and a commitment to what wants to happen next as a means of inviting and holding the mover's explorations. Our bodies are relatively quiet, and our attention is calm and focused. We take time to absorb present circumstances as well as the mover's intentions and aspirations. Some people have called the witness a facilitator of descent, an entering into places within ourselves that lie underneath what we normally pay attention to. In this skill, we are here to listen, both verbally and non-verbally, to the mover. We are also helping to create and maintain a holding environment. We use descriptive words sparingly and test out whether they feel in tune with the mover's experiences. The questions we might ask are for a bit more descriptive detail. The comments we might make are to notice small movements elsewhere in the body that the mover may want to include. Being a responder. This skill often shows up in the owning phase, where the mover surfaces movements that arise from their ongoing experiences. The responder likely becomes more involved, as this phase often needs active support. Here is where we might use one or more of the 5 intentions and 5 interventions as a means of helping the mover stay on track. The question usually frames itself into some version of what will support movement impulses and what will support body narratives to organize from the impulses. It may be important to help the mover stay balanced on the breathing, moving, sensing, self-regulation triangle, and it may be important to assist the mover in entering and relieving the intensity of their movement sequencing. We may stand in front of the mover or to the side, anywhere in the space that assists the movement processes. We may do movements with them as an act of companionship. We offer small observations about what their bodies are doing, perhaps noticing micro-movements that they might not be tracking. We monitor how involved or uninvolved we should be in the mover's actions. Being a dialoguer. In this portion of the session, we often accompany the mover through the appreciation phase. The main explorations are over, and we spend time together digesting the experience. This is where we tend to practice evocative languaging, using our own felt sensing as a contribution to the mover's integrative experiences. We may contribute our companionable reflections on what happened, and we use the relationship as a jumping-off point for the mover to begin to shape the session for use. We still listen intently, but in a way, it is the heart that listens the most, as integration occurs most powerfully when emergent experiences are cared for together. Being a facilitator. As the mover begins to take what they have learned into daily life, the facilitator is there to assist with the transition from inquiry, exploration, and integration into applications for daily life. The facilitator asks questions about how these experiences might move out into the world and volunteers themselves for practicing in advance of this application. The facilitator notes the end of the session and helps the mover feel complete, for now, with the experience. The facilitator assists with planning for further work and accompanies the mover's evaluation of the session. An open recipe for accompanying a conscious moving session. Whether someone is engaging in conscious moving for art, learning, contemplation, or healing's sake, this open recipe may provide guidance for how to lightly structure a conscious moving accompaniment. Conscious moving sessions can take abrupt turns in unexpected directions, but it can be useful to have some sense of the natural flow of conscious moving experiences. The following list is for the accompanier. The conscious moving session starts with you oscillating your attention between yourself, the mover, the space you are in, and the time parameters you have agreed to. You see if there is anything that needs to be put into place for the conscious moving experience to begin. Ask if the mover wants to begin by being with their ongoing present moment experiences, or whether the mover has a theme or issue they want to work with. Whatever the mover chooses, you then assist in their making the transition from normal consciousness toward the specific focus of attention that heralds a conscious moving experience. This is accomplished by accompanying the mover as they attend to present moment events, either inside or outside their body. This bodily focus can be done on its own, or it can be threaded in with the mover talking about the theme they are interested in exploring. As the mover commits to their present moment experiences, you might ask them for associations, something like, are there any sensations, words, feelings, or images that come up with this experience? You may also offer what is called minimal encouragers, such as, that's it, stay with that, or see where that wants to go. Or, after you notice a micro-movement in their left fingers, you might want to say, stay with that and see how your left hand wants to move with it. It's important not to talk too much, as this can interrupt the conscious movement and force the mover to come out of their direct experience in order to talk to you. During the entire session, you will monitor the mover's status on the self-regulation triangle: breathing, moving, expressing, sensing, feeling, and encourage them to add back in anything that has fallen off the triangle. This might be the best moment to offer one of the 5 interventions to see what happens that might support movement impulses to become coherent sequences that tell their body story. You might say something like, would it be okay to do that movement again to see how it feels? Or, what happens when you do the opposite of that movement? What associations come up? You may want to move with them during these experiments, taking your cues from what their body is doing rather than where you think it should go. If a mover begins to seem overwhelmed or unable to stay on the triangle, you can help them to deliberately exit the direct experience and take a break. The break should be deliberate. It may be the mover focusing on you and saying something. It may be attending to something else, or it may be conscious breathing. Watch for the body on its own entering back into the material and support that. Or, if it doesn't want to go back, acknowledge the ending of the owning phase and help them enter appreciation. You may want to take a few minutes to sit together as a way to enter appreciation. You might want to ask something like, as you look back on what just happened, what strikes you as important or remarkable? Or, what are you noticing right now in your body as you take stock of what happened? You may want to speak a bit about what you saw as a way to highlight certain moments. Make sure to avoid analyzing or making up a story about what it was. Carefully acknowledge and welcome the events of the experience. It can also be useful to circle back to the theme that the mover might have come in with and ask questions about how they thought the theme played out in the experience. Sometimes the mover transitions into the next phase on their own, and sometimes they may need orienting in order to move into the next process. In the case of the action phase, the mover might begin to naturally look toward how they will apply the session to their outside life, or you might want to observe that you have a certain amount of time left, and is there anything that wants to be said or done to feel complete? You might want to ask if there is any movement they want to go over in the spirit of taking it home with them. Might there be anything they want to practice to feel more solid with the session? Take a few minutes to talk about the mover's theme or their daily life and allow a bridge to be built that helps the mover take conscious moving experiences into different applications. That may involve you helping them practice this before they end the session, or it may involve designing some way to practice a movement sequence in their outside life. Ask if there is any way they might want to tweak the experience to make it more effective. Conscious moving morphs into different shapes depending on the individual, the setting, and the mover's intentions. We collaborate with each other and with the unknowns that show up at the door of a session. This makes for creative innovations, surprises, and possibly disorienting feelings. These are signs that the work is working. Including these moments, seeing them as the product of our fertile embodiment, goes a long way toward a richer, more nimble, and more sturdy identity, one that naturally moves toward art making, healing, reflecting, and learning. Epilogue: Our Storied Bodies. Allow yourself to be awed by life. You might find yourself living for a very long time and prospering. William Shatner from Boldly Go. Each path we tread from place to place is a thread, each place a knot, and the more that lifelines are entwined, the greater the density of the knot. Every place is a knot of stories. Nancy Marie Brown from Looking for the Hidden Folk, How Iceland's Elves Could Save the Earth. The universe is made of stories, not atoms. Muriel Ruykeser, poet. Beyond the veils of language and the noise of activity, the most profound events of our lives take place in these fleeting moments where something else shines through, something that can never be fixed in language, something given as quietly as the gift of your next breath. John O'Donohue, in The Invisible Embrace of Beauty. As I look back on 50 years of being steeped in movement work, I would say that time has made me a physical storyteller. Perhaps this skill constitutes one of the pillars of aging well. I remember flying south out of Denver a few years ago, and as I watched the dry earth below crisscrossed with seemingly random dirt roads that appeared to etch the surface of nowhere, it came to me that the earth is drenched in stories, that the land speaks its own stories with wind and water and animal tracks and even dirt roads. Who made those roads? What locations were they trying to connect? Who walked them? And what happened to those people? It saddened me that I and most people would likely never know the stories of those roads. I also felt this sadness after my father died, after a long and storied life. My dad was part Irish, and he could tell a story, let me tell you. I realized that I would never hear him tell his stories again, and that so many of his stories would be forgotten by me as well as subsequent generations. I guess we do need some kind of mechanism for letting some stories die out while others evolve and thrive, according to some kind of literary Darwinism. But as I was looking down on the land from a distance and looking back at a life that had passed, I felt the poignancy, the sweetness, and the power of stories. This book has championed our bodies' stories. J.R.R. Tolkien is reported to have said something to the effect of stories do not busy themselves with being true or untrue. They have a higher purpose than that. Now, in many places on the planet, it is being said that we live in a post-truth world where ex-presidents can convince a substantial number of people that something happened when it didn't, and artificial intelligence can create convincing fabrications of people, words, and actions. What deliberate fabrications want to do is colonize our bodies so that we will act in an oppressor's self-interest. What stories can do is shine a light on healing, creativity, learning, and self-reflecting. Of course, some stories do wound, distort, and seek to do harm, but this happens when they contain unexamined bias and error and are told as a means of coercion. I would like to propose that they are not really stories at this point, but are instead tools, and our bodies should not be tools. What this book champions is the power of allowing a body story to emerge, coalesce, and be told for the purposes of healing, creativity, contemplative inquiry, and learning. This is the story's higher purpose. This is the body's higher purpose. My left shoulder rises, and I turn my attention toward it. Shoulder, what do you want to do? My shoulder tightens and stays in place. I stay with the tension and stillness. An image of holding my breath while hiding in a corner comes up. I include that image, holding it as a support for my shoulder's experience. My torso begins to twist ever so slightly, led by the shoulder. I hear the word come, as if my shoulder is leading me somewhere. I support the twist to go where it wants to go. Soon I'm rising up, still twisting, and now turning around and around slowly. I feel the impulse to open my eyes and look around me as I turn. I see the room with its windows and floors and sparse furniture. I feel a sense of relaxation and safety. My shoulder begins to slowly drop, and I stop turning and just stand. My experience has changed, and I now work on integrating those changes. My body has roughed out a story, its own creative writing project, written with feelings, sensations, and movements. That story changes me and may change others in the retelling. Physicist Sean Carroll, from his vantage points in the stars and in subatomic particles, weighs in on this process. He has championed an idea called poetic naturalism, a kind of philosophy that states there is only one world, the natural world, but there are many ways of talking about that world. In other words, there are many meaningful and moving stories, and they all speak to our world, the world we all share. There is only one body, the body of the world, and there are many ways of experiencing and communicating this body. When you move about, you go on a journey. This book has been about journeys that transform humdrum experiences into poetic fertilities. What grows out of these journeys might land you into a classroom, a meditation hall, a mosque, a music hall, a forest trail, or at your dining room table. In these transformational journeys, the bus is our body, the road is direct experience, and the fuel is open attention, mixed in with non-judgmentalism, curiosity, a willingness to be uncomfortable, finding the body story, and a big dose of caring. Our clay nature, as theologian John O'Donohue puts it, moves us to transform within and through many different contexts, locations, and environments. We are all always embedded in the earth and related to one another. In this way, our ongoing body stories speak not only of our individual identities, but also to all our earthly kin. We can use our clay nature deliberately as a means of sculpting new possibilities for ourselves and each other. To find and move our body stories, we gravitate toward specific practices that create a holding environment that in turn invites the story to expose new information, deeper explorations of experience, and stronger ties being built with others. It is my hope that you, the reader, will find your own practices that will support you to experience your stories, integrate them into your ongoing identities, and carry them out into wider locations and relationships. Some of your practices will come from ancient wisdoms, and some will bubble up seemingly out of nowhere, a new emergence. Some of you might feel more interested in healing, and some might be more oriented toward learning or creating. Trust what moves you. Go on journeys. Let your body find the destination. Become a storyteller. Acknowledgements. In so many ways, the text of Conscious Moving has been written by a village. While some have contributed directly by being interviewed or by writing a chapter, everyone who has ever studied this work has been a part of the making of this book. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A special bow of gratitude goes out to the following folks. To Paige Zakonis, the artist who contributed the line drawings for the book. You drew conscious movement so sensitively, and you weathered the vicissitudes of publisher art departments so gracefully. Your drawings contributed much to the way this book is felt and experienced by the reader. To Dr. Howard Brands, a physicist friend, for consulting with me about what movement is like on subatomic and quantum levels, and to his wife, Dr. Carol Navsky, who helped to translate the consultation into plain English. Little contributions can make big differences. To Urza Späte Schumacher, whom I have been a traveler alongside for many years and in many countries. Thank you deeply for your companionship and support all these years. You inspired parts of this book just with your presence as well as with your actions. To Uta Long, who very much wanted to contribute a chapter, but due to family matters had to bow out of the project. Uta, you have been such a contribution to this work, both through your ongoing study and practice of it, and in your gracious efforts to organize trainings. A deep bow of gratitude to you. To Norbert Heckelei, who graduated from Naropa, went back to Germany, and invited me to teach in Cologne. You got it all started in Europe. To Elmar Kreuthoff, who took over for Norbert and brought the work to Hamburg. You have been so generous, so kind, so funny, and so contributive to this work. To the core Hamburg group, Uta, Urza, Thomas, Amelia, Barbara Schmidt-Rohr, Barbara Bierner, Gretel, Marian, Elmar, and others. You all formed the laboratory where our research of the work took root. So much of this book traces back to our times together. To Barbara Schmidt-Rohr, Kira Cords, Rachel Jansen, who together kept the light on in Europe and helped me to stay organized, which is challenging for me. You are all so graceful and patient and kind, as well as being amazing teachers and advanced practitioners. About the author. Christine Caldwell, PhD, BC-DMT, LPC, is the founder of and professor emeritus in the somatic counseling program at Naropa University in Boulder, Colorado, where she has taught coursework in somatic counseling theory and skills, clinical neuroscience, and diversity issues. Caldwell's moving cycle involves body-centered psychotherapy and is called conscious moving when applied to other disciplines, such as art making, contemplative practice, and education. Caldwell has taught at the University of Maryland, George Washington University, Concordia, Seoul Women's University, Southwestern College, Pacifica, Santa Barbara Graduate Institute, and SRH University in Heidelberg. She trains, teaches, and lectures internationally and has published more than 30 articles and book chapters. Her previous books include Getting Our Bodies Back, Getting in Touch, The Body and Oppression, and Bodyfulness. She is also an editor for the Journal of Dance, Movement, and Psychotherapy, the International Journal of Body Psychotherapy, and the American Journal of Dance Therapy. North Atlantic Books is an independent, nonprofit publisher committed to a bold exploration of the relationships between mind, body, spirit, and nature. Founded in 1974, NAB aims to nurture a holistic view of the arts, sciences, humanities, and healing. To make a donation or to learn more about our books, authors, events, and a newsletter, please visit www.northatlanticbooks.com. Conscious Moving is copyright 2024 by Christine Caldwell. Recorded remotely with the Talking Book. For more information about the Talking Book Studio, please visit thetalkingbook.org. Audiobook is copyright 2024 by North Atlantic Books. All rights reserved. No portion of this audiobook, except for brief review, may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form without the written permission of the publisher. Published by North Atlantic Books, Berkeley, California. For further information, visit our website at www.northatlanticbooks.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.